All right. I am live and alive. Boom got a haircut. Not really. I'm just kind of I'm just sort of like moving it away so it doesn't look like a bowl haircut anymore. But we'll see how it works. I mean, probably by the end of the stream it'll go back to falling down looking like a bowl haircut because I don't have any like actual hair products. Anyway, thank you so much for coming out and being cool and saying hi. Hello, everyone. No, you are not first, so there you go. Let's see. I like the old haircut. It's not. Then there. There you go. It wasn't a haircut. It was. Oh man. Oh good. I didn't check and see if this was filled, and it turns out it is. So that's good to know. So let's see here. Hey, gamer boy. Yes, Segsy Boom. Segsy Boom. I want to buy this game on Switch. Do you recommend it, Boom? I don't know how it runs on Switch, so I would recommend looking up like frame rate counters or something, try to figure out if it's worth getting on the Switch first, because I don't know how well it runs. So, yeah. Halo Firefight stream someday. I like to do some Halo Firefight. Some maybe ODST Firefight, maybe something else. But I want to click play. And I want to make sure my setup is working here. Oh crap, I need to change my default audio device. Crap, I have to restart the game. Already we're having technical issues. I love streaming on PC. It's so much fun. Okay, at least that works. Okay, I gotta close this game down already because I need to restart it again. First time playing this game? No, I actually did the tutorial last night. Yeah, I've heard that Hyperscape has a pretty small fan base. What is this game? Oh, we'll find out when it finally gets up and running here. There we go. Oh god, that's loud. That looks better. Okay, let me know if that audio is still too loud for you guys. Okay. Okay, so basically this is a game where you play as a toy. So I have my character kind of looking a bit more like a kind of like a G.I. Joe character, honestly. That was the main goal. So you can play as like different like character types. Like there's Primal, Wraith, Valkyrie. These ones are locked. But I like this G.I. Joe looking dude. I want to get new helmets for him though. Okay, so basically here, okay. No, I don't need to play the tutorial, but I've done it already. So if I go to single player, let's see. I don't know if we can find a multiplayer game actually. There were no people online last night, but I was up pretty late. Deathmatch. Yeah, and like nobody's. Let's see, view matchmaking. I guarantee you won't find a game. No. Okay. So this is like their big problem that they're gonna like. This is the problem with every Steam game. Even if the Steam game is like really good. Even if the Steam game is really good, it doesn't really matter. because if it doesn't start with a good player base, then it usually almost never gets one. So that's sort of a disappointing thing. So this is the game. I'm doing the co-op wave defense mode. This wave defense mode is actually one of the reasons I want my friends to get this game, because I think it's actually pretty good. So basically, you have these giant rooms as your play spaces.
Have you played the Mean Greens on
Have you played the Mean Greens on
stream?
stream?
Reminds me of that, but you play as Tan and
yeah,
Green
I really
Army
actually I played the Mean Greens on Xbox. It was terrible. I really want to try that. I know the PC versions are much better, so I actually do want to get the Mean Greens for PC.
What's going on? The Hypercore is taking damage.
The Hypercore is taking damage? Where? How? Oh, there's another Hypercore. Oh, that's right, there's one on the bed. I should have built something. I think you... Okay, so you can, like, build turrets and stuff? No. Oh, God.
Hypercore is about to be destroyed.
Okay, well, 1 second. You just gotta... Okay, hold on. Toy Story is an FPS? Yeah, basically. Alright, I need to get, like, a battery. There's a battery. Oh, they're hitting the other one. God damn it. God, this is actually kind of stressful. Oh, God. Okay, put the battery in there. God, these things just fucking pile up. I need to build stuff. You can build, like, turrets and shit. Yeah, it's basically... Oh, my God. Okay, this was a bad start because I played the tutorial and yet I learned nothing apparently. Bonk. Okay. So you can build walls. They looked like they were coming from here, so you can Fortnite build. You gotta do this Fortnite building. And I can build these sort of Lego walls. Looks like I have 2 minutes to prepare for the next wave, so that's good. What's up, right? Stream snipers on baby toy game. Okay. Let's go up here. Is this a... Oh, this is build credits, okay. I'm dumb. I swear skipping build mode. Wait, what? That's not what I wanted at all. What have I done? Am I retarded? Oh, no. At least I know where there's batteries now.
Disgusting creatures. Keep their slime away from the Hypercore.
Dude, get away from my Hypercore, bro.
Hypercore.
I'm protecting the Hypercore, sir. Don't you worry about it. Ah, they're trying to hit my Fortnite walls. That's too bad. I have many... Oh, what is that? Oh, what the fuck? Is that Jabba's son? Oh, they destroy themselves to try to get in. Oh, that's not going to work for me. No, this blue one's so hard to protect because it's all the way up on this bed. Yes, get these markers. I need more stuff to build with. Yay! Yeah, you're rewarded for exploring. Hey, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck off my shit. Get the fuck off my shit. Am I the only person that gets some Halo gameplay vibes from the game? Yeah, like, it actually does have a bit of a Halo vibe to it. It's very stiff. Not in a bad way, though. I mean, I'm an action figure after all. I'm not going to be super agile. Oh, that's the stock I can get for my gun for accuracy, I think. It's on top of the computer monitor. Wait, was that a scope? Oh, hell yeah. 3 enemies remaining. And they're up on the blue one again. They're up on the blue one. Wait, no, they're not. Oh, there they are. Ew. Reminds me of Roblox hide and seek. Okay, where is... Oh. There we go. Alright. Okay, so F skips build mode. I don't want to do that. So don't hit F. If you play this game.
You think you can win without building your defenses? The loss is on you, soldier.
I'm gonna build my defenses. I'm just trying to get this attachment. Okay, that was dumb. I could not do it. All right, we're building some walls. I need to. Oh, I need to go build walls and stuff around the blue one, and then get the battery. I don't think there's anything else I can build here. Man, that one's kind of a bitch to defend, honestly. Wouldn't be a game without a jump pad. How many batteries were... Ah, there's one. The red one hasn't taken any damage. Oh, fuck, that jump pad sucks. I did that last night when doing the tutorial. Does the game have a campaign? They're adding campaigns later. Currently it's like co-op and deathmatch, but it's sort of hard to get deathmatch going. Because of the lack of players, which really sucks. I mean, I'd love to say everybody go... I mean, this game's on sale right now for like 16 bucks or so. I'd love to say just go buy it because it's cool, and I do think it is cool. But it is sort of lacking players at the moment. Also, I actually did reach out to the company for them to send me a game code, and you know, I'm not an entitled streamer that thinks that I need to get game codes for every game that I think looks cool, but it is sort of, I don't know. I think I would be trying to promote this game a bit more. I might have done like a video on it if they would have sent me a game code, but like as just a consumer, I don't really want to like. I have to be honest with you guys. There's not a lot of people that play this game. And it sucks because this is like one of my favorite sort of aesthetics. You know, I played a lot of Sarge's Heroes growing up, and I love like the Toy Soldiers series of games. I also love the Small Soldiers movie. I watched that as a kid. This one's not getting attacked, so I'm not too worried, but I should have enough points to build a little castle set around it. Yeah, I mean, I might make a video on it just to see if it gets, you know... Maybe it would get more traction. That'd be really cool. But, Oh, the advanced site. What the hell does this do? I don't think there's any way to actually... Whoa, is that a Beyblade? What the fuck? Oh god, there's Beyblades!
The hypercore is taking hits. Soldier, a little bit of
I swear to God.
Remember to jump.
Dude, they got Beyblades! No! Oh god. Oh my god, they really want the red one. I'm sorry. No! Oh, I need to get the, I need to find the turret schematic. Ow! It's, ow! Your Beyblade letting it rip too hard.
Our node has no energy. Look for a battery.
I'll look for a battery, max ammo. By the way, your commander's name is Max Ammo. Well, what the hell? Oh my god. I'm being vigilant. I'm trying. Oh my god, it's kind of hard to do solo, honestly. Oh my god. Okay. Hopefully those don't come up every wave, because that would be super irritating. Alright. Get some build credits. Let's look for collectibles and things that can help us out. What is this? Oh, this is the machine gun attachment. Okay. Thought I was using a machine gun, but okay. Oh, piss. Well, don't tell any zombies YouTubers that, because they're gonna like try to turn that into a video. Just bought it's 20 on Steam, but has a free demo. Nice. Yeah, I mean, the only thing is like I really wish it had, like a larger player base. You know, so like, because I want to be able to like hop in and play team deathmatch, or just deathmatch, I think is what it's called.
I just bought a UWU. It's 20 on Steam, man, but has a free demo.
Oh, I don't have enough build bitches. Shit. I need build bitches. Yo, where my build bitches at? Oh, is that a battery? A fully charged battery. Oh no! Oh, piss. Oh, that's the turret, I think. Nope, shit. So many batteries. Oh my fuck. There we go. Okay. Explosive trap. Oh wait, that's right. You have to find like the turret section to put the turret on. Guess I'll put an explosive trap down. I'll put some of that there. Build these cheap walls to buy myself time. Oh, I don't have much time left. Because now this red one I think is hotly contested. Oh no! Vulnerabilities! This can't be allowed. Is this free on console? It actually is not. This is a, I think it's $20 on Steam. I don't know how much it is. It's on Nintendo Switch and Steam, and that's about it. Which sucks. I think they really should have pushed to have their game on, like, on like Xbox and PlayStation. I think that would have been smart. Try to get Microsoft to put it on Game Pass or something. Yeah, it's only a 5 GB game. Yeah, that's a nice thing about it. Oh my god. Oh, he's fast. I kind of wish you were a little bit more agile. I think that would be a nice touch for the game. Ah, you can't get past my Legos. You're making me nostalgic? Yeah, man, like this kind of... That's what I like about this kind of game, is it really does a good job of that.
Take out the last few.
I think I did a lot better this round than I did last time. Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, we won. Okay. Cold War is stated in the game description. That's interesting. All right, we got a new map. Oh, that's kind of cool. New character skin, Red Menace. New weapon material, Red Menace. Cool. Yeah, my green core died. So now I can do, like, skin, and there's Red Menace. That's pretty cool. I kind of like this one better, though. I also kind of like this one. More. That's way more G.I. Joe-ish. Less Cobra-y, more Joe. What do you think about there not being characters in zombies? I mean, like, I kind of am disappointed about it, honestly. Like honestly, it kind of just feels depressing in comparison to older zombies maps. I mean, like, the new zombies mode is really fun, but the lack of characters does remove a lot of its flavor. Well, there's a map called Operation Alley and Number 2. Oh my god, Number 2's a bathroom. Dude, we go into the potty. Oh my god, we in the potty!
Block the toilet. Just protect the hypercores.
Wait, so what is this? It says I can, like, buy something here? Oh, I can buy attachments from the action figure boxes. That's sick. Hey, Scotty, man. Thank you for the $2, man. I appreciate you. My favorite place, ooh-woo. Good god. Stay out of the bathroom, bud. Okay, I want to build some defenses. But I need to get some things first. I got to learn the layout of this map. Pick up the site.
Sup man, on break RN, almost done with work.
Dude, I hope you've had a good day at work, Scotty, man. Oh, there's actually water in this tub. Oh, there's a little bit of water on the bottom. Gamer Boy bath water.
We're about to lose a hypercore.
What? What the fuck? How am I? It says it still says prepare for wave. What? It says prepare for wave. Why the fuck was my hypercore getting hit? Does it just start out with a couple enemies rolling around? I guess that makes some sense. I didn't realize how much damage it was taking. Oh god, I hope I don't fall in the toilet. Oh, gross. There's actually pee-pee in the toilet. I don't like this game anymore. I'm not a pee-pee boy. I don't like it. Okay, okay, I have enough points now. I should be able to build what I need. Very good. What's the name of this game? What is this game? This is a Hypercharge. I almost forgot for a second. We only have 27 people watching. Am I supposed to go rage at Black Ops Cold War? Then will you watch? It's bullshit. Oh, these are Buildo blocks. Nice. Like, gotta get those Buildo bricks, dude. Yeah. Time to take a bath. Oh! I don't think that's supposed to happen. Okay. Whew. Oh, there's... What the fucking ray tracing? Oh my ray tracing. Alright. Here we go. Next zombie map leak? Oh man, dude, I'd love a zombie map that looks like this.
Bit of advice. Remember to jump.
This is cool. I have a shotgun this time. No. No. Haha, you're trapped. Ow, you fuckers. You Beyblade.
Next zombies map leak 0_0.
Woo, nice. Hey, it's me, Poise Killer, dude. Dude, call him coffee and it's me, Poise Killer. Thank you guys for your dollars, man. Mans and man. I don't know if you're both men. I don't know. Thank you to all fairy tale things.
Power node is low on energy.
I know I need to find a battery. But thank you so much for your donations. It looks like you're going to use Block and Load. I remember hearing about a game called Block and Load. I don't know if I ever played it though. Okay, green needs a battery.
Looks like a game I used to play block and load.
At least we can keep it charged. Not a man. Oh, cool. Okay. Call him donated pounds, you yank. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forget that. I don't pay attention to fake currencies. I'm sorry. Wave. Ooh, now I have a rifle and a shotty. Guess I'll build a poison trap. Oh shit, you know what I should have done? Rebuild my defenses. I gotta repair my walls. My walls don't have the... Whatever. Skipping build mode, who needs it? Hey, Anthony P. He does sound like Torbjorn from Overwatch. There's like a doorbell sound in the background. That's almost eerie. Oh my god, they're already there. Okay, I take out about 4 Beyblades before I have to reload. Also, I like that the ammo you fire is actually airsoft BBs. Oh, is this thing actually filling up now? That's interesting. Oh, I have to reload this. Fuck. Oh god, that hurts. Oh, fuck, piss you. Holy shit.
Quick, protect that hypercore.
Ah, no. No.
Fortify your lines, soldier. The enemy are overpowering them.
I'm sorry. It's not my fault. You gave me nothing. I'm one man. I'm one toy.
You've almost got this.
I've almost got this. Dude, no, I have this. This is mine. Oh, there's an attachment right here the whole time. No, you motherfucker. No. Whew. Oh my god. It's kind of stressful, honestly. It's Captain Fisher Price. Oh my god. Captain Fisher Price. That's awesome. Thank you. Well, nobody's gonna top that in the chat, so we can all just leave now. Oh my god. Oh dude, this I use Head and Shoulders, so that's kind of cool. There's a little Head and Shoulders thing there. Oh, what the hell is that? Is those wieners? Oh, those are the candies. Those are the Habro cherry things. I actually like those. If I was gonna eat a candy, I'd probably what I eat. Oh, this is like an elevator. How do I get it to work? Right? It's like a thing, right? Oh no, I need to build the launch pad down here, maybe. There's gotta be a place where I can build a launch pad so I can get up there on top of the shower curtain, which would be pretty sick, which would be pretty dope, honestly. Okay, let's get this build material here that's up here. Is that a fucking... Why is... Ah. Okay, it's a bipod. I don't know what the difference between the bipod and the flashlight is. I probably should have read it. What game is this? It's in the title. It is Hypercharged Unboxed. Because there aren't a lot of people playing the deathmatch, I am just playing the tower defense mode, where I just sort of build defenses and shoot things. So, how do I get over there? I think it'd be really cool if they added, like, interactable things, so you could, like, maybe, like, swing on blinds. This is so cool. But... Yeah, I did it! Dude, this would be an awesome Doom level. Oh yeah, Doom Eternal is coming to Game Pass for PC, so I'll finally be able to try out Doom Eternal on PC, guys. We'll see how much better I am at it. I've heard it's just miles better on PC, so I'm actually a little bit excited, because I don't love the game, and I want to see if I like it more on PC. Reinstalled World War II, played till I finished my contracts and logged off. Nice. Did you have fun? What is it, a good experience? I'm a goddamn onion mason. You can't peel me. I actually can't do it. I can't really do a Woods voice. I wish I could. That'd be so cool if I could do a Woods voice. What headset do you use? I use Astro A40 TRs. My mantle broke. Dude, they just keep attacking the green one. A battery? Aren't you a battery? Yeah, there you go. Oh my god! Stupid bot. Haha, get some sick flicks. I'm gonna Fortnite. I'm gonna Fortnite. I'll rebuild my defenses.
Power node is out of juice. Power it up, pronto.
Naughty little... There we go. They just keep picking... Stop putting the battery on the floor! I know how to play the game, sir. I'm just not very good at it. What's this? Grenade launcher. So, that's pretty sweet. Favorite toy growing up besides Legos? Everyone says Legos. Oh, dude, I had these, this set of wooden blocks. I didn't mind Lincoln Logs, and, like, Army Men toys. I actually had, like, a set of, like, cowboys and Indians, sort of, like, Army Man equivalents. And I had Lincoln Logs, and I build bases. But I think my favorite toy is probably either my Fisher-Price castle set, like, snappable castle set, where you can, like, piece together castle walls and towers and build catapults and stuff. It was really fun. And then I had just like this big box of wooden blocks I could spend hours with as a kid. Building castles and I think like the big thing was I just would build racetracks for my Hot Wheels cars with big wooden blocks. So yeah, you might have had the same castle thing. I could show like the little guys that came with it were kind of fat and short, and they were pretty cool. I liked it a lot. Is this the new Destiny 2 update? Yes. I still need to install Destiny 2 on console. Cause I don't mind the game with controller, you know, if it's for PvE stuff, whatever. And it's just that I have an issue with its frame rate, and apparently it's now going to run at 60 FPS with an increased FOV. Okay, I'm not too worried about the red power core because I haven't attacked it at all. But I think I'm ready to skip build mode. I hear Highway to Hell. Yeah, I know exactly what the part you're talking about. Oh, this would have been good to grab. Ah, yes. Now they're attacking. I know. Oh, shit. See, like, I think my big issue in the game is how high you jump and when you can mantle. I think it'd be cool if you could, like, dash in the air. What the fuck? Oh my god!
Hypercore is failing. Fortify your lines, soldier. The enemy are overpowering them.
I would love to fortify my lines. Oh god, it's just the blue one left. Oh no. This game's kind of hard. What the fuck? Yeah, I think like a dashing button would actually help this game a lot. And the reason I say that is just because, like, I feel like I'm very heavy for a game where I'm supposed to play like an imaginary action figure. I kind of feel like I could definitely be a little bit more agile. Damn it! Trick shot the last one. Boom. No, it's on Nintendo Switch, but it's not on Xbox or anything. Wow, I got bronze. Fuck, I suck. I mean, I do actually have Killing Floor 1 and 2, which is kind of cool. Okay, so now we have a new map, though. We have Operation Alley. This one looks kind of cool, actually, so... I'll keep playing on this difficulty. At least it keeps the game interesting. Oh, crap. I gotta prepare for the wave.
So your currency and allow you to build defenses. Batteries power your defenses and help aid you in battle. Good luck.
Okay. Okay, so the green one's up here. I like how for their Nerf guns, they clearly are they're basing these off of the Star Wars Nerf guns that they came out with. Very clearly. Flashbacks to Atlas Superstore. You mean one of the best hardpoint maps in the game? I actually had a pretty good game on Superstore yesterday. I thought it was funny, this dude that, like, yeah, that is clearly supposed to be the blaster for the Death Troopers from Rogue One. Anyway, this guy on Twitter who, like, he just kind of takes joy in, like, trolling me over Modern Warfare. But he was talking about how, like, he basically listed off all the things that are so bad about Modern Warfare and how, you know, I could take the L for trying to stream it or whatever. I don't know what he was really trying to say. But I just quote tweeted him basically saying that, oh, had a lot of really fun games last night, actually, so, or last stream, and it was fun. Because I did actually have a lot of fun playing yesterday. Oh, this is a lot like the castle set I had as a kid. A lot like it. I'd love to see if I could jump over there and make it to that little thingy. I feel like the red one's going to get attacked the most. Seeing how it's just sort of out in the open here. There's some more building materials over this way. I think yeah, I think having a slightly smoother movement would make the game a bit better. So I'm a little less weighted. Because, like, I feel heavier than Doom Guy and Doom Eternal. And I kind of... doesn't ruin the game in any way, it just kind of makes it less fun than I think it could be. Ooh, Superstore for Survival. I actually do like it for that. Now that I have the ability to play said mode. Can I jump? Oh, I think those cables are actually could support my little action figure weight. Oh, but I only have 7 seconds before the wave starts. Shit, 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 shit. DI, DI. Oh crap! I can't build now. Oh, I'm gonna say a slur. Oh no. OP, please nerd. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. But there's no dash once you're in the air, which I think is a bit of a miss. What's a good map? Let's see. Okay, so I think the best maps in Modern Warfare might be Hackney Yard. I like the way Crash plays in Modern Warfare, personally. It just plays like COD 4, essentially, but with less spawn trapping. Oh my god, these guys actually shoot back. What the fuck? Ah! What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna actually start getting attacked now. But I think Crash plays pretty well. I'm trying to think of all the maps. Petrograd plays really good in Hardpoint, and I really like Cheshire. I think Cheshire is a really good map. Love Hideout. Candor Hideout, I think is what it's called. Love Candor Hideout. In terms of the launch maps for Modern Warfare, I only think that I really like Petrograd and Grozny Raid. And even those maps weren't exactly perfect. Let's just say.
Can't always win with weapons alone. Build some defenses.
Dude, I'm building defenses as we spec. Are they only going to come through this alleyway? I feel like they are. If they don't have multiple spawn points, this actually might not be as hard as I thought. This could be pretty easy. Shouldn't have said that out loud, though. Streamer moment, am I right? Dude, what if we could live in an alternate universe where streamers would get canceled for denouncing Jesus Christ? Instead of, like, saying some racist shit in their Discord. Always wonder about that. Top 3 favorite Legos, like, in terms, what are you talking about? Bricks, sets, themes? Because no, I kind of like Star Wars, Marvel, Speed Champions, and Ninjago are my favorites, but 10v10 Petrograd? I don't know. I think it plays pretty well in 6v6. 10v10 on 6v6 maps kind of sucks because, like, it just sort of creates a stalemate where I don't really feel like I can move. Because, like, if I flank a lane in 6v6, I'm more likely going to deal with, like, 3 or 4 people if I'm going to deal with a lot. Whereas if I run into a lot of people in 10v10, it could be upwards of, like, 5 to 7 people, which is kind of hard. But I do, anyway, but when it comes to, back to the other question, though, when it comes to, like, Legos, I really want to start getting more Speed Champion sets. Especially of cars that I like to drive in, like, Forza and stuff. Like, I really like to get, like, models of cars that I play with in video games, because that's just kind of fun. Having a Butters moment where he's like, "Aw, I'm a dork, aren't I?" What's this game even about? I defend my... This is my thing, and I defend it. I build shit around it, and then I defend it. Try to pay attention. Hey, Quentin Whaley? Yeah, Quilton Whaley. Quilton? Hope I said your name right. Well, I don't think there's any more building kits around.
Quiet before the storm, soldier. Keep your head on tight. Multiple choppers inbound. Don't worry, soldier. Your air defenses will obliterate them. You have built air defenses, right?
I didn't know air defenses were in the game! So, you fire airsoft pellets in this game. Oh god, it's shooting back at me!
Protect that hypercore.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this might be the end for me. Alright. He's going down. See if we can get it, like... Oh, there's multiple choppers. That's right. Look at that. Wow, he wasn't lying. Those choppers really are multiple.
Soldier, the enemy are overpowering them.
Enemies overpowering what? I like the explosions on these, actually. That's fun. Alright. Shooting back at me. This isn't a swag lobby. That's good. No, I like that. Napalm in the toy shop? Who's gonna buy it, though? Oh my god. 35 kills to get a toy nuke? That'd be pretty sweet. I think also what this game needs is some sort of like specialist ability system. Like if I get a bunch of kills without taking damage or in a short amount of time, I can get like an ability that allows me to just like suplex these fucking toys. Hey, come around the corner. Thank you. Okay, I don't know how to build air defenses. Actually need a lot more build tokens. Oh, there's a whole Pathfinder here I haven't found yet. I don't like these barriers, though. I kind of wish these areas were a bit bigger. Or at least if they would open up during these preparation phases so I could find potentially more things. Hey. What's this about? Stepping on the Lego doesn't do damage. Well, it's not a Lego. It's a Buildo block. It's a Buildo block, so... Check your fucking privilege. +1 flashlight. The flashlight gives you +1 flashlight. You know, that really doesn't help me when it comes to, like, knowing what the fuck that means. This map's really not that dark. I don't think I need a flashlight. You're playing with Rubik Toby on Battlefield 5 right now? Sorry to hear that. He's a weeb, though? Barf. Well, it's too bad I don't know what the hell air defenses are, so I'll just have to shoot them down next time they come. Boom, sorry guys, I'm tired. Also, Boom, I guess I'll be streaming till 4. Hey, that's not me at all. That's not accurate in the slightest. Hey, what the fuck? Hear things walking above me. Aha! A brobot! Oh yay, now they're gonna come from everywhere. Oh fuck. Oh my god. Needed to shoot for the head. Oh my gosh. I'd love to get larger magazines. Okay, I need to buy the shotgun here in a second, because the default machine gun here is not gonna cut it.
Our node has no energy. Look for a battery.
I'll look for a battery! Shut the fuck up. I swear, sir, you are so annoying sometimes. Akira? I have not seen Akira yet, actually. I've heard it's kind of a good watch, though. They had a partial root canal? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But at least pudding's tasty. Hey. Stop that. Get off there. Naughty toys. Favorite anime? Probably Full Metal. If I had to pick one, that's the one I've watched most recent. Like, not most recent. I'm actually really liking Black Clover right now. That's what I'm currently watching. But in terms of overall story and something I've actually been wanting to watch all the way through, it's probably Full Metal. If not Full Metal, then Bebop, because those are like the main animes I've watched recently. I don't watch a ton of anime, to be completely honest. I do like it, but like most anime, in my opinion, is not worth my time, and that's a harsh opinion, I know. Crap, I didn't save up for the shotgun like I said I was going to. Piss. Straight. Yes. Watch Trigun? You a movie fan, Boom? I am, but I don't usually... I feel like I get really behind with movies. I skip and miss out on a lot of good movies that come out. For no real reason. Have you? I don't really watch JoJo, so there's that. Hey, Mr. Raiden. Or Raiden? Whatever your name is. Hello. There's already a battery in there. That's right. Okay. Shotgun stock. Was it over here that I wanted to Yay! Now I have a shotgun. Oh, what the hell is that? What the fuck? That thing just stomped on me.
Power node needs a battery. Find one ASAP. Fortify your lines, soldier. The enemy are overpowering them.
Oh, I'm back to having the default gun? Oh, shite. Oh my god, this game gets fucking intense. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh, okay. No. And I'm dead. Oh my god. Well, shit. Fucking hell, guys. This game gets really hard.
The enemy is destroying your defenses. Do not forget to rebuild them. Hypercore is about to be destroyed.
Okay, the red one's the only one left, so neat. Holy shit. Game looks fun? It is fun. It is. I feel like... Okay. Oh, that was the last round. No wonder it got so fucking hard. Fuck. Yeah, bronze award. Holy shit. I didn't unlock any new maps during that. Is this the only mode? Well, there's supposed to be like a whole thing where you can like find servers, like I don't know, if you go to multiplayer, you try to find a game. Let's see. Yeah, like this joins like a, yeah, there's no players around. So you can join death matches, but can't do much with them. Gamer Boy Bathwater, just if you're on Steam right now, just join my server. I gotta find a scope for this rifle. So I got spawned in with a sniper. Just pretend there are players. Okay. Oh, it's semi. Okay. Big Glug Peppy. Enjoy ice cold. We look at all the reference. If you want me to join, I will. I mean, yeah, just see if you can join my server that I'm in. It's like, here's this Ace monitor, which is nice. Or how about the Sennheisers? Wait, is that actually... Wait. Fuck, Sennheiser's kind of spelt weird. How do you spell it? Is that actually Sennheiser? No. I think it's a Sennheiser. I can't picture how it's spelt in my head. What is this? Peptic Kula? 1v1 on Bog, but it's Lego. Anyone else here eat pie crust? Oh, anyone else here eat pie crust? Well, yeah, of course. Found it, Uwu? Oh, no. He coming in. Dude, bet. He won't join. Forget COD, make this your focus. I mean, fuck COD. Everybody in my subscriber base seems to hate it anyway. Do you think Cold War will die by March? If it isn't given a massive update, then I think so. I think it could very easily die by before March, actually. The multiplayer is already pretty not loved. And it's not just due to lack of maps. A lot of people that I just hate the score streaks. They don't like the gunplay. They don't like its aesthetic. But thank you so much for the $2, Douglas. I do think it's very possible. What the fuck? That event not being able to be entered is bumming me out.
Do you think Cold War will die by March 2021?
I hope Cold War doesn't die by 2021, but it's also like, I'm not seeing a lot of positive reception to it. Oh, just so you know, Gamer Boy Bathwater, if you're trying to join and it'll give you a message that looks like an error message, but it isn't really. Oh, that. Oh, that looks like a scout trooper. That's kind of cool. Click your server. Okay, I'll join a new server. I'll go play. I'll say online game. See if you can find my server. Oh, hey, you think Halo Infinite will release 2021 spring? Honestly, man, I hope so, but I also just kind of hope it releases sooner than that. Like, I kind of want it this winter. But thank you so much for the $2, man. I appreciate you, dude. $4 now. What vehicles and weapons do you want and not want in Halo Infinite? I don't want Promethean weapons.
Think Halo Infinite will release in 2021 spring?
I really don't like Promethean weapons. I think a lot of them are very cheesy. This is a new game? It's relatively new. Oh, let's go to the Toy Palace. Sent you an invite, Gamer Boy. See if we can get in. Warzone this. No. Halo Infinite will have BR. I thought the developer said that was an unfounded rumor. All right. I have no idea where it spawned you. May the best toy win, I guess. Haha! I've destroyed you, Gamer Boy. You've been eliminated. Now everyone will know that your bathwater bloodline is weak. Oh god. I gotta get out of here. Oh shit. Gotcha. Ha. I'm doing it. You gonna stream snipe me, gamer boy? You gonna stream snipe me? Ha 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 ha. Haha, he's new to the game, and I've been playing for hours. Gotta take my dog out so I can only be on for a few minutes. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Aha! You show yourself. Oh god, I'm such low health. No! I got bonked. God damn it. I got an advantageous spawn, to say the least. I'd love to get new weapons. That's what I want to do. Fight me. Hey, I got a sight. Wow, wow. You can melt people with headshots in this game. Aha! Do you get recognized in COD lobbies? Actually, sometimes. Believe it or not. Yummy cherries. I hear him. He's close. I have a shotgun. Pay to win. Aha! Oh god. Oh god, you landed on me. Oh god. Gamer Boy's just letting me look good because I'm streaming. Come on. Where you at? No, I should have. God damn it. No! No, you won't! You won't kill me! Forgive me for what I must yabba dabba do! Ow. Oh god, this thing sucks. Aha! Give me this machine gun. I need health. I gotta get it. Fuck. Modern Warfare isn't clunky. I don't know what you're talking about. Modern Warfare is objectively, like, I say objectively very strongly here. It is not a clunky game. In fact, like, Cold War literally, like, it's more clunky. Like, you have to realize that. Like, go prone. Go prone in Cold War. Try to slide and mantle something in Cold War compared to Modern Warfare. Modern Warfare is one of the loosest, most responsive Call of Duty games we've seen in a long time, man. You're kind of crazy. Oh, you don't want this. You don't want the smoke. You don't want the smoke. Cold War definitely has some better pacing on some 6v6 maps for sure, but like kind of a bad game that's better paced, in my opinion, is not as good as a... Like, I'd rather play a good game that's poorly paced than a bad game that's well paced. How about that? That's a good way to put it. Yeah, but I got a health pack. Where you at? You creepy little lizard. No, I suck. Mounting? Your problem is mounting? Dude, if your issue is a non-issue, then that's lucky for you, man. All mounting does in Modern Warfare is give you the recoil of previous Modern Warfare games. And seeing how, like, you go play Cold War and everybody's head glitching in Cold War, it's like, I don't know, man. Lucky you. Dude, you suck! I'm kidding, that was fun. GG's. Yeah, sorry, I guess you were new. I should have been nicer. It's not really that subjective. Mounting promoted long-range play. I don't think it promoted people to camp, because I'm pretty sure, like, Cold War right now is proving that people will hide in little corners and camp, like, a lot, no matter what. So, I think that's sort of been proven now. Better launch maps? Not really. I don't think Cold War has anywhere near better launch maps. I think the best launch maps in COD history still go to Black Ops 2. Yeah, mounting makes me want to peek a sniper at a distance. Mounting makes me want to lock down a long lane on ground war. It doesn't really make me want to camp. Modern Warfare is a good game and Cold War is bad now? I mean, Cold War isn't very good, so that's just a fact, man. Well, people would... Okay, here's the thing. Do you think people would have not used those head glitches in Shoot House if there wasn't mounting? You think people... If there was no mounting, nobody would be using head glitches. So please explain to me how Black Ops 2, Black Ops 3, Black Ops 4, Infinite Warfare, Advanced Warfare, Call of Duty Ghosts all have people head glitching, dude. It happens anyway. Mounting is literally just... It's a small bonus, but the thing is Modern Warfare has higher on-average recoil than previous COD games. And also, they added a lot more side-to-side recoil. So, it's basically a way to tailor that down. And honestly, I think they should have just left it as, like, you can mount the corners of things. So you can, like, peek. Maybe not sit on top of them. I can kind of get that. But, dude, when my friends and I, like, my last Cold War stream was filled with me fighting head glitchers all game. And they don't need mounting to do that. So, they still do it anyway. So, please explain to me the last 13 years of Call of Duty. And the fact that I've been fighting people sticking their heads in windows and using chest-high cover forever. MW launch maps suck. I kind of agree with that. I really mostly liked Grozny Raid, Petrograd, Hackney. Siege leaning? Maybe. I see no difference between the players except the fact in Cold War gun skill is rewarded for more. It is and it isn't. Also, randomness is rewarded in some ways because of the headshot multiplier. Also, really, DPS is going to be more rewarded than anything. I mean, you guys want to think that, like, longer time to kill means skill-based. That's super fine. You can think that if you want. But, honestly, I'm not noticing a lot of high skill play in Cold War. I'm noticing a lot of DPS abuse. In fact... any of you that were watching my last Cold War stream noticed probably that I was doing quite well with the DMR-14 because I learned how to abuse it. So, no. Joe Stacott isn't the only person designing the video games. He's one person, in the same way that Tony Flame is one person. And Tony Flame, David Vonderhaar, Michael what's his name? Condrey. Michael Condrey, Tony Flame, Joe Saycott. They're single developers. They have entire teams. They all say stupid shit, and they all do stupid shit. But they're single developers. So what are you going to do? Nobody camped in the back of a map with an MP5. If you're gonna critique the game, at least say the right thing. People rushed with MP5s. If you guys watch my live streams about me playing Modern Warfare, like I ran into a lot of gold or platinum Damascus MP5 users pushing and rushing and being sweaty quite often. I don't know what you're saying. Your point about headshots, well, okay, think of it this way, though. Headshots are rewarded, random headshots are rewarded in Modern Warfare, sure, but to a lesser degree than they are in Cold War. Because the difference between a headshot kill and a body shot kill in Modern Warfare is much closer. There's less distance in between those two things. Because the time to kill is generally fast, your random headshot won't be as well rewarded as your random headshot will in Cold War. That's a fact. If your time to kill to the body is 188 milliseconds, but your time to kill to the head is 100 milliseconds, that's not the same thing as 340 milliseconds compared to 200 milliseconds. So I don't think that's very true at all. Armada's a great map too. If you love fighting head glitchers, which I personally don't, it's head glitch fucking city. It's USS Texas. It's hijacked again. It's constantly getting that. The fuck?
I'd do this
I need
through
a 1v1
PayPal,
Gamer
but my
Boy more
PayPal
often,
is being
apparently.
dumb. GG's, boomer.
Holy shit, dude. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Holy shit. Everybody subscribe to Gamer Boy Bathwater. Everybody click on him and click and watch Gamer Boy Bathwater. He has a YouTube channel. He shit posts and he live streams, and I think you should all go there now. Holy fucking $100. Wow, awesome. Well, thank you so much, guys. Holy shit. Well, now I'm just because I'm sort of burnt on the cooperative play in this game. I don't know. I think that's a fun game, but without an actual player base and my friend, like I don't know. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. That's fine, Hat Person.
Dang, man, someday, boom, I will simp so hard.
Dude, some people don't mind less content. Some people don't mind less detail. Some people don't mind that kind of stuff. I do, but that's fine. But no, so I guess I'll just sit here and chat now. Oh, it's me, Poise Killer. Dame simp hard with 200. Oh my god, it's me, Poise Killer. Thank you for the $2, man. God, Gamer Boy Bathwater. I hope everybody that's watching this went to your channel because holy shit. Yeah, Pirates, you don't have to prove that or anything. Anyway, so the thing is, you're telling me it's not a fact. If a headshot rewards you, God, I can't believe I just got fucking $100. Fuck. Why is there a bug in my room? That's interesting. Anyway, so you're saying it's not a fact. If a headshot rewards you with one less shot to kill both in both games, you can't argue it rewards more in one than the other? Exactly, I can. That's exactly what that means. Because the time to kill is $102. Thank you. So here's the idea, right? yeah, Infinity Ward is always more innovative. Yeah, the only time we saw the lack of that was with Infinite Warfare, but they definitely did post-launch content a lot better because they don't have a toxic relationship with Activision. But either way. So either way, right? Okay, Pirates. If you're going to be a troll, like, I don't... Well, just in general, I don't understand the premise. Anyway, so here's the thing. If the time to kill in a game is longer, even if it's if you're reducing by the same number of shots, that's an increase in... Sorry, I'm reading something. If the time to kill is longer, and you can reduce it by the same number of shots. Yeah, it's the same number of shots, but it's a different time to kill. So yeah, there's a giant difference there. What are you saying? I had to think about. I had to think about what you said for a second because I thought maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm wrong because you're reducing the number of shots by the same amount. But the base time to kill is longer. So I don't understand that. A fact, a lower time to kill is equated to compression of skill gap. Yep. Top players in life. Yeah. But there you go. There's the last 13 years of Call of Duty. You figured it out. Call of Duty has always had a fast time to kill. I mean, it used to be way worse. You had stopping power, and you had all of those other elements, right? Like, yeah. Like... No kidding. The skill gap in COD 4 must have been very tiny then, same with Advanced Warfare. But of course that factored in movement, but then you have to ask people whether or not that movement made the game easier or harder. That's kind of hard. No, there isn't. If it takes 3 shots in one game and 3 shots in another, time is arbitrary? Not really. The time to kill is longer in Cold War. You're gonna need an extra shot or 2 on average compared to games like Modern Warfare. Reducing the shots to kill relative to the time to kill in the game is kind of important. Sorry, I'm just changing the name of the stream. I want to stream at least until that little $100 Myconite goes away, because I want that to stay on screen, because, good lord. So, in a game with a longer time to kill, it's going to be more important to reduce the shots to kill, generally. Like, not in every engagement, but generally. So, if the time to kill is generally longer, then you're going to have to reduce that time to kill as much as possible. Which is why I don't think Cold War is going to reward skill. It's not about skill. It's going to be about DPS. That's really what my main point is it's going to be about DPS. So I'm trying to keep track here of my own thoughts, because I'm shifting now from playing an indie game where I play as an action figure to getting $100 to now I'm sort of arguing a nothing sandwich here. The thing is that you have to understand that when you increase that time to kill, the ability to reduce the shots to kill and the time to kill, and that's actually one of the first things I said was milliseconds. So I said it was about time as well. But either way, you're reducing the shots to kill and you're reducing the time. When you reduce the shots to kill, you reduce the time to kill, right? Is that not apparent? So how is Cold War going to be considered more skill-based when people are just going to use whatever weapon subverts the time to kill? We saw this in Black Ops 4. The entirety of the time to kill in Black Ops 4 was negated by the various weapons people abuse. So the Rampart, the Titan, the Auger, the sniper rifles even, and shotguns as well. People would use the shotguns. I mean, we're seeing this in Cold War already. What's the most annoying thing to die by? You guys can answer in the chat. But in my opinion, the most annoying thing to die by in Cold War are these tactical rifles and the shotguns. So you're going to tell me it rewards skill when people are just going to gravitate to whatever kills the fastest. And also when it comes down to it, those random headshots in Cold War are going to be much more detrimental. Because instead of somebody having to hit you 5 times, they're hitting you 4 times. Basically, you're getting a Modern Warfare death in Cold War. That extra shot is important to realize, or important to the sort of the consistency of time to kill and time to die. So when you get randomly headshotted in Cold War, it's going to feel far more impactful. And I proved that. Well, I didn't prove it because I wasn't doing anything scientific. I'll fully admit that. Okay, that's wrong. I did not prove it. But Jason and I felt this when we were playing Cold War, and we fought somebody with a mouse and keyboard that was just beaming us in the head with an AK. And the headshot deaths felt like we were playing Modern Warfare. It felt like we were playing Modern Warfare. Do you guys want to open this up on the Discord? Should I take in callers? Just turn this into an impromptu episode of the Boomcast? Because if you actually have an argument, I'd love to hear it. Yeah, I was gonna say, us OG players, I have my first Call of Duties were Black Ops 1 and Modern Warfare 2, so I don't really know if you're barking up the right tree there. But Pirate's just a troll at this point. If he's an actual, like, genuine fan of the game, I'll be very surprised. Or if he's actually even someone who watches my content. I mean, I don't know. If you want to get in a Discord call, buddy, you want to talk this out. I think people should hear your ability to argue. I think that should be, if you want. Been here since 2006. Congratulations, dude. When I played Black Ops 1 and Modern Warfare 2, back when they were new, so it'd be around 2010, up in through 2011. I didn't have them because they were at my friend's house, but I played them often. I went to his house every weekend and we played them a lot. And then what I did at home is I played COD 3 on my PS2 and COD 2 on my dad's PC. So I've been playing Call of Duty a lot over my years, and your level of expertise is not showing through your opinions in my chat. But hey, Pirate, if you want to talk, what's the Discord? Yeah, Discord's in the description. Want to join in? If you join in and join the here's what we can do. Here's what we can do. We're going to turn this into an impromptu part of the Boomcast, right? So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go here and edit this channel. I'm having to change gears here. I do want a little bit of grace there. I'm changing gears mentally. I didn't prepare to debate or argue about Call of Duty tonight. Do you think age has to do with anything? I don't know. But yeah, Pirate. I don't think Pirate wants to go into the drugs and alcohol working fine for you, Pirate. I've destroyed me frontal lobe. Anyway. So no, if you don't want to be a rude asshole and you actually want to talk to me, Pirate, that's fine. But when it comes to let's see, Kelly Hershaw, You seem nice. We're just disagreeing, and so I'm super fun to talk. I'll be down to talk to you, but I don't think Pirate wants to talk. I don't think Pirate wants to be in the Discord. I think that's the last thing he wants right now. So we'll just not do that. Ghosts is a really boring, dry COD game in terms of like aesthetics and everything. I totally get why people don't like it very much. I do think, however, it's out of like everything this 8th gen, now with the exclusion of Modern Warfare, it's like one of the most complete products you can buy. Because when I go to Call of Duty Ghosts, yeah, so just when you join in, there's gonna be a little. If you join my Discord, there's a channel called Boomcast Waiting Room. Just go ahead and join that, and I can move you into Boomcast on the air. Yes, I will be playing Cyberpunk 2077. I'll be streaming that a lot when it comes out. I've been a troll for a long time, bud. Yeah, you're not cool. Let's see. Why are you ignoring me? Just give me a code and I'll move on. Oh, you want... the code is 1boom. You want ball? It's all caps, no spaces. Code 1boom. Use code 1boom, 20% off plus free shipping. Okay, your name's Bum. Okay. Okay, let's talk. Let's talk here. I want to see. I will tell you though, because it's my stream. This is the only home field advantage I get. If you join this, and you're rude and you're toxic, I don't have to put up with you. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not. If I get a hint that you're trolling, I don't have to put up with you. But I'm so down to talk about time to kill and gunplay and stuff, man. So I can move you to Boomcast on the air. Just gotta make sure also your mic's clear, because if your mic's noisy and there's a lot of background sound, it'll be kind of shitty.
Don't worry, I went to the different room. What's up, boss? Can you hear me good?
What's that?
Anyways, I'm just making sure you can hear me good.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Anyways, back to the point. So what you're talking about is a meta, and you're saying this gun, this gun. So the time is arbitrary when it comes to shots to kill. So even if the time was 1 millisecond and I shot you 3 times, or 5 milliseconds and I shot you 3 times, if the reward for hitting a headshot is 1 less shot to kill, in each game, because the average time to kill is higher or lower, it would not matter the time, because the reward is less shots to kill, making it arbitrary what time you have. That's not the point. The skill gap is compressed by lower times to kill. That's the reason why in this game versus the other game, for instance, so Modern Warfare versus Cold War, you don't have too many people complaining about how the skill-based matchmaking, well, really performance-based matchmaking, it is as rough. Because as that skill gap is compressed, the top echelon player can't shit on you as bad as the low echelon.
That's why I didn't mind crossplay being on in Modern Warfare, because the time to kill is so fast. I didn't really mind, because it's like if I get a drop on a PC player, I get a drop on a PC player. I don't really care. But in Cold War, you know, when an enemy doesn't flinch and an enemy has a long time to kill, yeah, there's more calculations that go on. There are more variables that can happen in that gunfight, and there's also, it requires a bit more meticulous aim to take out somebody. I fully agree that like Cold War on paper is like a higher skill game in the sense that, yeah, when you shorten the time to kill and you make it easier to kill, obviously you've compressed the skill gap, and you've made it easier for a good player to compete against a good player to compete against a bad player, but also vice versa. But the thing is there's one thing to factor in there. Good players don't like fighting. Sorry, bad players still don't like super fast time to kills. They also have a lot of trouble with that. So I'm friends with two people.
Whoa.
I'm not done.
You can't say that, because in your video, this is in your video. I watch your content, my guy.
Yeah.
I have to stop you here. In your video, you had a whole video about hardcore.
Yeah.
And why people had hardcore. And your argument in your video was people like hardcore because it's easier. So therefore, bad players.
It's not the argument. It's not the argument.
In that video?
Those arguments were that hardcore did not take more skill than core mode. And then I listed the reasons why. It's
exactly.
a subtle yet important difference, don't you think?
Not too much.
No?
More bad players in hardcore. Why? Because you don't have to keep your reticle on target as much.
Yeah.
So a good example of this point would be, like you said, Advanced Warfare. Let's use Advanced Warfare. You can use any.
I still gonna get to make my point. I still get to make my
go
point.
Ahead, go ahead.
I'm friends with I'm friends with 2 players that are pretty average at COD. Very average at COD. They have below 1 KDs even. So they're not very good.
Mm-hmm.
And they really don't actually like fast time to kills. They also don't like overly slow time to kills. Do you know what's funny about bad players? They don't like dying. They don't like losing gunfights no matter what. Because if it's at a slow time to kill, then they feel like they're fighting a bullet sponge. And if it's a fast time to kill, they feel like they're getting framed. In fact, my buddy last night, love him to death. He knows that he's a casual COD player. You want to hear you know what his main complaint is? Do you know what the main complaint of any bad player I ever play with that's on my friends list is? Getting melted. Getting melted.
Yeah.
Getting melted. So then so the reason they don't mind hardcore is because in hardcore, everybody's melting. That's the difference between core and hardcore. So it's not exactly a good comparison. You see, in core mode, when you get melted, you sort of, I feel like, this is what I've detected, is that people feel like they're getting cheated when they get melted in core mode. In hardcore mode, they don't mind because they know that they can one-shot somebody across the map with a Desert Eagle. So they don't really care. They expect to die instantly. That's where hardcore comes in. You expect to die to little to no skill, and you can get kills with little to no skill. It's all about first shot accuracy. And it's not just time to kill and shots to kill. So the other thing is aim. So in Modern Warfare's core mode, you can 2-shot somebody to the head with the 1911. 2 shots. In hardcore, you can. Yeah, and then in hardcore, you can 1-shot them to the knee. So there's not just a difference in time to kill. There's a difference in accuracy requirement. So going to Cold War definitely has a higher accuracy requirement because you have to be more persistent when the time to kill gets longer. So the time is not irrelevant. Shots to kill and time to kill are not. One is not separate from the other. If you increase the shots to kill,
you just made it irrelevant. You just made it irrelevant. I hope you understand this. Your point was shots right now, not time. What you just said.
Shots are. Do you think the bullets come out irrelevant to time?
No, listen to me. The number is the number. Time is irrelevant. So look, you have to look at things by ratio, my guy. Just like this. For example, when you look at things like by ratio. So WNBA players, let's go give you a quick example. WNBA players, right? They want to be paid more, right? The best WNBA player gets paid 3% of what the company is making because the WNBA doesn't make that money. Do you know how much LeBron makes? 3% of what the NBA is making. It's the same example. So you have to go by ratio. The time is irrelevant. The number of money is irrelevant. The percentage of it is relevant. The percentage of this being the shots. So for example, 3 shots, like I said, in Modern Warfare, your example was knee and to the head. That's an accuracy.
What's the fire rate of the weapon that's killing in 3 shots?
In Modern Warfare? That doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter? The rate of fire doesn't matter?
Listen, it doesn't because all the guns are balanced in relative to each other. It's a ratio thing, my guy. It's just how numbers work. I can't break the law of numbers. So for example, if everybody on the Earth moved 1 speed, and then everybody on another planet moved another speed, them socking each other on that planet is going to feel just like the other people socking each other on this planet.
But it'd probably take them longer to get to their destination if they started walking at the same time, huh?
But they're 2 different planets. Like, they're 2 different games. That's what I need you to understand. If they were in the same game, for example, if you took all Modern Warfare's guns and put them on Cold War, just use all Modern Warfare's guns. You get what I'm saying?
It's shots to kill that matters.
Shot to kill matters.
So why did the pro players run the Odin?
What do you mean?
Why didn't the pro players run the Odin?
Because there were other guns that killed. What do you mean?
Why didn't they run?
It's relative to the game.
It's shots to kill.
It is shots to kill. It's relative to the game, though. Okay, for example, you're running that. For example, why are LMGs all banned in all the Call of Duties? If you want to use pro examples, why are all the LMGs banned? What's the reason?
I still want an answer as to why they didn't use the Odin if it's shots to kill.
And pros did use the Odin in Warzone, by the way. So don't get it wrong.
Oh, in Warzone. Okay, no, okay. Well, that's a whole different.
So that's what I'm saying. So
that's a different planet.
Exactly.
Dude. We're not talking about battle rails.
Thank you for proving my point. Thank you for proving my point. You keep jumping to other different things to prove a point in one mode.
What? No, I'm only focusing on 6v6 I'm only talking about.
You're not, because
Yes,
you're
I am.
not only focused on
I'm talking about
6v6 because you jumped all the way to hardcore.
You brought over to hardcore.
I didn't bring it over to hardcore.
Yeah, you did.
I've been keeping it between
you
Modern Warfare and Cold War.
You corrected me in saying
I used your own video against you.
Yeah,
yes.
It was about hardcore. So I explained to you my hardcore point, and then we're moving on to a new point now.
No, you didn't. No, you did. First of all, you never established that, and second of all, you didn't even prove your hardcore point. You just said my friends feel this way. I can give you a subjective argument too. No. I have a bunch of below arguments.
You're looking at my stuff in a vacuum, and not. You're looking at my stuff in a vacuum and not in like my response to you. Okay? My point has never been during this conversation about hardcore until you brought up my hardcore video, in which case then you actually you showed that you didn't understand the video.
Didn't understand what the point of your video was, hey, why
that hardcore is not harder than core. Hardcore is not harder than core. Yes.
It's easier, right? So the players who want an easier game play hardcore. Right?
Yeah, because
that's the point I just made.
But then that's when I had to bring up the fact that the reason my argument in hardcore is you can compartmentalize it away from my argument in core mode is that in core mode people don't like getting, because you said that bad players go to hardcore.
But you're saying subjective. You're saying subjective. Bad players do play in hardcore.
They do.
The skill gap.
Why is that
was my point,
that?
And you're acting like I didn't make that point.
Why did I say that they liked hardcore?
Because it's one shot to kill almost all the time.
Yeah, so you don't. So when you get melted, you expect to get melted, right?
Right, just like in Modern Warfare, when you get melted, you expect to get melted. I never got to my point. You're talking to a dude who has Damascus, getting dark matter right now. I play these games. I have a 1.6 in this new Call of Duty.
Cool.
That's pretty good around over here. You know. I play these games a lot, dog, and I'm telling you right now, Modern Warfare felt like hardcore in previous Call of Duty games.
No, it didn't.
All the time.
Not statistically.
All the time.
Not statistically.
All the time. Oh, you said feel. You're using a lot of feel.
Well,
are we gonna keep this? Listen, hear me, bro. Before you. Are we gonna talk about feels, subjective arguments, or objective arguments? You can't say I feel like this.
I feel like a good conversation would contain all of those things, wouldn't it? And then I'll define what statistic, and I'll explain to you.
Well then start explaining. Don't just be like,
I am.
And caveat in the middle. You just caveat in the middle of what I was saying, like, not statistically. So you can't just flip the script when you want. Yeah, you must explain your point and then flip the script.
Well, this is now a different topic. We're not talking about what noobs like anymore. We're talking about the time to kill of Modern Warfare, are we not?
No.
We're not talking about the time to kill of Modern Warfare anymore.
No, we're talking about...
Then you pick the topic so that I can then cater to you in that way, because you're getting confused when I change topics.
Because you're changing topics. I don't know how many people you talk to.
You're getting a little confused.
There's no confusion here. You can't just change topics in the middle of a conversation when you see fit.
Yeah. You interrupted
me. And then I gave you your chance, to speak, and then I got off that point. This is going to be recorded. I'm not really...
go for it. Go for it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I know. So I gave you your chance to speak, and then you flipped again.
So what do you want to talk about?
The same point that I came here and talked about. The parameters are simply as this.
Okay.
Cold War is a higher skill gap game. And I can give you objective points to the reason why it's a higher skill gap game. You're trying to say that it's not higher a skill gap game.
I think
that's what I came in the chat talking about.
I think
on paper. On paper, in reality, it is.
No.
It is in reality.
How much skill does it take to land a single burst with the AUG?
The same amount of skill it takes to land hip fire from 20 meters out with the M4. How much skill does that take?
You're hip firing people at 20 meters?
I'm just saying I've had it happen to me in Modern Warfare multiple times. Every gun there's crutch guns. And I'm telling you, the meta in Cold War... Are you bringing up a
subjective experience, or are we talking about the statistics of the time to kills?
That is statistically that can happen.
You can...
Drifter has videos on it. There's more people... What do you... Listen to what I'm saying before you interrupt.
Can we listen? Can we ask the chat? Did you guys go into Modern Warfare now and hip fire somebody at 20 meters? Tell me how many shots
listen, dog. You can't throw your chat on me. Are we having a conversation or not, dog?
We are, but I think you got a little hyperbolic there. I don't think anybody's hip firing at 20 meters with the M4.
It's happened to me multiple times. It's happened to multiple players. It's the M4. That's just the gun rewards this.
Oh, so no
tight nails on the hip fire.
I think people at 20 meters are aiming down sight.
Okay.
I don't
No,
think, I don't
all
think
right,
they're
but
hip firing at 20 meters. That's
you say I think. Anyways, as I continue, explain to me how you're saying that Modern Warfare is equal or greater than skill than Cold War.
I never
Explain
made
that point to
point.
me.
I never made that point.
So you said on paper it takes more skill. What are you trying to say then? The skill is less or more? It's got to be less, more, equal.
I'm sorry, I actually misunderstand. What did you ask? Did you ask whether? Ask that again.
I'm
asking. Ask that again.
I'm asking. Let me go slow for you, dog. How Modern Warfare takes equal, more, or less skill than Cold War? Make your point.
Oh, okay, that's easy. Modern Warfare has an easier sense of gunplay because it's not as important to go for headshots because the time to kill is already so fast. Weapons have easy to control recoil. Generally fast time to kill. So I'm going to say Modern Warfare is easier. The problem is that Cold War isn't more skill based.
So what skill is required more than Cold War? What skill do you need?
Well, I'm not saying Modern Warfare is more skill. I'm not saying Modern Warfare is more skill based.
Okay, if you're saying it's easier and it's not more skill based,
I'm saying Cold War isn't more skill based. I'm saying Modern Warfare's gunplay is statistically easier than Cold War's. Modern Warfare's gunplay is, but Cold War is not more skill based than Modern Warfare.
So it takes the same amount of skill to play Cold War and Modern Warfare is what your point is.
Say that again?
It takes the same amount of skill to play Cold War and Modern Warfare is your opinion right now.
No, I don't think that either. I think they require different skills.
Does it?
I think
why are you requiring? Which one requires more skill overall? Why are you dodging the point?
Which one requires more skill overall?
I understand that you like the game. Yes.
Well, no, I mean, what's the point of that question? I thought we were talking about different planets.
The point. What do you mean? The point of the question is simply.
Is it relative to the game, or are these comparable, or are they different planets?
You're comparing them.
Oh yeah.
You're comparing them.
Uh-huh.
And I'm giving you this. Don't be a little kid and try to talk over and use. Listen, you comparing them. You just said it's an easier game to play, and then previously you just said it takes more accuracy to play.
It would if the AUG didn't exist and the M16 didn't exist and the SPAS 12 didn't exist and the Howard didn't exist. Then it would take more skill.
So,
but you see, when you increase the time to
kill,
it
doesn't take more skill. So you're saying it doesn't? No.
Oh, so you really want a flat black and white comparison between Cold War and Modern Warfare? I thought we were having an interesting conversation.
We are having an interesting conversation, but you keep trying to talk over me. I'm asking you a question and you're ducking the question.
You want
just answer the question and then move on.
You want a blanket?
There is no blanket response.
No, that is a blanket response because
I'm not asking yes or no. You've given me these points and you're trying to talk over me. You're giving me these points.
You've talked over me too, man. We're doing this.
But listen to me. I'm asking for a response to this question, and you go on to another planet. Stay within the question, dog. That's all I'm asking you, man. It's not that simple.
Okay.
Stay within the. It's
so
why.
The question is. The question is. I want to define your question here. Because I don't think
I repeated it 3 times.
I don't think there's a good answer for it. So okay, give it to me one more time, please.
I do think there's a very complex and complete answer for this question.
Okay.
I think you're just
restate it.
Boycotting further questions. The question is simply this: which game requires more skills? And let me help you define it.
Skill or skills?
Skill or skills.
Skill or
doesn't matter. Overall skill. Overall skill.
And I'll give
you. And I'll give you some reference points. Accuracy, movement. You know about game design, right? I watch your videos. Sometimes you get a little subjective. Game design. You know about game design. Movement. How these factor in to which game requires more skill. In the sense, for you, dog. In the sense, because I thought this was applied. If an average skilled player in FPS games were to play both games, which one would he have an easier time playing and he could excel in? Does that clarify the question for you?
Yeah, okay. So which one takes more skill? Which one would be easier for a non-skilled player? So just essentially which one is the easier game, which one's the more skill-based game?
Exactly.
Fuck, I don't know.
Well, for the chat, since think that's a lackluster answer. I can explain both sides of the fence.
Well, okay, no, for the chat, I'll explain why I don't think either of us are going to know. So, when it comes to learning the maps, okay, what game has easier to learn maps?
I think either the maps in the sense of easier to learn, the Treyarch game has easier to learn maps in 6v6 multiplayer because they are smaller maps. Simple Science is if it's a smaller area, it's easier to remember.
Yep. Okay, so then what game requires more technical knowledge to customize your class?
What technical? It's because Modern Warfare lies to you on the stat page all the time. But Cold War does too, right? Yep. And then Cold War, you have to be savvy enough to be like, oh, I can click the advanced stats to know what this does, this percentages. Because Call of Duty still has these arbitrary bars in Call of Duty, which is stupid. Yep. Anyways, I would say if we're talking not a low skill player, an average player, if they knew to look at the Cold War stats, it'd be easier to know what to put on your gun in Cold War if they looked at the stats and the numbers. But a caveat to that is in Cold War, bullet velocity matters so much more in Modern Warfare. In Modern Warfare, you could put kind of whatever attachment you're on, your gun's still going to shoot pretty fast, pretty far. Yep. Because they already balanced it for Warzone before Warzone had come out. With Cold War, they've already took that in account, and they don't want submachine guns beaming across the map like the MP7 did in Warzone. Uh-huh. I think that's why they're balancing it that way. So, in that sense, it's kind of even in both cases. Because in Modern Warfare, I know personally, this is a subjective thing. A lot of my friends I play with, they're not the best. I always talk about stats. We goof around all the time. But they put things that they think feel good on the gun, like it just feels good. Like, for example, with the M4, they put the submachine gun mag. They're like, oh my God, it shreds. Mm-hmm. When I statistically know that thing is booty.
The submachine gun rounds for the M4?
Yeah.
It kills it in 3 shots at 1,000 rounds per minute.
They're not good. Relative to other guns in the game. They're not good.
What other gun kills in 3 shots with 1,000 rounds per minute?
Damage ranges matter, my guy.
Well, yeah, but if you played it to its
strengths. You know what I'm saying?
You have to play it to its strengths.
No. That's what I'm saying. But they think it shreds in general, like it's the regular M4. They're like, oh my God, it's a map. That's just like one of them. I'm wrong.
So when it comes to answers, it's 4 shots to kill at 1,034 rounds per minute. That's my bad. And its base time to kill is, which by the way, says shots to kill and time to kill are important. It's 174 milliseconds if you land upper chest shots in its effective range. Mm-hmm. So 174 milliseconds.
It still sucks.
Well, that's not. It's not.
You have to be really close. What are the meters? What are the meters? That's what really matters. What is your effective damage range? Where can you do that chunk of damage?
What's the effective damage range of the Fennec?
The Fennec has a high fire rate.
Yeah, so does the 9mm.
So the DPS, nah, not like the Fennec. Be honest, the 2 different rows of fire rates.
Well,
the Fennec will melt
the Fennec is 1,111 rounds per minute. The M4 9mm is 1,034 rounds per minute. That's not that big of a difference.
So which one's gonna win every time? Since you want to keep bringing this map, and I'm trying to continue my point. Which one's gonna win every time?
4 shots to kill at 174 milliseconds. The Fennec is 4 shots to kill at 162. So potentially it could win, but then we have to then you have to take into account bullet velocity and range.
No, you don't. Not in 6v6.
No, I thought we had
maybe the Fennec. Maybe the Fennec. Maybe the Fennec in 6v6.
But anyways, you're
missing my point, dude. You're getting me off my point, dog. I don't know why you're going to this arbitrary argument. Can I finish what I'm saying? God, Lee, Jesus Christ, what are you even getting on about, my guy? With shots to go. I'm finishing my point. You asked me a question. Can I answer it? This is what I'm talking about. Can I answer it, my guy?
Yeah, go for it.
Jesus Christ. Back to what I'm saying. In Cold War versus Modern Warfare, you can kind of put anything on your gun in Modern Warfare, and you'll still have good bullet velocity, and your gun's still going to shoot straight. And there's average less recoil in Modern Warfare. Whereas in Cold War, you can't just put anything on your gun. You need to be more technically savvy to know what to put on your gun, rather than in Modern Warfare, you can kind of put almost anything in your gun.
Yeah.
So that answers your point. Next question. You had another question. I don't know.
Wait, you had already said that.
That was your question. No, you
said I interrupted you. You just told me I interrupted you and truffed you up. But then when you finished your sentence, you just made the same point you already made just before I interrupt. Well, change.
Yeah, but I was in the middle of talking.
Okay.
Jesus, come on, dude. We gotta have some human etiquette, you know. Come on, come on now. I thought we were getting away from talking over each other.
You're having a different conversation than I am because I'm rather chill.
You asked me the question. You literally asked me the question, my guy.
Well,
and I just wanted to answer it because we just got into the thing.
Okay, well maybe you can see maybe you can see the grander point that I've been making since the beginning here. And the reason I wanted you to restate your question 3 times.
What?
It's a multivariate equation, and like you said, video games are on different planets, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they all have their own metas and everything.
Right.
They would the same game over and over. It'd be like
so the meta is important.
Yeah.
So do you consider people abusing high DPS weapons that subvert the time to kill, the longer time to kill, and basically replace it with a faster time to kill? Because that's essentially what happens when you.
But it's a different. So for example, I get what you're going here. You mind asking?
No, I haven't finished talking.
Okay, go ahead, boss.
So the thing is that. The reason I said that Cold War is not more skill-based is because the people that are doing well right now aren't landing accurate, pinpoint shots. They're not going for headshots. They're using whatever gun out-TTKs everything else. So, and the reason that's important is because in a game with a longer time to kill, there is a bigger difference between the fast killing weapons and the slow killing weapons. There's a bigger difference when you increase the time to kill. There's a reason that people don't often use the AR in Halo. They use the weapons that kill faster. There's a reason the R101C is the most used gun in Titanfall. It was until they nerfed it.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your Halo point. Like you said, it's a multivariable question.
Right.
And
it would
Halo,
depend on engagements, but in general.
We're going to talk about them. Yeah. In general, it's simple as Halo. That's why you have a sidearm, you have a regular. So in Halo, for example, we have power weapons. Completely different meta of thing.
Yep.
Since they're on different planets, I'll go to this planet for you. In Halo...
Well, that was a bit of a drive-by point. I don't want to get hung up on Halo's meta. What I'm saying is that...
Okay.
No, so what I'm saying is that on average, you would rather... I mean, and also this is a very subjective thing because in Halo, I don't like using the AR. Even in close range, I'll keep using the DMR or a BR and try to land headshots. I'm a weird psychopath for that. So that's definitely subjective. But here's the thing. The reason I don't think Cold War is skill-based, I think this is where we're either disagreeing or completely miscommunicating, is that on paper, because of the longer time to kill and the headshot multiplier and the lack of flinch, it should be more skill-based. But we're not seeing a longer time to kill. We're seeing people use whatever kills the absolute fastest, which is and so do you agree that there's when the time to kill gets longer, there's a bigger difference between the meta high DPS fast killing weapons such as the AUG or the Gallo in close range, something like that, and the more mediocre weapons. There's a bigger difference between the meta and non-meta weapons when the time to kill is longer, right?
Yeah, I'll give you that point. Yeah.
So that's why I say it's not as skill-based. That was my point that I made before I was still playing Hypercharge.
But I have a caveat to that.
Uh-huh.
Call of Duty players will, in any game, people will always abuse the highest DPS gun.
But there's the bigger difference.
In every game.
It's the big,
right?
So in Modern Warfare, it was actually very perplexing to me in Modern Warfare that people gravitated to the same 3 guns so quickly. Like the M4, the MP5, the 725. And then even their off-meta... I asked somebody one time what their off-meta pick was, and they said the Kilo, as if that's an off-meta gun. It's incredible. It's low recoil, high damage. Like, it's guns that kill quickly with very little effort required. I always thought that was weird. Because if you go into Modern Warfare, you are going to be able to kill with just about everything. The time to kill is pretty generous. Even the guns like the Scar, which are garbage, like, you can still 2-shot headshot somebody with across the map. So, what I'm saying is in Cold War is that I don't see high skill play. If I enter close quarters engagements and I just get peppered by a semi-automatic shotgun being hip-fired like a madman, like, okay, neat. Guess I'm dead. That person took so much skill to do that, right? Or if I get one burst by an M16 while I'm landing multiple hit markers with an XM4, that's super great. You know, I mean, burst rifles were more balanced when there was flinch because you could knock a really high power... Because if burst weapons kill slowly, they're pointless. So they have to have them kill quickly. So that's why flinch was important. is so you could
Yeah,
knock
margin
somebody.
for error. They need margin for error.
Yeah, so that's the thing is like, so if you're firing a burst in Cold War and I'm hitting you while your burst is coming out, I'm not actually decreasing the accuracy of your burst. And that's a problem because that means I get multiple hit markers and then I die. So the reason I've been enjoying Cold War recently is I just use the DMR 14 and I spam the trigger and I kill people incredibly fast. Because again, and also because it's Call of Duty, they're not going to have a semi-automatic or a burst weapon kill slowly. Otherwise, it wouldn't feel like COD. It would feel clunky if I had to land 2 to 3 bursts or 4 or 5 shots with my M14. So what I'm saying is that Cold War, yes, on paper should take more skill, but all I'm going to see is DPS abuse. All I'm going to see is DPS abuse. Whatever is the easiest to use weapon will rise to the top and stay there for much, much longer. People found out the AUG was powerful in Cold War within the first 5 days, and I haven't stopped dying from it since. And also, the amount of people head glitching and camping shouldn't be there. I do think Cold War has better pacing than Modern Warfare. Actually, I said this in my what I liked and didn't like when I compared the games. And Cold War does have better pacing, but my friends and I, every time we play, we're going up against armies of people, showing as little of their head as possible, and one bursting us or killing us with DMRs or sniper rifles or whatever can kill faster, and then in close range engagement, subverting the gunfight with shotguns. And so what I see is people, well, they're not comfortable with the game yet. The game hasn't been out very long. And that's why it's really hard to narrow down what game is going to end up taking more skill. Because first of all, Tony Flame has to provide to us his mystical ideal time to kill he was blabbing about on Twitter, which is like, yeah, no shit, you're going to nerf good guns and buff bad guns, I guess. Like, that's basically what all his tweets said. But until we see that play out, it's going to be hard to deduce. I think Cold War is simplistic in some ways. I think, for instance, the weapon customization, you're either customizing your gun to be versatile, long range, or close range at any given time. And without a lot of drastic feel changes to the weapon. I feel like most of my guns in Cold War are either going to have, I'm just going to build them for low recoil and larger magazines. And so I don't find it to be very complex. And in the same way as Modern Warfare, I complained a lot during Modern Warfare about the 60 and 50 round magazines on the assault rifles, because I thought, oh, that's cool. If you miss 30 rounds, you have 30 more, which fucking drove me up the wall. Because it would be very annoying to get shot at by an M4 user, and he could theoretically miss 30 times at long range against multiple different opponents, and then when he gets to you, he still has 30 rounds, which is bullshit to me. So, again, I think Modern Warfare is easy in the sense that the guns kill quickly, and that does help newer players to a degree. But at the same time, the reason I brought up the subjective story, thank you, Spartacus. The reason I brought up the subjective story with my friends,
thumbs up, medium
is that
light skin tone, thumbs up, medium light skin tone.
Fucking emoji readout. The when it comes to newer players or bad players or average players that just don't do very well at Call of Duty generally, they just don't like dying. They just don't like dying in general. And again, the reason hardcore is important and why it's a separate subject is because hardcore, everybody's melting each other all the time and it's expected. Now, you and I might expect to get melted in Cold War, or sorry, in Modern Warfare. We might expect it to get melted because we know how fast the time to kill is. I mean, if I go to Exclusive Ace's DPS chart, the MP5 can drop me in 144 milliseconds. You know, that's kind of like blinking your eyes. So
yeah,
I totally expect that. And the thing is that I think a good player up against a bad player, which is sort of like where I think the meat of this conversation is. That's sort of the core of all of these skill-based conversations that I see happening, is what happens when a good player is rewarded and a bad player is punished for being bad. And a good player has a higher chance of losing a gunfight when the time to kill is fast and guns are intuitive and snappy, and you can die in, again, 144 milliseconds. You know, I'd probably be able to, Exclusive Ace is much better at Call of Duty than me, and I could probably kick his ass a couple times with the MP5 on a gunfight to gunfight basis. Would I win the war? Probably not, but I could definitely win a few battles, and it wouldn't be terribly hard for me, even if my gun skill isn't as good as his. And now, so that's the thing. In Cold War, if I was to fight Exclusive Ace, I think he'd win a lot more than me. He's a more accurate player, and the game would reward him. The problem I have is that if we were playing Cold War and he was, let's say, okay, we're just MP5s again, I think he'd win. But let's play a version of the game where people are using different weapons. I think he would be very frustrated trying to use an MP5 against me using an AUG or an M16 or DMR14. I think he'd have a lot of trouble with that because I think he would get tired of starting to land shots and then being melted before he can actually finish his time to kill. And there would be so much more required of him than there is of me.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to have to go for headshots. He's going to have to be faster than me, and my weapon's going to carry me. So that's why I don't think, in its current state, obviously, Cold War is not a more skill-based game. I think we're going to see a lot of DPS abuse. And this is why I was, on my last episode of the Boomcast, this person was talking to me about shotguns and how they're just as bad in Modern Warfare. Well, I thought that was kind of bullshit in a lot of ways.
No. They're not just as bad in Modern Warfare.
Yeah, well, because that's the thing is, like, in Modern Warfare, they weren't secondaries. In Modern Warfare, there's a faster time to kill. And I told him, if I had to fight an overpowered shotgun, I'd rather do it in a game with a faster time to kill, that will require less effort on my part, because God fucking, you know that the shotgun's going to require a lot less effort on his part. So that's why this topic, that's why I had to answer with, when I finally realized your question, I had to answer with, I don't fucking know. It's a multivariate thing. Now, okay,
Hello?
so in Cold War, here's what I'll give you. Here's my definitive answer. In Cold War, if two people are fighting with the XM4, I think that is a more skill-based game. And if you took that into Modern Warfare, even let's say if you could like put the same map in Modern Warfare, so it's like not even the map's not even a factor, just gunplay. We're just talking about strict gun skill beating the other player. We have two XM4 players fighting each other in Cold War and two M4 players fighting each other in Modern Warfare. I think Modern Warfare is the easier game to play in that scenario. I do think that. I think it requires less accuracy. I think it requires more reactionary skill than actual persistence and quality of aim. But the reason I can't state that Cold War is just a higher skill game is because in Cold War people aren't using the same guns. They're abusing guns already. After the M16's nerf, man, I spent an entire stream getting 1 bursted to 2 bursted across maps like Armada from a head glitcher. And I just spent the entire match spawning, seeing his head, and dying before I could even feasibly react. And it was very little effort on his part. And I felt very cheated trying to use like something like the Craig or the MP5 even, because I felt like I had to actually land consistent and persistent shots, whereas he needed to land a single burst. So in its current state, I don't think Cold War is a more skill-based game, but I wouldn't go as far as to say I'm smart enough or good enough to compare the games directly, unless you had a scenario where it's equal footing amongst both players. And unless it's that, I don't know. Because in Modern Warfare, when you start to, you debalance it, and you take away that scenario of 2 guys using M4s, you talk about, the craziness of the meta. You have MP5s fighting M4s and Odins and Scars and Bisons and whatever. When you factor all that in, I do think Modern Warfare is the more level playing field game because, again, the time to kill is faster. And I think if you were going to rank FPS experiences by how easy they are and how flattened they are, I would think that Cold War and Modern Warfare are hard to compare, and then hardcore modes are even harder to compare. Like, hardcore mode is the ultimate equalizer because, again, everyone's getting shot in the foot and dying and expecting it wholeheartedly. Whereas in, core modes, at least you have the subconscious or conscious anticipation that the person you're fighting has to land multiple shots into you and track you while you're moving, instead of just catching you in the shoulder with an AK and sending you to the respawn screen. So
that's what I wanted to get at.
Yeah.
Your points are, I think you're making very valid points, dude. I completely agree. I'm 20 plus days in Modern Warfare. I honestly feel that. Like, you go in a search, and if I wanted to suit up with the Bison versus the whole team full of MP5s, there's a shot there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Yeah. But in Cold War, I think the movement plus that higher damage profile helps in a sense. So even in a burst game, mechanically a burst rifle, you have to hit every shot in the burst, right?
Yeah.
And I've seen, from my experience, we have different SBMM lobbies, but from my experiences, no matter whether they're using AUGs or not, there's people rushing. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. There's people rushing with the MP5 because they're saying that, hey, my gun skill is better than you. Even if you have that burst locked on me, my movement plus this gun is going to beat your gun. And the fact that you have to tank your movements now is my gun. That is the equalizer I'm seeing. That's when I mean that gun skill is rewarded. So in Modern Warfare, for example, if you want to go to shoot house, top left window, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have a shot. It's like a 50-50. The guy in the top left window, you could beam him, right? But if he's playing at the same level you're playing, he's going to win that fight every time. He has the vantage point and everything, right?
Yeah.
Right? And you're going to have to move, you know what I mean? You have to go around or something. Whereas if that situation happened, let's go to that same map. Let's put Modern Warfare guns. Someone has an AUG there. There's an opportunity for him to miss some of that burst because you have so much extra health. Because of the damage numbers. You know what I'm saying there?
Yeah.
So the MP5 user is going to be able to get closer, then closer. And if you miss another burst, now you're in a spot where you're like, man, if I miss this last burst, he's going to beat me. That's what I like. And I think that's what's rewarded in this Call of Duty versus Modern Warfare.
I don't want to.
A lane can be.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to like. I don't want to. I don't want to rag on like a hypothetical because I see what you mean. Yeah, when you miss every time you miss a burst, an enemy's getting closer. I don't see many COD scenarios where. I personally see a lot of COD scenarios where people are just missing as an enemy gets closer, and then it's like, oh no, I'm screwed. I mean, that's the situation in Shoot House. Then if I was in that position, you just watch.
Well, for example, that's what I was gonna get.
Yeah,
let me finish, boss. I got you. I'm gonna cover that. I'm gonna cover that right now. That's the point I wanted to make. So if you take a map like Checkmate, right, and from a long distance, that AUG player has you beat. He is in his optimal range of destroying you, right? But in a map just like Checkmate, once he gets mid, that middle of your line of sight, you have to hit that burst. And if you don't hit that burst, he wins. It's kind of similar to a fighting game. It's like playing neutral. I don't know if you know anything about fighting games, but at some point, the advantage, somebody has to take everyone gets to take their turn. And I think that is what balances out the game. So MP5s, if you notice in this game, what I've noticed a lot about this game, if you notice the acceleration on the slide is ridiculous in Cold War.
Yeah.
If a guy's right in front of you and he slides, he's gone. Zoink, he's out of there.
You can't shoot while sliding.
Or in Modern Warfare. Yeah, you can.
You can shoot at the end of your slide.
Low blow. That's what I'm saying. But because the slide's going so fast that, yeah, they're already in position. They're behind you by the time you shot.
Mm-hmm.
You're not hitting that with the AUG. That's where I think the balance comes in. The submachine guns are really fast. The slide is really has a lot of acceleration. So those things, that's the balance to the AUG. Yeah, the AUG sucks. Yeah, I hate going against the AUG. But I hate just as much going against the AUG as a guy with the MP5 who is sliding toward me or is close to me. We both hit a corner, and he slides, and he's no longer on my screen.
Yeah, that's
I don't care
issue.
if my sensitivity's 20.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not
that's
killing
the
that
thing,
guy.
too, is that, like, in Cold War, though, I'm not seeing people in these. Yeah, obviously, if an MP5 user is capable of getting up to you in close range and you're missing your burst, then you're going to lose the gunfight.
But the map design promotes this. That's what I'm saying. The smaller maps promote this. Yeah, I'm seeing more. If I looked at what I've died by most,
yeah.
it's MP5, and then AK, which is crazy.
Oh yeah.
MP5, AK, and then M16 AUG is fourth and third.
Yeah.
So I have to be honest with the stats there. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Even though I hate, so when I lose a game to an AUG, yeah, I'm going to get crushed by it the whole game. Right? But when I have a game with MP5, I'm going to get crushed by it, but it's going to be an oppressive crush. When I'm going against the AUG, oh yeah, I'm going to have to fight a head glitch. Maybe I can flank around. Right? They're holding one lane. With MP5, they're everywhere. They're in our spawn. He's looking through this one. He's looking. I think that's the balancing act. The small maps with the AUG balances them out. You know what I mean? And
I would say that's true. I would say that's true. I'd love to say that's true, I should say. But the problem that I run into when I play the game is that on maps like Checkmate, the AUG user is using that little head glitch on either side. And and I have to push into them. So when you push them, you don't want to push them head on because you don't want to risk them landing their burst. You don't want to act as if the enemy could be potentially missing. You don't think that in the back of your head. I hope the enemy misses. But when you're pushing their spawn, fighting multiple players with a longer time to kill is already a bit of a hassle. So and getting past them. And then also if you don't have a suppressor, you're on the mini map, which I do like, but that's also an important thing to know. So the AUG user, you might be able to kill. Let's say you flank the enemy spawn. You kill 2 people to go flank the AUG user. If we're tossing around hypotheticals, like you kill 2 people with the MP5, great. I hope those 2 people you fought didn't damage you, or if they did, that you had stim, or that you had a suppressor, so that it's harder for the AUG player to pin you down where you're going to be. And then there's the fact that like many times when I'm playing the game, I'll get into point blank engagements with an AUG user, and they'll hip fire burst me in the chest.
Yeah, that sucks.
And,
but it's one of those scenarios where like the map design helps you get there though. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The balancing act is the map design of the map is helping you. So if you look at Checkmate, they have those lanes. If you make the map
smaller and you kind of simplify the lanes, then yeah, for sure, you're gonna have it's gonna be easier to push those people. But it's also going to be easier for them to predict which lane you're going to come down because there's less lanes. It's also going to be easier for them to watch those lanes.
And then that's the balancing act, though.
I don't think that's a balancing act. I think when my friends and I we're getting tired of, and somebody donated my last Cold War stream just saying he couldn't play anymore because of head glitchers. Because he wants to go down a lane and there's somebody at the end of that lane.
But they head glitch in every COD. Like I can't even say because of head glitchers. Like
Well, yeah, but okay,
like,
head glitchers.
Look at Nuketown. Look at Nuketown. Everyone's like, oh yeah, Nuketown.
But
Nuketown.
A head glitcher in a COD with a faster time to kill is different than a head glitcher in a COD with a longer time to kill. Right? And when you can't flinch, the opponent, when you start landing shots on the person head glitching, they're not gonna move, and their gun out DPSs you. That's the issue that I run into.
Okay, but I'm saying is maybe that's on our part. The map is giving us avenues to put the ball in our favor. So for Checkmate, you can go up mid plane. You can use the bottom of the mid plane, those head glitches, peek and go another way. You know what I mean? There are opportunities there. Is what I'm saying.
Just head glitching the stairs on the end of the other side of the plane.
You have movement. You can slide right by him, and then you're on the other side of the plane, and then you're pushing up again. You get what I mean? A problem with the map design in this game for me is there's too many options. Like Modern Warfare. If you get in a room and you want to hold a room down, I'm not the biggest camper, but I do camera challenges. You go to camp sometime.
Yeah.
There's 4 options to get in that room. Right? And that just like that AUG user, no matter where he is on the map, there's 4 options to get there. And if you look at the map design, even if you look, so there's that one big head glitch on the back of one of the sides, one of the spawn sides of Checkmate. But if you notice, there's a big thing in the way where he can't see some of this part of the map.
Right.
Right? I think there is a design philosophy there. If you look at Crossroads, how many times you may get shit on by the AUG in Crossroads, but you have a way better chance of cooking them with an MP5 on Crossroads. But then if you look at Armada Strike, that rewards the AUG user.
Yeah, and that's why I like map. That's one of the reasons I like map variants in Call of Duty is because I feel the same way about so if you play Hardpoint, Grozny Raid in Modern Warfare, you are far more likely to get a lot of fun sniper kills than you are if you play Hardpoint. Let's just say Hardpoint Shoot House as a direct counter, but I wanted to say something more like Gunrunner, for instance. And so there's a big difference there. So what I'm thinking, I see what you mean, and it's hard to describe what you're saying without using hypotheticals. My problem with, but I do want to put this out here. I've recorded commentaries for the last 5 years now, and I have a problem sometimes when I start to describe something. I realize that I'm sort of painting the ideal hypothetical to make my point, and I have to then scrap that content because I realize that there's so much variance that can happen there, and people, and also I don't want and I don't want somebody like in my comment section saying, well, I've never experienced that, because I can't argue with them, because then it's, oh, do you want my anecdote versus your anecdote? And so on paper, what you're saying makes a lot of sense. I have not seen that acted out. When I'm playing, it's just I don't see those flank routes opening up. I don't see those pathways opening up. I feel like there are people. I feel like I'm running into disadvantaged positions often, where I'm caught with my pants down. And so what I want to say here is that I don't think Cold War's current state is something I'm eager to discuss. 1 second. Hey, boy, thank you for the $5, man. I prefer Cold War a lot more with 125 health, or at least 125 health playlist. Last simping for a while. Thank you, Gamer Boy. No worries about it. And also, I kind of agree with you. But I mostly want to see them add flinch, a little bit of flinch, that Black Ops 4 level of flinch into the game before they increase or decrease health or anything like that. So
I'm not a big fan of flinch.
I'm a big fan.
At least for red guns.
I'm a big fan of
red guns. Yeah,
little flinch. I like a little flinch just because it gives.
Yeah, I'll give you a little flinch. We can do. Yeah,
because that's what I liked about Modern Warfare. The time to kill was so fast, and the flinch was so little that I never felt like I was losing gunfights because of flinch, or at least not very often enough to complain about. But I liked that it was there, because when I would shoot somebody first, I felt like I had some sort of advantage, or if I shot somebody that's in an advantaged position, that they would back the fuck off. And what I'm noticing in Cold War, when somebody has an LMG and they're watching, let's say in Nuketown, they're just watching the Jeep from the top yellow building, and I see them and I start shooting them, they don't move. They just pull their sight over me and start shooting. That's my big thing, is that they don't give a shit. And so I'm supposed to shoot them in the head.
I feel like that in Black Ops 2 too. So
that did happen. That did happen in Black Ops 2 for sure, and that was because the toughness perk was so fucking strong, and everybody ran it. And the people that didn't run it really didn't know why they were losing gunfights, because, whatever.
Yeah.
But that's
why I think that's the best meta Call of Duty's had, by the way. Black Ops 2.
I think if Black Ops 2 had toughness built into every class, then I think Black Ops 2 might be my favorite meta.
Yeah, without the crutch perk. Like the stim shock's crutch, but I don't run stim shot in this game.
Yeah.
Like, I'd rather just,
Yeah.
I think, like, your video about Modern Warfare, when everyone's, it's like we're on the different flip of the coin now. When everyone's hating on Modern Warfare, I was with you. I was like, no, Modern Warfare isn't a bad game, by far. It promotes different things. Similar as like B. Dobbins posted his video. It promotes that methodical gameplay, right?
Yeah.
In this game, what I feel like is some maps promote methodical gameplay, and some maps promote batshit to the wall.
Yep.
And you can try to force an AUG play style on this map. Yeah. You'll probably do well.
Yeah.
And you can try to force an MP5 play style on Armada Strike, and you might do well. But that's not the playstyle the map is designed for. It's like Gustav Cannon. Yeah. I was a big fan of Gustav Cannon.
Same.
Anybody hate it? Yeah, you could run around. I saw people drop nukes with a submachine gun to Gustav Cannon.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
Dude, that was my thing in Call of Duty Ghosts. I loved Stonehaven. I didn't understand the complaints. I would put on Marathon and Lightweight, and I would flank people with the Honey Badger on Stonehaven and just go on long streaks. Yeah, dude, I love variants, dude.
That's what I missed about Call of Duty. That's what I like about this game. Yeah. Is that the ability flanking has returned.
That was actually my big positive. So you watch my videos. My big positive coming off of the beta was that I didn't love the maps. I don't love the way they're designed. I don't find them that interesting. But what I loved is that they're different from each other.
Yes,
so that Moscow does not play the same as Miami is a really important thing for me when it comes to replayability, and I think that's why, despite there being so few maps, I'm not incredibly bored. I'm pretty bored, but I'm not as bored as I would be if this was like Black Ops 3 and every map has the same fucking layout.
Yeah.
And the same symmetrical cover, the wall run lane, and then the sort of the number 3 shape.
That was so stupid. So stupid.
Yeah, so like I love the variants. My problem is that I don't feel like people are adapting to the variants, and I've noticed, and could be just bias. This could just simply be bias, but I've noticed.
I think it's just different games we have. I see people going crazy.
Well, I do see some of that. But what I noticed is that I play a lot better in Cold War, abusing the DMR and always having an exit strategy or a piece of cover under my chest. If I do that, I find people that would kick my ass in a normal 1v1 gunfight. They're not just being beat by me having good positioning. I feel like the meta is absolutely betraying them. I feel like the meta is fundamentally betraying them. Because if this was Modern Warfare, let's say it was Black Ops 4. Put Black Ops 4's style of gunplay here. Still 150 health. And if they see me and I have an auger, the auger has no recoil, no shot pacing required, kills very quickly with high caliber 1 and 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm in that same scenario, and they're playing this, they can. And let's see, what's the SMG called? It's like not MX4. I don't remember what it was called.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
something like
Yeah, so they can take that and they can start, if they are accurate, they start landing hits on me. Yes, my auger has no recoil, but they've given themselves an advantage despite their disadvantage. And in Cold War, you can't take back the advantage from the advantaged player that often. It's not impossible. And nothing we're talking about hypotheticals in a play space that's literally.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, we're never going to be able to like say exactly, because I literally, in my last gameplay I uploaded, there's a part on Moscow where I'm using the DMR-14 where I completely fucked my fucking kill on somebody. I had a perfect line of sight on somebody. I had more cover than them, and I still choked the kill. So like human error and stupidity, and again, like
it's a factor. Yeah,
it's a factor. So basically, because Poise Killer wants to talk too, and we've been talking for a while. I do think.
Yeah, my bad.
I like to know. It's cool that you and I actually do have some similar opinions about COD map variants. I mean, do my favorite maps in World War II were Sainte Marie Dumont, and especially play them in a row. Sainte Marie Dumont, Point du Hoc, and then Gustav Cannon. Those 3 maps all played very differently from each other. They were diametrically opposed maps. So when you played them, you couldn't play Saint Marie like Gustav or
The same playstyle you played. Yeah.
So you have to kind of tweak your class a little bit. You have to change your mentality a little bit. And I think when I do play Cold War, I do that. The problem is I don't see other people doing it.
I just think that
when my buddy Jake and I were playing Nuketown on stream the other day, it was nobody was playing aggressive. It was crazy. It was like, this is the fast map, but everyone just sits in front of the bus or sits in the window or sits on the back alley, and they just have weapons that kill faster than mine. So they either you have AK, AUG, M16, a DMR, sniper rifle, and then in close range, they hear you coming, they have a field mic or something, or they know you're about to come in, they start to gallo. Yeah, and then I'm like, okay, so I don't like where the game's at. So I can't say that it's skill based to sort of bring this full circle. I can't say that it's more skill based than Modern Warfare in the current state. I do think I personally prefer Modern Warfare, not because it's more skill based or better or anything like that. It's really just the fact that when I play Modern Warfare, I just enjoy what's on offer there more, and it's hard to like explain.
Okay, yeah.
Because like
I get what you're saying. For sure.
The weapon customization, conversion kits. I actually do like mounting indoors, even though I've never really abused doors. So, and I've never really
not a big fan of doors when I'm versus good players. When I'm versus whatever players, okay, I don't mind doors. But when I'm versus players who know how to flip them and pop open, I like
it for hardpoint because it's kind of fun to like go into a hardpoint and like close the doors and then
shut the door. Yeah,
and then immediately have it get flashbanged open. It's like, oh fuck, I kind of actually.
Yeah, I like that. But I think there's doors should have a place in Call of Duty in certain.
This is my problem, Mike.
Spots.
Everything in Cold War that I like is just something I wish was in Modern Warfare. I wish Modern Warfare had detailed stats in its gunsmith. I wish Modern Warfare had an FOV slider on console. I wish Modern Warfare had doors that you could actually blow up and destroy, so that they're still an interactable thing, but they're not a permanent thing. And then I do like mounting, but I wouldn't mind if the next Call of Duty that ever introduces mounting makes it so it's only when you lean. You can't just sit on top of a wall. So it'd be more for leaning and not so
like
much
siege.
More like a contextual siege lean instead of something like what it is now.
They had that in Ghost.
Yeah. I would love a better version of what they did in Ghost, or something more like Battlefield 4, where you could sort of
combine them.
Yeah, exactly.
So my last point is minus Nuketown, because I think that's the most random space I've ever been in this game. I don't know if we're gonna camp. I don't know if they're gonna push.
Yeah.
I think we're kind of talking the same point. When it comes to Cold War and other Call of Duties, the gap between having to play a certain playstyle on a map used to be like 60-40. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or 55-45.
Yep.
And in Cold War, I feel like it's 70-30 all the time. On the rush maps, you have a better chance of rushing.
Yep.
And on the push maps, you have a better chance of pushing. And the AUG kind of makes it 50-50 every time. And that's why the AUG is so dominant in the shotgun. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I see.
Hey, well, it was nice talking to you, though, dog.
Yeah, it's nice talking to you, man.
Yeah, stay up, man. Rarely get to talk to YouTubers. I got some comments on your videos, too. I only give Christians, like, sometimes I'm like, man, don't complain about this, or what's another one that comes up? But I think you responded to me with something about the kilo. But hey, I'll be around, dude. You'll see the name.
Okay, I will.
Just another person in the world. Stay up, my guy. Nice talking to you, dude.
Okay, you have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Well, that was fun. I hate the ghost perk. Ghost perk in what game? Who was that? That was just a subscriber. So Pirates, you have one opportunity here. If you don't, I know you're a troll, and I know I've known this for a minute now. I'm very smart, you see. If you want to have a conversation with me in Discord, that's great. If not, you're gonna get blocked. You can come back with a new account if you want to. Because you're just irritating. I'm offering a platform for people to talk to me. If you're not willing to use it, or you're not willing to say anything other than your same repetitive shit, I'm going to be really irritated. But first I'm going to talk to Poise Killer. You have some time while I talk to Poise Killer. If you want to talk on the Discord, then join the Boomcast waiting room in my Discord server. Because otherwise you're just irritating. Yeah, I know you've been talking. And I know, and you're not subtle, man. So you have your options. There you go. What's your stance on aim assist? I think loose aim assist that doesn't heavily rotate is good. I think loose aim assist that doesn't heavily rotate is good, but I don't personally like heavily rotating aim assist. I also don't think aim assist is better in any way than keyboard and mouse. Sneak dissing. That's the way I'd put it. That's a really good way to put it. All right, Poise Killer, you better have a clean mic. No background noise. I agree, Ricky. Yeah, because most of the time I notice aim assist, it's actually to my disadvantage. The Discord is linked in the description. Okay. I agree with you, Column. I kind of wish that they would have it so that cold-blooded reduces the aim, increases the time it takes for streaks to lock onto you, and that Ghost potentially only works when moving. I think that'd be a good idea. Okay, let's move. Poise Killer. Poise Killer. What do you want to talk about?
What's up, Boom? I just want to say I'm happy to be talking to you, man.
Yes, nice to hear you.
I first want to apologize for the crappy audio because I'm using my phone.
You sound fine.
Oh, thank you. I wanted to talk about why I really disliked Modern Warfare, and I've been thinking about the reason why, and I think it's because I think I was afraid of change at the time it came out.
Okay.
I was thinking about I thought it was because I thought it was slow and methodical and everything. But when I go back and think about it and play it again, I feel like I was just afraid of losing that classic Call of Duty feel that I used to get.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's why I like Cold War, because it gives me that feeling back.
Oh yeah, it definitely has a really good Call of Duty pace. When people aren't just head glitching every window and wall in existence, it actually does have a good pace, and the maps do have a fairly good flow. As long as the players aren't head glitching and the spawns aren't betraying you, then yes, I do think that Cold War has a good pace. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, and I was happy to see Zombies back in a very good campaign. I can't wait for you to play that.
I might stream it. I'm actually decided. I've waited too long, and I just kind of want to stream it now. So I think that'll be fun.
It's a really good game.
Good.
But I can't stay long. I just want to thank you for having me here and for having this very, very neat platform you have and a very good community, and I'm happy to be part of it.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you, and I love your. I always like seeing you in my chat. You're a fun guy, and I can't pretend I don't like your donations either. So I really
thank
like
you, man. I try.
No, I mean it's good.
You're actually the first YouTuber I've ever really donated to, so
that's crazy. Well, thank you.
Yep. Well, I'll talk to you later, man, I guess. Thank you for having me again, and I'm gonna just continue watching the stream because I'm gonna go to sleep.
All right. Well, sleep well. Let my voice lullaby you.
Thank you, man. All right. See you, man.
See ya. Can't join Discord because my phone Discord. This guy, I mean, Poise Killer joined from his phone. Okay, so anyway, if you guys want to join and talk for a bit, I'm going to talk for maybe about 30 or 40 minutes more. Yeah, Pirates, that excuse would have worked a lot better if Poise Killer didn't just join on his phone and sounded just fine. You know, Pirate's incredibly sus. No, he's a sneak. He's one of those sneak dissing trolls. I love the term sneak dissing. I've never heard of that. But yeah, it's just one of those trolls that just comes in just to sort of undercut everything said. It's irritating. Hey, Joe Faps, thanks for becoming a member, dude. Awesome. I appreciate you, dude. A full review of Warzone? Probably not. But Joe Faps, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. So if you guys want to talk, join the Discord. And Faps. Yeah, I love it. I love his name. Anyway, if you guys want to join the Discord. Yeah, you made Cloud happy. Look at Cloud. He's doing a little jig. That's awesome. Anyway, if you guys want to join, just join the Discord and then join the Boomcast waiting room. Skyrim is less sweat than COD. That's accurate. Can I speak? I mean, if you want to, if you have a question or you have a topic you want to bring up. If I get any element of trolling, I'm going to be very annoyed. Kingdom Hearts isn't confusing. It's just big. No Pateke. What other games do you enjoy? Oh, tons, dude. I like Battlefield. I like Halo. I like Final Fantasy. Ghost of Tsushima is probably my game of the year. The new the Spider-Man PS4 was really good. I really want to get Miles Morales. The Kingdom Hearts series is probably my favorite gaming series of all time. I just love it. It's charming as shit. That's really the best way I can put it. To any like other adults listening, that's like, Kingdom Hearts got Disney characters in it. I don't want that shit near me. It's like, look, it's cool as fuck. Like, it's just fun. Do you like anime? I like some anime. I like Black Clover, Full Metal Alchemist, Cowboy Bebop. I'm gonna be watching Erased soon too, which is kind of exciting. But my favorite anime is Bob's Burgers, so there you go. Hey, thank you for subscribing. Hey, Hershaw. I do recognize your name. Thanks for subscribing, buddy. Ah, there goes my fucking shit. Yeah. What do you think about Joe from Seattle? Joe from Seattle, I don't want to watch his video. I've heard it's very bad. I'm going to, but I need to come up with the time to do it because I just feel like it's going to be me rolling my eyes most of the time. But I really should go into it with an open mind. Hey, somebody's in here. Okay, so if you are joining, if you're gonna join the on-air segment, just make sure your mic doesn't have a lot of background noise and you have like a topic or a question in mind. Yeah, Gamer Boy, if you want to join the waiting list, that's totally fine by me. Boom. What outside of COD has your favorite gunplay? Probably Halo Reach. I love DMR popping people in Halo Reach. Other than Reach, I might say Battlefield 3 had pretty satisfying gunplay, even though it was kind of random at times. All right, so we're gonna try to limit this to like maybe 20 minutes a person, but more like 10. So this is a guy named Ben12345. Hello, Ben. How are you?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, but your mic's a bit noisy.
Oh, okay. I can fix that if you give me about like 30 seconds.
Yeah, no problem. Bloom, though? I don't mind Bloom. Just pace it. My water bottle, by the way, guys. Oof. Twinkle tells us this is a hot take.
Alright, there we go. Is that better?
Ah, hello.
Oh, hi. Hey, so I was just listening to the conversation you just had with the guy, and I guess I wanted to comment on some of like the counterpoints you made.
Sure.
About one of them was, I think it was, so the first thing was like the AUG, right? The AUG. You're talking about like
Burst weapons,
I think
rifles, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think you're on the right side of that. Like that, I think burst weapons in general definitely need like some tuning. I can't like argue with that. Like if you look at the, sorry, give me a sec. I just sprinted up like 3 flights of stairs.
It's okay. I know the feeling.
I was gonna say though, I think burst weapons in general, like they should not have that low like time to kill, especially in a game with 150 health. So I definitely can't argue against that. But in defense of Cold War's skill, I just want to say when you argued about like how you can use different weapons and using different weapons will like guaranteed death against an MP5, right?
Yeah.
I think the reason why that argument kind of falls apart is because why would you be using worse weapons in a game where you're trying to measure who has the like greatest skill? You know what I mean? Like, sure, it's more fun to have a wider range of weapons, but if you're trying to measure skill, everyone should be using the best gun in the game. And yeah, it's not good for gameplay, but yeah. So argue.
Well, I did say, like, in a scenario where two people are using the same gun, it's very easy to say that Cold War is actually more skill based. In some ways, but yeah, in the sense that I don't know, man. It's kind of hard because, like, if people are using the same gun, yeah, it's gonna be easier to decide who's better than if you have a wider range of weapons. And I'm talking about, like, public match where people are using lots of different weapons all the time, but the ones that really excel are going to be whatever pumps out damage as accurately and as fast as possible with very little thought required. So it's kind of hard. Yeah, I do think that, yeah, an MP5 versus an AUG in certain situations, the AUG is going to win or the MP5 is going to win. It's sort of depending on the player as well, but it's going to be hard to decide who's better in that scenario in an online game in general. So yeah, I don't know. So what I think you had another thing. Nope, he joined the waiting room. Does he need to be moved back? Are you good?
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I guess it just disconnected. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I just listened to you through the stream, but I only caught the second part of it. What is the? Sorry, can you just go back to like the first few things you said?
Sure. Yeah. So basically, what happened is I said to the other guy that, or to I don't remember, Hershaw. What I said to him was essentially that in a scenario where people are using the same gun, on paper, Cold War should take more skill, but in a public match setting, which is what we're really talking about here, is like playing public matches against other people. There's going to be a wide array of weapons used, and a wide array of weapons that are going to form sort of a hierarchy, and that hierarchy is going to be much more stark, and it's going to stick for much, much longer in a longer time to kill game. So essentially, yeah, an MP5 versus an AUG might not be a super fair comparison when talking about gunplay and skill. But it's really good to talk about the meta in the game and how that, because the meta is going to drastically affect how you play with your gun, how you enter gunfights. So if the meta is don't enter a room without a shotgun, then the meta will basically be saying fuck you for using the MP5 in the first place. So that's why I've said betrayed by the meta, is that if I'm using a DMR-14 and you come around the corner and you're a really accurate player with the XM4, I need to put a lot less effort into shredding you than you need to put into me.
Yeah, but then I think right there you could argue. I mean, I think you could argue right there that's just a situational. Like, theoretically, you shouldn't be running in a room with that XM4.
No.
I mean, just like jumping around corners. You know what I mean? And the other thing about the public matches is
I usually lose gunfights if I rush into a room with a DMR-14 because it's not made for that.
Yeah, so then how are you going to argue that the gunplay overall, like, that would make it take less skill?
Thank you so much for having
like, are you arguing you should be able to use these guns in a wider array of situations?
I'm arguing that, like, the way the meta is right now, people are going to use certain weapons and whatever playstyles those like, this is sort of implied. Thank you so much, Poise Killer, for the donation. And I liked having you, man. When it comes down to it, it's sort of implied when you use a gun, you're going to use it right. Like when someone says, I'm sniping, you don't assume they're running into a close quarters building with an iron-sighted bolt action. You automatically assume that they're going to be sniping people with it. But it's different if they said they're going to quickscope. If someone says, I'm going to use the Gallo, you kind of assume how they're going to play with the Gallo, right? So the reason this is important is that when guns float to the top, the playstyles come attached to those guns. So whether it's the AUG or the MP5 or the Gallo or the Hauer, whatever it might end up being, and hell, who knows? Maybe the QBZ will be the meta gun in like a month because of patches or whatever. the playstyles that go along with those weapons are going to be heavily used. So if you are playing in a game where the meta is use a tactical rifle, then the game is essentially saying, go fuck yourself for using a non-tactical rifle. What do you mean you're not the game will basically say, what do you mean you're not head glitching that wall with a DMR-14? You're entering the room with an MP5? That might be nice for you, but this, unfortunately for you, this room has cover, and this guy out DPSs you, and with less required accuracy. Because I actually do think it's much harder to land multiple headshots with an MP5 in an intense gunfight versus landing a burst or two with an auger at M16, or like spamming somebody with a DMR-14. I mean, you remember with if you play Black Ops 2, the FAL. Holy shit, the FAL. Or okay, more recently, Modern Warfare, the FAL. When they buffed that, it's terrifying to have to walk into an engagement and just be shredded before you can react. And in that scenario, would you really want to be the guy with the Bison versus somebody playing... Would you want to be the guy using the Bison to its strengths versus a guy using an FAL to its strengths? I don't think you do. So you have to imply the strengths of the weapons. Yes, in an engagement where two people are using the same weapon, they're likely going to be playing to the weapon strength. So if two people are fighting with an MP5, they're not going to be across the map like popping shots from head glitch areas. They're not going to be proning at the back of crossroads and trying to, burst you with the MP5. No, they're not going to do that. Or they're going to play it to its strengths. They're going to push up to you. So,
yeah, but do you not... I'm asking, like, right now in the current, like, meta, I guess you can call it, in Cold War.
Sure.
Do you not see, like, a wide, variation of weapons being used? Like, do you only... Like, what do you see? Like, I feel like I see all different types of gun classes.
I do think I see a good amount of gun classes, but I think the people that are dominating lobbies are the people with tactical rifles, the AK, the MP5, and shotguns. So yeah, I do see a good amount of different usage, and I have actually had success with stuff like I've had some good matches with the QBZ and the Craig 6. Like, it's all possible, and I do see some variability, but it comes down to what sticks out to me. And as someone who's competent, at least at FPS games, what stands out to me is what's kicking my ass. And what kicks my ass in Cold War is a shotgun up close or a head glitcher at a distance with either like an LMG or a DMR, something that outputs damage and that I can't knock them off target. That's usually where that is. So that's my point. So
yeah.
But that's sort of anecdotal, I know. Like, you might have a different experience. I mean, who knows how this matchmaking system works? Who knows who I'm getting paired up with versus who you're getting paired up with, or anything like that. So when it comes down to it, it really does depend. But I think I'm pretty confident in saying that the meta has already solidified into what I'm describing. And I thought that before I started abusing the DMR-14, and now that I'm abusing the DMR-14, Ben, holy shit. I just shredded on my last stream. I couldn't get under 40 kills. Because when they
I don't know how you find so much success. I mean, that gun's, it's fine, but I feel like even when I try to use it to its strengths, I don't know, maybe I just get...
Dude, at long range, I can 3-shot headshot you. Across the map, I can 3-shot headshot you very quickly.
I don't know, but with the AK, you can 4-shot. I guess you said the AK was part of the meta, too.
AK is part of the meta, but the reason the DMR-14 is so interesting to me is it kind of feels like the FAL before they buffed it in Modern Warfare. So if you go play Modern Warfare, if you could go back in time and play Modern Warfare right after they reduced the FAL's recoil towards the launch of the game, and they just added Shoot House and Farmland, okay? When they added the FAL there, and they buffed it, it was incredibly fucking scary to go against.
Yeah.
So that's what it feels like. It feels like I'm able to kill somebody in 3 to 4 shots every time. And then get those shots off very, very quickly. And then at longer ranges. God, I don't know if you watched, I don't know how many of my streams you watched, but like last stream, I was playing on satellite. And I built the DMR-14 for max range. And I had never felt like I was cheating in Cold War. I didn't have that feeling yet in Cold War, because it's kind of new. I didn't feel like I was cheating yet until I used that. That felt insane to me. And so I noticed an increase in my success rate because of how fast I'm dropping people. And again, in close quarters, if I'm hip firing at you and one round happens to hit your head, you lose the gunfight. You would have to pull a fucking miracle out of your ass to beat me in close range if I'm hip firing you with the M14. And I've landed one headshot and I'm still landing shots. It's very scary. So, of course, what I'm saying is anecdotal. of course, what I'm saying is like subjective to the nth degree. What I'm confused. Okay, maybe you can let me know because I talk too much. So let me know again exactly what your point is, and then we can move on from there.
Well, my point is, I think there's, or at least in the lobbies I'm in. Obviously, I'm not sure if I'm at the top because I've been going for dark matter, so obviously that would put me down a little bit.
Sure.
But the lobbies I'm in, I can find success with like multiple different weapons. Obviously, I'd say in each weapon class there's one gun that's obviously like stands out from the rest by far, and I think that can be fixed with balancing patches, especially the AUG in the fucking M16. Those guns are just.
I don't know what are we gonna do to those though?
Oh, you can just honestly, obviously, delay between bursts won't do anything. I think
because they're one bursting. So
yeah.
So reduce.
It's got to be just 4 shots, right? 4 shots would fix it.
Make it a 4.
And would that destroy them? I don't think so. You can just decrease the time between bursts.
Decrease the time. I think that would be interesting. Just make it so it can never 3-shot. Unless all 3 shots miraculously hit the head, I don't think it should be able to 3-shot.
I think 2 would be okay. But yeah, that's up for debate.
2 out of 3. Yeah, something like that. Because it's hard for them because they've increased the time to kill, but you can't have a slow killing burst weapon because that's going to be incredibly tedious for the player using it, and it's going to die. Same with DMR.
Yeah, but if you look at Black Ops 4, the game that was literally just like this, I think they got burst pretty. Like there was no 3-shot burst gun. That was of course there isn't. Like why would there be a 3-shot burst gun at a 150 health game? I mean the Swordfish took 5 shots. That obviously was a 5-round burst, but at least you had to stay on target for the duration of that 5 shots.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, it just feels like there's a lot of viable guns. Obviously, shotguns at close range, I think they have to be tuned down. Like I'm not sure if you've gotten the damage attachments for either of the shotguns, but they just make them kind of insane.
Haven't needed them, but I've heard it makes them a lot better.
Yeah, I think that stuff. Like, I think the damage attachment should make them how they are out of the box. But obviously, I think Cold War makes for a better base of a Call of Duty game that can be balanced later on, even though it's not right now, and it will eventually be more skill based than it is now. And I think right now it's probably sitting around the same amount of skill like needed as Modern Warfare, but I think it has a much easier route to go through because of its time to kill and map and layout and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could be very good. I don't like the emphasis on head glitches in the same way I didn't like the emphasis on camping, like actual like little camping spots in Modern Warfare. Not power positions, I don't mind those, but I mean like actual little weird corners and shit that I didn't really like, or weird lines of sight that I thought should have been closed down. But the thing is that I don't think I have any reason to believe after playing like Black Ops 4 that we're going to see better balance. That's my problem. I don't think we have a good base here. I think no flinch is an inherent issue when balancing weapons.
I think no flinch. I think they went with the obvious route with no flinch. If you have no flinch, you have high headshot multiplier. If you don't have a high headshot multiplier, you have low flinch.
Every COD had flinch for 13 years.
I mean, they couldn't just take flinch out and then not add the headshot multiplier because then. I don't know. I feel like because they're trying to take away one part of skill, which like the flinch was just reaction time, right? That was like the skill in flinch is whoever reacts faster. I mean, is that your argument for why you think flinch is?
Flinch is good for reaction time. It's also good in fighting multiple opponents. It's also good. I think the big reason it's good is when you're fighting an entrenched person with an advantage, because then the advantage isn't absolute. If you're able to hit the person,
that's where the headshot multiplier comes in.
It'd be nice, but you want me to land? You want me to land 4 consistent shots on somebody that's showing less of their body than I am of mine if I'm caught?
I mean, hopefully it won't. For most guns, it won't have to be 4 though, because they're going to be headshots, and 1.5 times damage multiplier means I don't think you should have to hit 4 at least.
Then 3. So I need to land 3 headshots. I don't think that's right though, because I'm pretty sure I'd be dominating a lot more with the XM4 if I could just land 3 headshots. But maybe I'm wrong about the headshot multiplier. I don't know what the headshot multiplier on the XM4 is. But that's sort of like the base of what I'm talking about is when you use something kind of average or sort of versatile, like the Craig or the QBZ or the XM4, which I kind of consider just be 3 copies of the same gun with varying fire rates, which is kind of irritating. But they're just very basic assault rifles. And when I use them, I don't feel like in a traditional Call of Duty game, in something like Black Ops 4 even, if somebody is entrenched and I land hits on them, that makes them, it doesn't grant me the kill. And it doesn't destroy their ability to beat me. But what it does is it backs them the fuck up. And right now in Cold War, people, if you have an M60 and somebody sees you and you have cover, you don't need to back up when you start getting hit. Just keep holding down the trigger. And you're going to out-damage them. So it becomes a slug match. So there's no...
Yeah, but I really don't... I don't see how that hasn't been a problem in almost every COD. I think the biggest... I think the biggest fix to that... I think the biggest fix to that would just be getting rid of head glitches altogether.
I agree. I think there should be far fewer pieces of cover. And if they are head glitches, they need to be able to be shot through. So then they're visual cover, not bullet-eating cover. Which is also one of the reasons the DMR-14 is very good, by the way. The tactical rifles have really good bullet pen. Because every weapon class has its own class of bullet pen in this game. And in Cold War. And so that's actually really important. So here's the thing. When it comes down to it, there is an issue with... The issue with Cold War is that issues that existed in previous COD games are going to be here, but accentuated. So, like, and we saw this in Black Ops 4. Shotguns have always been annoying to deal with in Call of Duty's multiplayer. They've always been irritating. They're more irritating when it takes more shots to kill the shotgun user. When the shotgun user's even if it always took 3 shots with the Gallo, it's a weapon that doesn't require you to aim. It just requires you to put the enemy in the middle of your screen in close range and slam the trigger. So what I'm saying is that shotguns have always been irritating. In Cold War, they're going to be very. Head glitches have always been powerful. In Cold War, they're going to be very. It's just, it adds a degree of severity to the issues that already existed.
I'm not going to try to defend shotguns because that just has to be balanced out, and and it would be. I don't think Treyarch would do that. Like, I don't think they would ever make the.
Sorry,
one of my. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. One of my oldest videos, man, is like shotguns can never be balanced.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, one of my oldest. Yeah, that's just my idea was because if they're good, they're so annoying to die by, they feel broken. But if they're bad, they're not worth using, so they never get used. Because if a shotgun's bad at what it does, then there's no point in using it. If it's good at what it does, it's incredibly frustrating because its entire purpose in the game, and a shotgun in any FPS game, this is why Halo made them power weapons. The entire purpose of it is to subvert a gunfight in close quarters.
Yeah.
You're not trying to beat the other person. You're trying to make sure the other person has 0 chance of beating you by just being faster and spraying harder. And it really, really fucking sucks to like play Modern Warfare because there's just shotguns. And I said this when the game first came out, there's too many buildings and too many shotguns. So guess what people are going to do? Go in the buildings with the shotguns. And when I enter the doorways, I'm dead. Whether the door is open or closed or not, doesn't matter. I enter the room and I'm getting hit by a VLK with fire shells and I'm just unable to fight back. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, so I'm not going...
But I would rather have that scenario in Modern Warfare than in Cold War. Because at least in Modern Warfare, I'm going to have the same death. So I might as well play it in the game that if I was able to get shots off, I have a higher chance of killing the person.
Yeah, well, they're not going to. But
no.
The reason why I say I think this game has a better base is because theoretically, if they wanted to, which they probably won't again, but they could make the Gallo always, like, the damage attachment is dumb. They make it one-shot kill at close range. The Gallo should never be one-shotting. That makes literally no sense.
Yeah.
The pump shotgun, I forget what it's called.
Howard.
If they really want to, they could make that thing, like, one-shot below 5 meters. But I don't think they will. But that would be a good way of balancing it with that time to kill. Because if you're ever getting that close to a shotgun user, you deserve to die. But outside of that range, you have to wait for the pump, and then you have time to kill them. Again, I don't think they're going to do that. The other thing you were talking about was flinch, and the reason why I think it just doesn't need, or head glitching, flinch and head glitching, the way those two work together. The way I think it doesn't need to be changed in Cold War is because if you look at Modern Warfare, I think it was even worse, because not only was the time to kill fast, there was mounting, which could decrease recoil, which I just don't think was a necessary buff. I think mounting, just like lowering your hitbox, was big enough to deal with it.
But if you started, but the thing is, there was a delay when you'd mount, and you tried to unmount your weapon. There was a delay where you couldn't just like zip out of the way of bullets. So there was about a second there where after you're mounting, where your character can't just immediately move, and so if your head glitcher does start getting killed, they couldn't fight back. And there's a lot of times I was wondering why I was fighting such bad players in Modern Warfare. I'm like, I'm hitting you, why aren't you move? Oh, they're mounted. They are trying to move, but the gameplay, like, the gunplay is so fast. The time to kill is so fast. Once they start getting hit and they're trying to move out of that area, they can't. There's a second delay where I'm able to land that extra shot I need. I'm not saying mounting is perfectly balanced by any means, but that is something that nobody talks about. In fact, there's a delay when demounting your gun, which keeps you in the line of fire for that like half a second that it takes for you to die, and so that is an important thing to realize. But I hear you, and I know what you're gonna say too, right? Sorry, I don't want to hop ahead of you, but I know the problem. When a head glitcher shoots at you and hits you and there's flinch, your sight then kicks up over their head, right?
Yeah, they shouldn't have to be leaving.
Right, exactly. So I do agree with you on that. One of the things I said during Black Ops 4 was that I think LMGs and sniper rifles and DMRs should have flinch, but everything else should have very low or no flinch. It's kind of a thought I had back then.
Yeah, but, I think in Cold War, sniper rifles should definitely have.
But here's the thing.
Flinch, if anything. But
Modern Warfare did have the flinch in Modern Warfare didn't stack very hard, and you could just, if you were pulling down on your stick anyway, oftentimes, and nobody likes to talk about this, but Ace tested this back when the game first came out. There's such little flinch. Just barely pulling down your analog stick or mouse will completely counteract the flinch, because the flinch doesn't stack onto your gun as you're getting hit in Modern Warfare. There's sort of a set flinch, and so you'll never go above that. So my thing was, once I learned that, I always sort of, not overcorrected my recoil, but I always sort of pulled down in gunfights, because the time to kill is so fast. I don't need headshots, unless I'm using the SCAR, but I don't need headshots, so fuck it. I'm just going to counter the flinch. So I didn't have a lot of flinch deaths in Modern Warfare.
So would you say the most skill-based in terms of like flinch or headshot multipliers or anything would be no headshot multipliers, no flinch?
No headshot multipliers.
Or do you think flinch is necessary? Because I think just having flinch is random, because the enemy, you're relying on the enemy on where you're going. Because obviously when you're in a gunfight and you're pulling down on the flinch, I really don't think I think you're doing that out of habit. I don't think you're doing it out of reacting to the enemy shooting at you. Like, you can't do that in that small amount of time. You're just doing that out of habit.
I mean, you would hope, but there were some people that I don't think understood that they should be doing that, not to counter recoil, because the recoil in Modern Warfare is pretty low, especially if you have like a Merc foregrip or a compensator on most of the ARs or SMGs. But if you knew the game and you knew how the game played, then you'd be pulling down because you'd want to counter the little bit of flinch that's there. Also, it's really it's hard to talk about Modern Warfare, because the thing is, if somebody's shooting you in Modern Warfare, you're likely dead. So
yeah.
So my point is that flinch in certain gunfights doesn't add a lot of skill. It really just, but the thing is that flinch is there for other things. It's not that it adds skill or removes it. Flinch helps when fighting multiple opponents. Don't you think that's sort of a pivotal thing in Call of Duty? It's been sort of a key thing in Call of Duty, that one person can take on 3 people with a magazine. That's sort of been a thing like for the entirety of the franchise, and it was a very big deviation from other games that were out at the time.
I don't think that's flinch. I also don't think that you can't do it.
Flinch. It's definitely flinch, because if you're fighting multiple opponents, by the time you've killed one person, the other 2 people are aware of your position.
I think that's entirely reaction time. But
it could be. But what if you're fighting 2 people and you can't bother them off target? Your bullets have generally less impact, and you are already in a disadvantaged state. And because you're fighting multiple opponents, and your bullets have less impact on the opponents.
I think more than anything, that directly correlates with a higher time to kill. But I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, because in Cold War you can definitely take on. Like, for example, if you're hitting headshots, which I know isn't the easiest thing, especially at close range, but if you're hitting headshots, you can easily take on 2 enemies. Easily. 3, that's pushing it, but I don't think you have to be able to like get a quad feed around every time you run into a 4-man. You shouldn't have.
No, you shouldn't be able to.
Good potential for a quad feed.
I think you should have a little bit more potential than what we currently have in Cold War. I think you should have a little bit more, because I think when you increase the shots to kill, and then you remove the impact from the person's bullets, they don't want to push. And I think this is a big reason I'm seeing people head glitch so often. My buddy Jake has a completely different opinion than I do. Well, I kind of have it, but like loosely. He actually thinks this game, Cold War, has more camping than Modern Warfare. Every time he's in a lobby, he says there are more than half the team is just holding down a lane and just pre-aiming it. They don't want to push, because if they fight multiple people, they have a much higher chance of losing. The time to kill's faster. the time to kill being faster and everything is definitely helps the most with fighting multiple opponents. But
wait, sorry, did you just say you think people are less likely to push in Cold War or Modern Warfare? Sorry, didn't catch that.
Oh, I said that my buddy's opinion is that people are not pushing in Cold War because people don't want to have gunfights. Because every game he's in, he says more than half the team at any given moment is head glitching a piece of cover or just aiming down or pre-aiming a lane. They don't want to push because if they push, they have a higher chance of running into multiple opponents. And when the time to kill is longer, that's going to be the main factor in fighting multiple people. So let's first understand this. The time to kill is going to be the main factor in fighting multiple people. Flinch is a secondary factor, but it's an important factor. Then, without flinch, when you are shooting these multiple opponents, and you're strafing maybe in and out of cover, you are trying to land as many shots on them as possible, they're not disadvantaged at all by getting shot by you. In fact, their advantage has increased because your bullets have generally less impact. And that's all flinch is. I don't want lots of flinch. God, fuck no. I don't want to feel like Call of Duty Ghosts without the focus perk or anything like that. I want it to feel like Modern Warfare, where it's a little bit of upwards. I want it to be more diagonal so it doesn't give you free headshots, because that's also bullshit.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up, which it always is vertical in Call of Duty.
Yes and no. In Modern Warfare, it could be diagonal. It could basically it would come up in like a trident. It would either go
but not like a 45-degree angle diagonal.
Not 45-degree, but more, but enough to not give you a free headshot. I didn't get a lot of free headshots throughout Modern Warfare because of its flinch. Again, it's very low flinch, and I was always countering it when I was fighting people. And I had so many hot mic moments where I would kill somebody, and I just, how did he not die? And I'm thinking, it's because I'm persistently shooting you and not giving a shit that you're shooting me. It was counterable flinch. And when I would get hit markers on snipers in the distance on something like Scrapyard, and I know we agree that snipers should have flinch, but it's the same concept. They'd be on Scrapyard, they'd be on the top tower on Scrapyard, and they'd have a sniper on me, and I'd get a hit marker with like my kilo, and they'd back off because I just moved their sight off of me. And it was the same thing for AR users and LMG users. They wouldn't just sit there and keep trying to pepper me. No, they backed the hell off. So that's where it's important. It has bullshit factors to it as well, but I think the pros outweigh the cons when it comes to having a little bit of like basically like a 45-degree angle flinch. The pros outweigh the cons. When you fight multiple people, your bullets have more impact, and we noticed this in Black Ops 4. At least I did, because I don't know if you've been noticed. I did a whole retrospective on the 8th gen of COD.
Oh yeah,
Black Ops 4's gunplay. Yeah, Black Ops 4's gunplay actually I like a lot better than Cold War's. And I do think it's because of the flinch. That's the main differential factor, is the flinch. Is that it's still 150 health, and even you said like there's no ability to just one burst people in Cold War or in Black Ops 4 very easily. There wasn't like a 3-round 3-shot kill burst rifle.
But hopefully that can be fixed in due time.
Yeah, hopefully it can be.
That doesn't seem like a problem that would go throughout the whole year.
Well, the Titan and the Auger were. And so was the Rampart, so those are still issues in Auger, in Black Ops 4. Sorry, the Auger's very good.
The Titan was annoying like the AK though. It had a closer time to kill to all the other weapons. Like the AUG is blatantly OP in this game. Like you can't even argue it was at like 110 milliseconds. I don't know what it is, but
it's crazy.
The Titan one's even close to that. I don't think.
No, but the other thing Treyarch, I don't have faith in Treyarch, is what I'm saying, and I don't have faith in Modern Warfare either. Like Infinity Ward, like. God,
I mean, the
MP5 didn't get.
They've released a hell of a lot of updates since launch, and I haven't seen the bad one yet. I just
the FAMAS got killed, and the M16 and AUG nerfs did nothing. So that's great. They're fast, but they're.
I will say one thing that's bad is, but I think the FAMAS gang nerfed was good. I think they have to bring it back up a little bit.
Yeah, but the thing is, they nerfed it to the ground before many people even had a chance to unlock it. I don't think that's good.
That's true, because when I got it, I was pretty sad, but. Right, and how people are less likely to push. Just in my experience, at least, like I play with all my friends, right? And I don't think those people were going to push anyways, whether or not flinch existed. I think the people who are going to push are more successful in Cold War than they ever have been, and they're not ever, pretty much since Black Ops 4 and before.
What if they bump into multiple people?
I just don't see a situation where flinch would. I mean, obviously it can happen, but I feel like that's such a again, it's all like random. I feel like you can so much easier control whether or not you win the gunfights in Cold War based on where you're hitting them in the body than you could in any other COD. Like hitting them in. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
I do. I disagree though, because I think with the longer time to kill and the lack of flinch, I just don't think that there's any reason. I think a lot of people are realizing they're not people that are just going to camp anyway. I think it's a lot of people that realize, well, one, drop shotting is inherently nerfed, and drop shotting and jump shotting are nerfed in Cold War. Okay, those are aggressive tactics that have been in Call of Duty for 13 years. Okay, so you can't drop shot without a certain attachment, and it's still very stuttery. You have like the crouch, and then you go to prone, and you can't just fall to prone like you can in Modern Warfare. So that hurts rushers and aggressive players. Then you have jump shotting. When you jump, your recoil goes up when you jump in Cold War. That's bad for players as well. And sometimes it'll get you a free headshot. On SMGs, I noticed it can give you a free headshot. But on ARs, it absolutely fucking kills ARs. Then, and DMRs as well. I have to remind myself to not jump with the DMR 14, because when I jump and I'm spraying, I just lose all my accuracy. So, jump shotting, drop shotting has been nerfed. The time to kill is longer. And the opponents that you're fighting, you can't flinch them off target if they're waiting for you or if they started to notice your presence. So if you're faster than them, it matters a lot less in Cold War if you're faster than somebody, especially if you're not using a meta.
Unless you're faster and you have substantially better aim than them.
Yeah, you'd have to have better aim than any FPS game, but then also they'd help. But if we're going to go that far, it's like, okay, you better have better aim, and they better not be using meta weapons. They better not be using whatever meta gun is killing in the least amount of milliseconds, and you better be using something that's comparable to that. In Modern Warfare, it's much more feasible for somebody to flank a team with an Odin and take out 3 people. It's much more feasible.
This is what I'll say. I think Modern Warfare could give better to, I guess it could play better to, like, I don't want to say pub stomping, because that kind of like sounds like
I know what you mean, though.
Yeah, but I don't think that makes Cold War any less skill-based. I think it makes it, you can argue it makes it less fun, but playing... do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, you kind of having to play around your team. Obviously, it's not as fun if you can't, like, get a 3K, but it's not inherently less skillful.
Oh, I mean, I can get a 3K with the DMR, but I will never stop preaching the love of that weapon. But no, okay, but yeah, you're right. It is less fun. Like I said to the other guy, if you were listening to that, like, it's hard to say which game takes more skill. I don't think Cold War does because of its current meta, but you're right. That's malleable. That's changeable. Call of Duty metas never stay the same unless you're Modern Warfare, and then in which case you never nerf the MP5, and that's fine. And you can just never nerf it. Thanks, Infinity Ward. But, I mean, it's, God, dude, I get comments still. Boom, it's been nerfed, stop complaining. I'm like, it still does the same thing. It's still 3 shots in close range. Why
it's still the same 5 out of 6 people on the other team killing you with.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, it didn't get nerfed enough. Kill it. At least let me get a new meta. Like, God. Anyway. So, but either way, when it comes down to it, I think that I guess here's the way to put it. It's hard to decide what takes more skill. I know that in Modern Warfare, I have more fun, and the reason is this. In Modern Warfare, if I use an off-meta gun, I'm not as punished as I would be in Cold War. Because of the game, and that is strictly because the gunplay is, on paper, statistically, and feel-wise, less difficult. Seriously, it's all there. I totally get that.
Yeah, I guess.
I can flank people, dude. I can flank people with the SCAR, with a default magazine. So like a 20-round mag, SCAR H, with a good setup. Well, 20-round SCAR is not a good setup, but either way, if I have everything good except for the higher magazine, I feel like I could still kill 3 or 4 people out of a group of 6. I feel like I could still do that. Because so I kill one person, let's say, and the next person looks at me, I start shooting them, and now I have given them a problem. When you shoot somebody with a little bit of flinch, you give them a problem.
Yeah.
And so then you're it's Call of Duty, so you're getting shot as well. So you're flinching a bit too. He's flinching you, you're flinching him, but your gun out damages him. Or the thing is that the thing with the SCAR is the flinch might give you a headshot, which, thank God, Then you move on to the third person, and you might be able to kill them, especially if you land headshots, because it's a 2-shot headshot. I'm not describing a skill-based game for good skill-based players. I'm describing a game where I feel like I can use whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, so I guess I was just trying to pick up the other guy's slack, I guess, in
it's less
the argument about skill.
But you're right, though.
So,
it's less fun. but maybe
Yeah,
not less
it's definitely
skill-based.
it's less. Yeah, I want to say Cold War, or even if it's not right now, it can definitely be more skill based than a lot of CODs ever have been. And the other thing I was going to say was, you can argue Modern Warfare. Personally, I don't think so because the maps, the mini map, not with the
Oh,
red
yeah,
dots,
I hear
whatever,
you. Yeah.
stuff like that. You can argue Modern Warfare is more fun though because it allows you to use such a wide array of weapons and you can customize them in so many
And
ways.
gadgets and weird shit, dude. The game is just a
Yeah,
reasonable freedom. Yeah.
But I was just, I guess you were never really arguing this to begin with. I was just arguing just from a skill point perspective.
No,
I think
I would
yeah,
love, dude. I honestly would love to talk to you again in a month or two and see what Treyarch's
Mhm.
done. I would love to,
Yeah.
because then we can talk about this more. Because like if in a month or two, the meta, because I don't. Here's my pessimism, and this is pessimism I have because of games like Modern Warfare, and the last several Call of Duty games just in general. My pessimism is this: I don't think multiplayer devs with Call of Duty are playing their own game enough. I think they're going off of numbers more than meta. And so my problem that I'm having is that I think what they're going to do is I think every time they nerf something, something else is going to immediately take its place. I think every time they buff something, something's immediately going to, the meta is completely going to shift towards that thing. And I don't think Cold War, my pessimistic view is that in 2 months, Cold War will not be a better game. And there will be a lot of and I'm a complainy dude, but I think the game's going to make it very easy for me to complain even in 2 months. And I hope
so
I'm
you're
wrong.
assuming the AUG and M16 won't get a 4-shot nerf.
Yeah, I don't think those burst weapons are going to get proper nerfs. I just don't see it happening. Or they're going to get nerfed into the ground, and I'm going to be fucking sad because then the guns are just ruined, and there's not that many guns in the game to begin with. Or shotguns are not going to get a proper nerf.
I mean, I'd rather that than have to go against them, but yeah.
I guess so. But it's also like they're fixing a problem that doesn't exist. Because if you go play COD 4, the M16 with stopping power in COD 4 is a fucking nightmare. It's a sniper rifle. But the M4, which is just a very basic bitch assault rifle, no, let's even say something else. So let's say, what's the other one? There's another basic. Oh, the G36. But a G36 with stopping power kills very fast as well. So I think Call of Duty had a good system of, even when something is blatantly overpowered, everything. I mean, what's the main misconception people have is that everything in Modern Warfare 2 was balanced because everything was overpowered. It's not the case.
Oh yeah.
Stopping power existed. That helped. But there was a hierarchy of weapons in Modern Warfare 2, but people couldn't detect it because they felt good using anything. And even in Modern Warfare, my buddy was like, I don't give a shit if the MP5's meta. I'm good with the FAMAS, or I'm good with the Odin, or I'm good with the AK. Because you could be. And I don't think that's going to be prevalent in Cold War, because again, lack of flinch
just
and
like
longer time to kill.
replayability.
Yeah, exactly. The lack of flinch and the longer time to kill doesn't give guns the same impact. So whatever, you have to go where the DPS meta is, or get left behind, or hope you get into a god lobby where people aren't sweating very hard. But it's been nice talking to you, Ben. I'm sorry I talked more than you did, but I do know where you're at. It's a very, and the reason I'm talking so much is I'm working out these thoughts as well. They're interesting topics. So
yeah, the last thing I want to say before I leave,
go for it.
I was gonna say, like, Modern Warfare definitely could have been like the game you're describing, like in terms of just entertainment and fun and replayability. It's just, for me, like the maps, the core gameplay design, like the red dots, everything.
Yeah.
It's just, they were so damn close. But
they were so
like,
close.
The animations, the graphics, oh my god, it would have been like the best Call of Duty game ever.
It could have been the next Modern Warfare 2 if they would have fixed the minimap.
Yeah, they got so close, but they fell short on like the smallest thing. Dude, obviously maps aren't small, but
I know, but can you
that's just why it isn't for me.
But dude, can you imagine a version of Modern Warfare with a normal working minimap, dead silence and amplify as works, and score streaks instead of kill streaks?
You may hate me for this, but Nuketown.
Fuck it, Nuketown. Terminal even would have been nice. Fuck, that's a well balanced map actually.
Yeah.
But thank you so much, dude, for talking. It was nice chatting with you, man.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. All right, so someone else is in the waiting room here. That looks like Villainous. So Villainous, are you ready? Because I see Villainous and then Carlingus and then Altair. I am going to lock the channel because I've been talking for a long time. I only have time for 3 more of you, so I'm going to remove the ability to connect to the waiting room. So if you're in the waiting room right now, do not leave, because if you leave, I can't get you back. So I'm gonna grab Villainous, and so make sure your mic's clear and you have a topic or question, so we're not just rambling, because I feel like I ramble too much. I'm really bad at listening. I'm a really good talker though. So anyway, let's go here. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
What do you think about a Call of Duty where they take all the best parts and they take all the developers and they all work together and then they make one game with all the weapons everyone likes, all the camos, all the maps and streaks and, you know, all that. And then if you kind of want a different feel, they'd have different modes. So like one's really fast time to kill, one may be longer and things like that, like so that everyone can be like pleased, and then they can just keep updating that. And then they could do battle passes and make a ton of money.
That's a big question to unpack. So the first thing I was thinking about the other day, you know, Call of Duty's always had a core mode and a hardcore mode. I wonder what would happen if we just stopped doing like this Call of Duty has 100 health, this Call of Duty has 150. Just have every Call of Duty have a heavy duty, hardcore, and core playlist, which would be kind of hard to balance everything around. But I don't think heavy duty would have 150 health. I think it would have 130. So that could please a lot of people. Ghost had a heavy duty playlist, and it wasn't loved, but at least it would have a fan base. In the same way that Realism in Modern Warfare had a bit of a fan base, but despite it not being very, very popular. Okay, so the problem is how do we figure out what exactly people like? So I've been on YouTube for over 5 years now, and you know what I have zero clue about? What the hell the COD community wants, what maps we find to be good, what camos we find to be tasty to look at, what challenges are good, if prestiging is good. I have no idea what this community wants, and the reason is because it's not a community. See, communities can't be too big. As soon as a community gets up over, God, I want to say 1,000 people. Seriously, like it's too many. It's just individuals, which is good. You know, I think we should look at people more as individuals and not as groups. But it's hard because I think if they made a Call of Duty game with all of the top rated camos, and they put this up as a poll, right? So the game launches with 10 of the fans' favorite maps. They get to vote from every map from every COD. Whatever are the most voted for maps, those are in the game at launch.
I think it would be fair to pick the most fan favorite map from like each game.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so like what's that, like 13 games? So 13 maps?
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, so they vote for everyone gets to vote for one map from each game. And so that's how that works. And whatever is the highest percentage voted in that game, that's the map that gets added. So I think if you did that and you pulled a million people, that's a crazy amount. You pull a million people and you say, what do you want to be in the next COD? Some people are, okay, Terminal from Modern Warfare 2, and I want Dome from Modern Warfare 3, and I want Raid from Black Ops 2, and I want the Intervention, and I want the ACR, and I want the Ballista, and okay, so they do this, and this happens.
The Olympia,
yeah, they want the Olympia. They want the pre nerf 725 from Modern Warfare. Okay, so this is how shitty it gets. But either way, it doesn't matter. Everyone votes. If they made that Call of Duty based on those parameters, and then they had 3 modes: hardcore, core, and heavy duty. And heavy duty could have its own balance. So like if you don't like the fast time to kill, go there. If you don't like the medium rate, you know, if you don't want the heads up display and you want it to be more realistic, then you go there. Okay. So I still think half the community that played it would be pissed. Like, I seriously don't think they'd be happy. I think they'd have less reasons to complain, which would be a start. But sometimes the Call of Duty community gets so caught up in being critical that they become ungrateful. And they become very, very toxic. And that's why people say the Call of Duty community is toxic. It's not that Call of Duty community is toxic. It's that it's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of individuals with their own preference. My ideal Call of Duty, man, is something like Modern Warfare 2, Black Ops 1. Those are not perfectly super well-balanced games.
Yeah, BO1 is my favorite.
Yeah, right? So, I love the map design in Modern Warfare 2 and Black Ops 1. I find it to be very comparable, too. Like, kind of messy, asymmetrical, but very fun to control, right? So, that's fun for me. People hate that. And they hate it. And they want Black Ops 2. But then they misunderstand, and then they have the problems with people that they like things, and they know what they like, and they're competent people, and they can explain to you what they like. But then there's people that don't know anything. They say that everything in Modern Warfare 2 is overpowered. No, it wasn't. Everything was usable because of the low time to kill and the fact that stopping power existed, and there was no Juggernaut perk to counter it. So yeah, everything felt very lethal, but no, not the case. A hierarchy forms no matter what. Or you have people saying that, oh, every map in Black Ops 2 was competitive. No, it wasn't. Yemen existed. Turbine existed. These maps were not balanced. They had a 3-lane design, but they weren't 3-lane symmetrical competitive grade maps. Drone is also a great example of some weird shit. So I don't think that's, I think so you have people that are ignorant. And so, and I'm probably ignorant myself because I'm human, so I'm tainted with bias. But the problem that I have when people talk about, like, I'm not with you, like, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, like when they say like, okay, what if they made the perfect COD? Well, okay, how many people would be upset that the game is essentially just old shit? So they wouldn't even want to vote in the first place. Like, no, you're releasing old crap. I want new stuff. Like, seriously, Modern Warfare 2 is considered to be one of the best-selling, most popular FPS games of all time. But if you ask my chat right now, do you guys want Modern Warfare 2 remastered? Somebody's going to say, no, I want new stuff. Stop remastering games. I mean, hell, Resident Evil 2 got remastered to great critical acclaim. People love the Resident Evil 2 remake. But then there were critics that just said it's unoriginal. It's bad because it's not a new Resident Evil game. It's a new Resident Evil game that's not a new Resident Evil game, so I don't like it. So but I guess your question wasn't how do we please everyone? It's what if this happened? And I think if this was to be set up, I think there would be less reasons for the community to complain. If Call of Duty is going to be an annual franchise, it's not the end of the world. Because, like, if you don't like this kind of, like, collaboration COD game, then, okay, wait for next year. Treyarch will push out some garbage or whatever, and you'll like that. But
some new maps, but they're all bad.
Yeah, a bunch of new maps. They're all shit, though. That's the thing. Like, dude, I stopped. When Modern Warfare came out, I was like, okay, please don't remaster every COD 4 map. Actually have some original maps here. And then after like a while, I was like, you know what? Give me what I know, because I'm tired of some of your guys' designs. Like Condor Hideout and Cheshire Park, I think are the only good original maps they added to Modern Warfare. Other than that, I didn't really like Sawmill after a while, and I found it to be very annoying. And I was like, you know what? I would have preferred High Rise, but I don't know. So again, there's so much variance in the way the community thinks, and because again, that's the thing. I keep saying it's not a community. So here's what I'm thinking is. I think the devs would fight. I think that this is my pessimistic view. I think the devs would fight. I think the community would still be incredibly split on things, and certain things would be very close. You might think, well, everybody's favorite map in Modern Warfare 2 was Terminal, and the sniper they would want is the Intervention, and everyone's like, yeah, I agree. That's what they would want. And then you load it up and you find out that, oh my god, the WA2000 one, and they want Skid Row. That's insane. Like, you find out there's a vocal minority that's now given the chance to vote on things. It's like, oh my god, they've been there the whole time. It's terrifying.
But if they had like more teams, maybe they could make more guns in the updates.
Oh yeah, that's the thing too. Is that like they could then add stuff later, but then it becomes a question of how do you balance things? And my answer to that is, well, one of the things I said on my Modern Warfare stream last night was, Modern Warfare's time to kill so fast, really just add whatever the fuck you want at this point.
And, like, for Smash Ultimate,
yeah,
they had, like, everybody, so maybe they could have, like, more than one map. Like, they could have a lot, and then it would be better. But they don't really try, so...
That's the thing, is, like, there's so much... Well, yeah, it's harsh to say, but it's true, though. Like, how do you match that quantity to the quality? So, like, is it... Because you put all the pieces together, is it still going to run properly? And is everybody really going to be happy? And, well, my buddy Jason has a pretty right opinion about, like, so people say they want a Black Ops 2 remaster. And he's like, oh, yeah, bring it on. Let them see how bad that game could play. Because him and I get kind of tired of people saying Black Ops 2 is perfect. It's the ideal Call of Duty. It's one of my favorites of all time. But you get people that they fetishize it in a way. They suck its toes for zero reason, and I have no idea why. Because it's like, what can we can praise the game, but there's a certain point where I think we're forgetting a couple of key things here.
Especially the zombie side of that game. Like, a lot of the maps aren't even that good, and then there's like 2 really good ones.
Mob of the Dead.
Yeah.
Are you not a Mob of the Dead fan? Do I have to kick you from my Discord?
No, I love Mob of the Dead.
Oh, okay, you can stay. But
yeah.
But no, seriously though, It's interesting. It's an interesting topic. I don't have the answer because this community is always, it's not a community. The player base is always so polarized, and they're always so angry about one thing or the other. It's very hard to discern what exactly would make them happy.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. So honestly, man, I love the idea. So if you want my personal, like, non-biased, not that's very biased, my non-pessimistic view, I would buy that twice. Like,
if they bring back the F2000, it's just over.
It's over. There it is. Dude, there's not enough games with the F2000 in it. Like, I think it's Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4, Modern Warfare 2, and drawing a blank. Like, don't get enough of that gun. But yeah, dude, like, I appreciate your question. It's an interesting one. I can't imagine it'd be perfect, but I do imagine it would definitely, again, a good step would be giving the Call of Duty community less stuff to bitch about. And that's sort of been the key thing of my channel. Is like, you are all angry at this thing. Why? Like, is it really that bad? Like, I remember when Black Ops 4 added the $1 reticle, and everyone's like, boom, they're charging $1 for a reticle, and they're freaking out, and they're having this fucking fit, and I'm like, if they add weapons to supply drops, I'll uninstall the game. But until then, I don't care about overpriced cosmetics. They added weapons to supply drops, I uninstalled the game that day. I got the Locust out of supply drop and uninstalled the game. I seriously did. Like, and that's sort of bullshit video game activism shit that I actually usually hate. But I don't get angry over everything. So it's sort of a point. It's a good idea to give the Call of Duty community more things to think about. Like when the kill death ratio watch in Modern Warfare, that was a big controversy for like a week, and it was like, who gives a shit? My deaths, knowing my kills and deaths doesn't matter. And I even said it's probably going to be in the battle pass later, and it was. And I'm like, yeah, there you go. Like, I don't give a shit. Some things are non-issues. And so if you gave a Call of Duty community, the Call of Duty community, let's just put fucking parentheses around that, or quotations around that, sorry. If you gave the community everything they voted for, basically like, hey, you could pull an election thing and be like, you didn't vote, you don't get to complain. Okay, if you wanted Terminal, you should have voted Terminal, because now we got Skid Row. And so that's the issue. But you know, if that happened, man, like, it would make my life so much easier as somebody who loves to talk about these things. I'd be like, they literally pulled your ass. They found out what you guys liked, and maybe they don't pull you. Maybe they look back through years and years of COD data and find out the most voted for map of each game without our input at all. So it's like, it was the most voted back then, so you're getting it now. But it's sort of hard to judge whether or not that
bad, though,
it might be
because
bad.
A lot of people like Rust, Nuketown, Shipment, and shit like that.
Yeah, I agree. That would be puke-tastic if that happened. I feel like this Call of Duty game we're describing, I feel like when it gets to COD 4, they're gonna be like, Pipeline, Crossfire, Overgrown. These are good maps. Shipment, sweet, and then that will be the. Ugh.
Yeah, and when we say that, we imagine it'll be amazing, but then it's up to everyone. So
yeah, we don't really know exactly what the community thinks, because, and the developers get a lot of data that we don't see. So they see like the silent majority that doesn't go on Twitter or Reddit or YouTube, and they just play the game for fun. They're looking at their data. What guns are they using? How are they dying? Where are they spawning? And they're looking at that information. So, but thank you so much for coming on, man. That's a really cool topic. Really cool topic.
All right. Thanks for having me. Bye.
See ya. Okay. I'm going to be right back, kids. I got to go to the bathroom. So you guys just chill here. I'll be right back, and then I'll take on Altair and El Carlingus. We will talk about Call of Duty and stuff. I will be right back. I just gotta pee, guys. Just gotta pee. Hold on. No, people left. My God. You guys were supposed to keep everybody here. What the fuck? BRB stream for the win. All right. Time to talk to Carl Inglis. Carl Ingus, and then we're gonna do Altair. Kai, I got you. Now you're in. I didn't even give you any warm up.
Oh shit. Yo, what's up?
Hello.
Hello. Yo, like, I got this question that I've been thinking about, like, in the last couple of weeks, that how would a futuristic COD work with the new Modern Warfare engine, Gunsmith, and how could they implement that into Warzone?
Whew. Well, So first things first, we have to talk about, if we're talking about futuristic CODs, we have to talk about movement, right? Because movement's a big thing about, like, every futuristic COD we've seen. It either has
exactly
exosuits or thruster packs. So what would we do there? Because I think the only two futuristic-esque games we got that didn't have that was Black Ops 2 and Black Ops 4. But Black Ops 2 is going to be a modern-day shooter here soon. God, it's less than 5 years away. Anyway, so start off by saying that I would want there to be wall running, but no thruster jumping or anything of the sort. So you get sliding, thruster jumping, and the ability to high mantle. And you could, God, it's so hard, dude, because, like, futuristic, I want to be creative, right? I'd love to say that in a game like a futuristic Call of Duty in the future, we could have areas like, in the Advanced Warfare campaign mission where we use the magnetic gloves to scale a building. I'd love to have areas like that instead of ladders, where, like, we use, like, our magnetic gloves to climb up a building instead of jumping, like, thruster jumping up there or climbing a ladder. Like, we'd actually, like, climb with, like, magnetic gloves or something. But, like, yeah, and that's a good thing too. Like, Hazmat Sad Boy says, wall running but you can't aim. Like, I think that'd be kind of cool if you could wall run but not aim. But okay, so how would it integrate with Warzone's a really interesting question. I think it would have to have a lot of interesting vehicles, because, like, that's the main thing there. Everything else would be the same. But Gunsmith is where I think your question gets me the most excited.
I know that's what I was thinking about. Like, and all of your ideas about just wall running, and that's basically it.
Mm-hmm.
That would be pretty interesting. You know, it could make a unique type of game. You know, that is basically a hybrid. And I don't think people would be actually mad about that, you know?
Oh, well, people love the tactical mode in Infinite Warfare because people
love something about Infinite Warfare?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
a surprise.
I mean, some people that liked it, yeah. Some of the people that liked it were, like, really into the tactical mode because it was wall running and no thruster jumping. And it would just be for traversal. It'd be like, okay, there's a lane that's like a pit, and you have to, like, run over the pit or, like, climb over it in some way. And I think that makes a lot of sense. In the same way, I think Call of Duty should have, like, zip lines. Just little things that give us some, like, variety. So zip lines or wall running spots. Or, little gimmicks that make the game a little bit more entertaining than, like, the standard fare of, like, ladders. And I mean, Doors entertained my dumbass in Modern Warfare just because it was a little interactable environment on the map. It made the map feel a little bit more alive. And same thing about mounting is, like, I don't think it had some balancing problems, but mounting was cool because you could basically every surface felt like it was an actual surface you could interact with. It's weird. Think about this. In Modern Warfare, you can interact with every surface. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I know. Like, I love Modern Warfare. Like, I think it's my favorite game of all time, you know? And when I started playing the fucking doors, I didn't even notice them because, you know, I was not that much of a hardcore player. And I'm a fucking hardcore Call of Duty player as a whole. And I just played a couple of games, like Black Ops 3. I fucking love Black Ops 3 because it was my fucking childhood with my brother. Mm-hmm. But I understand it is a shitty game. And I didn't even play online. Yeah. Because I didn't have PS Plus. My parents we didn't even have Wi-Fi. So we just had the game and I just enjoyed it with my brother in fucking 4-player split screen. Yeah. And we enjoyed that shit. We actually enjoyed that shit with a regular PS4. That shit ran like ass. but we had fun with it. You know, that's what I fucking meditating about, because we love things like that are part of our childhood.
Mm-hmm.
But if we like meditate about it, we think about it, and from a critical perspective, a lot of the things are just shitty. They're just bad.
Yeah.
But you still know that you like them,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And that's why I love Black Ops 3. And I'm so excited because it's going to be free on PS5.
Yeah, that's cool.
And And so, yeah, like, and I didn't know about like loot boxes and shit because I didn't even have Wi-Fi, you know?
Yeah, so you
for me,
you got to experience the core
yeah, I just
gameplay.
have the bare bones experience, you know, without even the first update. And you know, the split screen campaign, that was actually really fun to play. You gotta try it. I think the Black Ops 3's campaign level design is actually really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I know what you mean, at least. Like, yeah, for sure. Dude, like, what's up?
Okay, go on.
Well, what's your... So to go back to what you said, though, about, like, a futuristic Call of Duty game.
Oh, yeah, that. I got really excited, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. No, it's something I think about often, because I don't know what I'd like. I like it to be more like Infinite Warfare than Black Ops 3. I'd want it to be more like...
Yeah.
Something kind of like more realistic. I mean, some of you will get this, some of you won't. Infinite Warfare kind of reminded me of Stargate, which is like modern military, but with the ability to go to space. Is sort of like what Infinite Warfare reminded me of.
Yeah, that's what I think about. Like, I think Infinite Warfare is, at least for me, a really realistic game if we think about the setting.
Yeah,
you know?
It's
at least in my opinion.
Well, yeah, no, that actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's realistic, but it's fantastical. So it's like a believable fiction.
Yeah.
More than like Black Ops 3,
exactly.
where like people are like cybernetic, and that when you start like adding cyborgs and all the mindfucky stuff that's especially in the story of Black Ops 3, it becomes less.
Yeah, and
normal.
Infinite Warfare, they added those like robots and shit. They added them in a really realistic way. They didn't put it in your fucking face like, oh Joe, this game has robots and it's really cool, you know?
Yeah, the robots are like a utility, like in the story, like they're just more like a utility tool.
Yeah, like they are in real life.
I mean, and the way, God, I don't want to spoil the end of the Infinite Warfare campaign, but if you
I played it.
But you know what? But the thing is how you utilize one of the enemy robots towards the end of the campaign is really smart. You use it as a tool. They're not droids from Star Wars, you know, with like opinions and stuff. They're just sort of AIs in little boxes, and I liked it. So
yeah.
To say if I'm making a futuristic Call of Duty game in the Modern Warfare engine, it's gritty, it's believable,
the campaign will be fantastic.
The campaign would be good, but the thing is like I think I would definitely want it to be a sequel to Infinite Warfare. The more I'm thinking about it, because what I would want it to do is to, because you don't need all these different games that are like Infinite Warfare. Really, what I'm realizing is I just love the setting of Infinite Warfare, and Infinite Warfare had interesting tools and weapons. Like, so the TAR grenade, which is the grenade with like a little rocket propelled back that you can like let it launch straight forward. Yeah. Or the or the explosive drone that you set out and it just kind of floats forward. Or the spider drone.
I love that.
Yeah, you can
all the gadgets. They were so good.
So imagine that in like a Modern Warfare system with like gunsmith. So how could you customize the weapon? What different projectiles could your weapon fire? What sort of...
Yeah, no, they can go crazy with that. Like a futuristic gunsmith. Just think about it. They can literally make up things that make no sense, but they may be actually really fun as a mechanic.
Yeah, it'd be really cool to see a gunsmith system focusing on like conversion kits, but instead of like converting a gun from 5.56 to 9mm, you can convert a ballistic weapon to an energy weapon. I think that'd be very interesting. Joe Faps, thank you for the $5, man. Ghost sequel? I wouldn't mind a Ghost sequel.
Oh my god, yo!
Just to finish
I remember.
That story.
Exactly, like when I was like 8 years old or so, like my dad bought the PS4, and I was like, oh my god, a PS4, and he bought it with Call of Duty. No, he didn't buy the game. A friend gave it to him because, you know, for PS4.
Yeah.
And I played the game, and I was a dumb child, but Call of Duty Ghosts is one of the games that I hold really, like, close to my heart.
Yeah.
Because I just loved it, and I don't know how my dad let me play that game when I was fucking 8, but okay.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, exactly. Like the campaign, I ended it, and I was like, "Yo, is there a sequel?" Because I didn't even know the Call of Duty Death Cycle, the Call of Duty shit. My dad loves the original 3 Modern Warfare games. That's why he bought Ghost. And he's not very critical, like, "Oh my god, multiplayer balance." No, he's like, he just loves the campaigns because he's a single player.
Yeah.
And when I ended Call of Duty Ghosts, from that moment, I've always wanted a sequel. Every time a new COD game like gets announced, I'm just like, will this be Ghost 2? You know?
Yeah, I do want a Ghost 2. I want an Infinite Warfare and a Ghost 2. I honestly wouldn't even mind an Advanced Warfare 2. I do like those settings. I like those worlds. I like the
Advanced Warfare. Mm-hmm. I didn't like it as a game, and even I was a stupid child, and I still didn't like that shitty game. But the graphics and the setting, exactly, the art style the campaign had, it was really good. Maybe not believable because it was too futuristic, but they didn't even go to space, but they had all that shit. Like, what the fuck? Right. But still, like, it was actually really, really interesting and like cool to watch.
Yeah,
you know,
it was cool. Well, anyway, thank you for coming on, man. I really appreciate it, and I do want to see a futuristic COD game here soon. Probably within the next 2 years, I'd like to see one, and I hope it's grounded enough. And the thing is that it's interesting. So people your age grew up with Ghosts and Advanced Warfare when they were like 8 and 9 years old, and that's interesting.
Exactly.
So Modern Warfare it's interesting because Modern Warfare is kind of directed, I feel like, at my age group, because I started playing Call of Duty with Modern Warfare 2 and Black Ops 1.
I still liked it a lot.
Oh yeah, you can like it, but like I'm not saying it's like age gated, but it sort of feels like they could now do a Ghosts sequel or an Advanced Warfare sequel, and people your age, those might be their first CODs, and they'd love to see a sequel to them. And so my generation started with COD 4, World at War, Modern Warfare 2, Black Ops 1. And so when a game stinks like that to us, we get a little excited. In fact, I have a lot of fans that like Modern Warfare, and they're older dudes. They're older than me because they played Call of Duty back. Yeah, they played COD 4 when they were like 18. So they were 18 when COD 4 came out, and they loved that. And now they're much older than me, and they're like, hey, yeah, give us more stuff like Modern Warfare. So for you, it might be like, well, now, how old are you now? I'm not doing math in my head.
I'm literally turning 16 in an hour. So yeah, there's that.
Really? In an hour?
Yeah, yeah, in an hour, literally.
Well, we got 50 viewers, so hopefully I can get you 50 happy birthdays. So come on, chat, don't let me down. But either way, the thing is that I do think that there's a definite possibility that Activision would love to basically market a Call of Duty game towards your age group. And so you're going to be 16, you're going to be like, so in 2 years you're going to be 18 years old, and you would love a Ghost sequel, and I think they're going to do that for you.
Yeah, I think. Oh, that's a shit ton of happy birthdays in the chat.
Yeah, look at that. Everybody's
Yo, thank you guys. I appreciate all of you.
Yeah, there you go. I'm happy that worked out. But no, that's the thing, right? Is that like, so Cold War is a sequel to Black Ops 1, and Modern Warfare is a reboot of the Modern Warfare series. And so that feels like it's very directed at my age group. But your age group's going to be very prevalent. And people my age,
I know, I got a lot of friends like me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the thing. So, yeah, but the thing is like, I'm going to, I'm going to be like 25 in 2 years, 3 years. I'm going to be 25 in like within 2.5 years. So
my boy's getting old.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is that like, they're not going to be as interested in marketing to me as an adult as they are to you as a young teenager, because they want you to get into the game. So I think it's very possible you might see an Advanced Warfare or Ghost sequel soon. Because for every
maybe Advanced Warfare is not as likely because Sledgehammer.
Yeah. Well, Sledgehammer's recently been hiring people, so who knows?
Oh, actually.
Yeah, so we might see something.
That's cool.
Dude, the whole chat's saying happy birthday to you. Nice.
I know, bro. I swear, this is the biggest chunk of attention I've ever got.
Well, dude, I appreciate you coming on. I hope you have a good birthday.
Yeah, thank you, bro. I appreciate it. You're my favorite YouTuber. It's just like it's really exciting to being able to talk to you, like face to face.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Well, I hope I hope you have a good day, man. I gotta grab Altair here because he's been waiting for like you. I mean, you guys were both waiting.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Yeah, we've been waiting, so I gotta wrap this up too. I've been
Okay.
shooting for almost 4 hours. Holy shit! All right. Well, thank you so much, man. Again, have a great birthday.
Don't worry. Thanks to you for being a great YouTuber, bro. Bye.
Okay. So, taking more people on? No, I have one more person. Salif? Yeah, Salif. I have one more person because I'm streaming for 4 hours. So I'm sorry, man. I did see you in the chat, but I didn't want to interrupt him. So I'm sorry. But dude, I hope he has a good birthday. That's cool. It's weird having fans. I don't like it. Me too, Hazmat Sad Boy. I actually would like modern day. I like modern day in near future. I really don't want anything too crazy, but if we were going to, I think there's potential there for a lot of fun. I'm the oldest in the chat. Confirmed. You're fine, Jacob. Okay, so let's move Altair in and grab him. Don't give him a new role. Boom. Altair, you're on. My favorite mod. Just kidding, guys. I love all of my mods equally. I don't love them all equally.
Oh, I'm supposed to be here.
Yes, you're in now. Sorry, no warm up.
No warm up, Jesus.
I know. I'm fast.
Okay. Greetings from 7 a.m. Greece.
Nice.
Everyone. Happy birthday to El Carlangas.
Yeah.
So,
what's up?
The discussion topic is kind of a twofold issue after your video for the maps in Modern Warfare.
Mm-hmm.
So, one of the biggest things that people are complaining about all the time, and I see this, is the maps, they're just bad, and nobody says how the mechanics of the game affect the maps.
Right.
Yes, and it's the same in Cold War. Many people don't like the maps, some people like them, or they might just like the mechanics. So there's no differentiation over there, in my opinion.
Okay.
For a lot of the community.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that I want to do here is a discussion about why the maps in Modern Warfare were so hated, and why some of them are not liked in Cold War. Differences between the two.
Oh man. Well, that's hard to take apart. So why are the maps? So starting with just small bites first. Why are the maps in Modern Warfare so hated? Well, a lot of them just aren't very good for most game modes. I think that's actually pretty fair to say. And there's also a problem, is spawns. So spawns in Modern Warfare were very bad at launch, and that put a bad taste in many people's mouths. So that's a key factor. But I think if we're just looking at the maps and how they're designed and not looking at these other mechanics around them, I think there are a lot of angles to get shot from, and there are a lot of places for people to hide. Like I've always said, there are safe spaces in Modern Warfare. My opinion is that they weren't heavily utilized in objective game modes. It was the non-objective game modes that I think people really had the most actual trouble with. If there was problems in the objective game modes, they were few and far between. Because I did notice them, but they weren't enough to ever complain about. It was the same sort of stuff you see in every Call of Duty. So I think it depends on the game modes they play. So I think a TDM player would have a night, unless they're a very campy, slow player, and that that might be a lot of people that we don't know about. I think a lot of older gamers, they don't want to buy a controller with paddles or have a gaming PC, and they're going to be jumping around and doing 180s or whatever. So they might like the slower pace, but for the most part, if you're a TDM player that likes a good paced match of an FPS game, good luck, because Modern Warfare is not going to be good. So I think that's a big reason. You have too many angles to get shot from, and there are too many different key power positions in every area. So like almost every single area in Modern Warfare has too many power positions. And it's funny, every time somebody talks about the maps in Modern Warfare and why they're hated or whatever, it always makes me think of Ramaza. Ramaza is not a bad map, in my opinion. I hate the way it plays, though. So focusing on any part of any area in that map, so okay, you have gun store in Ramaza. Gun store's back staircase and front windows are power positions. And the side staircase and bottom story doorway are also little power positions that you can utilize to basically just wait for people. And that's not good, because then the power position is basically almost a 360 degree, not full, but like I guess what would that be, 180 degree? I don't know. Power position. It's just you can see so many things from it. So a lot of Modern Warfare's maps have these power positions that are power positions that control many different areas at once. So you're very encouraged to utilize them all the time.
Well, let me chime in here for a second, because the power positions have been one of the biggest issues I've had with Modern Warfare, mostly because of how difficult, or a hassle rather, that it is to take out someone from the power position.
Yep.
But older Call of Duty games also had power positions, and it did not feel as frustrating to take people out of them.
Yeah. Well, I think Modern Warfare it's interesting. I think one of the big reasons is that Modern Warfare doesn't have a normal working mini-map. So that's one thing. So one of the things that would happen in old Call of Duty games, somebody would camp, right? And they would fire an unsuppressed weapon, because they might not want to suppress their gun, because they might not want to remove their gun's range. So they fire an unsuppressed weapon.
If it was a sniper, you'd lose a lot of advantages.
Exactly. So what would happen is they would fire their gun, and everyone on your team could pinpoint their location. So the reason it felt easier back then is because it was more likely that your teammates would be able to find the camper than it is in Modern Warfare, pinpoint their location. So they don't see a red dot.
It's not just about teammates. It's also about free-for-all, for example, which gets extremely campy.
I was going to get to that. But in team-based modes, just for now, for team-based modes, there's a level of we take our teammates for granted. If our teammates aren't encouraged to play the objective, our objective games go worse. If our teammates aren't given ample information, they have harder times they have harder times navigating the map and helping you out. So that's a bit of an issue. Is that if we can't ignore the fact that giving people more situational awareness helps, and encouraging people to play the objective helps. So you don't realize, until for me, if I play solo, I have a nightmare of a time playing solo sometimes, because I take for granted the little things of having a teammate that actually is giving a shit about where I am and what I'm doing. It's always little things in Call of Duty. It's having somebody looking at your little blue triangle and going, "Oh, he just died in there. There's a camper. I'm going to go take care of that." So you increase the chances that your teammate might be able to get a bead on somebody, so that you're not the only one taking out the camper. So, moving on from that, in free-for-all, I think a big issue is that Ghost doesn't hide you when you're moving. It hides you all the time. That's a big no-no. And suppressors give your guns buffs, which is a big no-no balance-wise. Realism-wise, that's a whole other conversation, but balance-wise, it's bad, because you have people in every time I play free-for-all, somebody locks down a building, and that person has a suppressor and Ghost and a mine. And that's difficult to deal with, but only to a degree. I think some people are a little dramatic about that. Nobody wants to switch to the EMP drone. Nobody wants to switch to an RPG, at least for just one life, to throw two... Yeah, because EOD is going to block the first one, but then it stops clamping damage after you lose health.
Well, yes, but if the other person is using a trophy system, then you're exposing yourself in a free-for-all game mode.
Well, if, and yeah, and that's why I don't like getting into hypotheticals, is because it's like, the likelihood of a camper utilizing a trophy system versus a tack insert in free-for-all, I think, is very unlikely. In my free-for-all matches I played, I did play a lot throughout the summer. I didn't really run into many trophy systems. I ran into a lot of tack inserts, and I ran into a lot of dead silence. But that's the thing, if you use an EMP drone, you can take out the trophy system. So if we do hypotheticals, we could go back and forth all day. What I'm saying is that there's many ways to take out a camper in Modern Warfare. It's just that nobody really wanted to do it. Because FMJ was
Nobody wants to do it because you have to change your playstyle where the other guy can keep being a douche. And he can keep doing it and getting kill streaks off of it.
Yeah.
So you're essentially handicapping yourself all the time just to take out one guy.
Welcome to FPS games. I mean, I'm serious. I mean, if you go play Battlefield 4, I mean, I've wasted countless hours trying to take out one good chopper. Or one
Let's not talk about the good choppers in Battlefield 4, okay? I have PTSD.
Oh, right. But, then the Hilltop Sniper Squad that just has, 4 different spawning beacons, and they're all... every time you kill one, it's like a fucking Hydra. You cut off one head, and it grows back 2 more. It's insane. So I don't think that's inherently an issue with Modern Warfare. You see, like when I played Black Ops 4, which is considered to be a much more fast-paced game, a lot of aggressive ways to take things out, there were still matches where people would build their class specifically to sit in the top of a building or at the end of a hallway with the microwave shield and barbed wire, and they just wait for you. And then you blow it up with your war machine or whatever, and you kill them, and you're like, fine, fuck it, finally. And then they're back there again doing it within the next minute and a half. And it's irritating because you don't want to have to rock a rocket. Dude, I had to rock a rocket launcher in Black Ops 4 because I was sick and tired of barbed wire fucking me over, just locking down a lane. So then like I'd walk up to the barbed wire and then there'd be somebody sitting behind it with an LMG. I'm like, that sucks. Or putting it in a mantle spot so I can't actually push their spawn properly through a quick area because they put barbed wire there. And people are going to do this anyway. Now, just like how I said...
This begs the question
yes.
of how powerful should the power position be?
Right. That's a really good one. That's what I was saying. Is like, so the gun store in Ramaza or the little... In Azure Cave. I played a lot of free-for-all in Azure Cave. And that little red building in the back by the chicken hut. The little red... I guess it's a 2-story red building. It's not small. But it's over there on the chicken side of the map. Fuck that building, man. Like, honestly, it has so many like places it can see. It can see into the broken building past soccer field. It can look into the rug shop area. It can look into the chicken hut and the lane that goes from that. It can watch the spawn behind it. And then it can watch the building that comes out of the soccer lane. And it can watch the bridge that goes to the broken windmill. And it can watch the pottery building. And it sucks. It's too powerful. So... But then there's the problem with like, and then you have the inverse in like Black Ops 3. This is why this is not some. I don't have a definitive point here, by the way. So prepare for rambling. Because I don't know where this. I don't know where this is. I don't know where my point is. It's because it's like, okay, so with Black Ops 3, you had the issue of every power position was symmetrical and linear and boring, and it didn't do anything. And then most of the lanes cut off long lines of sight, or it was a gimmick lane that was about wall running. So it wasn't really something you could take advantage of or manipulate in some way to your own fun. So there's 2 sides of the coin. You have 2 powerful power positions that are dominated by campers and are very irritating because those areas are fun to lock down for them and annoying to attack for you. That's why I like Hardpoint is it's basically that, but you're rewarded for it and it moves around the map. So that's nice. I love it when a Hardpoint's in like a building in Modern Warfare with like doors. So you're like kind of just like barricading the door and just like hoping nobody comes in and just so you can win the game. And then it's basically just King of the Hill, which is King of the Hill is essentially just kill the other team because they're camping for a minute, which I like. But either way, I mean, look, you go play Demolition too. Like that's just essentially camping, right? Because you're just watching the bomb site all fucking game if you're on defense, and that's irritating for the attackers. So, but okay, so here's the thing: you either have a game that's so devoid of abusable freedom that everybody's doing the same thing over and over again, and it's boiled down to its bare essentials. And there isn't a lot you can do. There's basically 2 or 3 ways to play each lane instead of 5 or 6. And that sucks. And there's less crisis. So it's something to work against. So one of the things that Infinity Ward got right in they did a blog post. I talked about this actually in a video. They did a blog post about what makes good maps. And they said one of the things that we've forgotten is that one of the key factors of good maps is fighting over power positions. And I agree with that. But they didn't build the mechanics right around that. Dead Silence and Amplify should have been perks. The Claymore should not have been able to be doubled up on. Then there's also there's another issue. Then the minimap should show red dots. Suppressors should nerf range. That's how old COD worked. Those things stack, man. And when you stack those things, so you put the minimap, then the suppressor. So nerf the suppressor, fix the minimap, fix the ghost perk. So Black Ops 2 was the first COD to do that, and God bless them for it because that's a really good idea. To make it so if you want to be off the minimap, you gotta move. So you don't get to hide in a corner with a shotgun with a Remington and just wait for me. That's shit. So, in Modern Warfare, the issue is that, yes, they have all these very, very hotly contested spots. And they understood that people loved fighting over hotly contested spots. They've understood that. And that people would try to gain advantage. Like, High Rise is a great example. It's the best example. High Rise, if you knew how to parkour on High Rise in Modern Warfare 2, you could get up on top of a crane or up on top of the building and have a very exposed yet unexpected vantage point. Thank you for subscribing. And that's important. It's really important to realize that because the game was basically all of Modern Warfare 2 is, hey, they have that really advantaged position. Fuck them up. And that's why I think noob tubes were so powerful in Modern Warfare 2. I think that's why they started powerful, is I think they realized that on maps like Estate or Derail, people are going to be in that building in Derail that looks over the whole map, or that building in Estate that looks over the whole map, the actual Estate part of the state. So, okay. So, when it comes down to it, I think it's a combination of those little mechanics, allowing people to have 2 claymores, allowing people, and making the claymore the first unlock was a fucking harebrained maneuver. But the thing is that if I want to critique them for adding these things that promote camping, like Dead Silence having to be charged first, that hinders your ability to flank a camper. It really does. But people didn't drop EMP drones on building, like, if a team is camping bottom cafe in Ramaza, you know what really screws them up? Drop an EMP drone on them. Their HUD's gone, their minimap's gone, their compass is gone, their trophy systems inside, their TAC inserts, they're gone, and it disorients them for a good amount of time.
And then you don't have that silence, though. So if you want to push it and actually kill them so that you can stop their kill streak going, you have to actually put yourself at risk. A lot of risk.
Well, yeah, and you might and that's the thing is, yes and no, because you could easily run an EMP drone and an RPG. You could easily run, and if you have one other teammate, which this is one thing I'm going to say towards the end of, like, what I need to wrap this stream up with all these Modern Warfare opinions. There's one important thing that I've left out about Modern Warfare, and it's sort of a no-brainer that I recently thought about. I thought about it when the game came out, but I didn't put enough emphasis on it in my videos over the year. But anyway, we'll get to teammates in a second. But if you have one teammate that had that had a C4, or you had one teammate that was, again, like, willing to throw a concussion grenade in, because if they're double claymore camping and you've EMP'd their claymores, they definitely don't have battle hardened. The concussion grenade's a death sentence. But nobody did that. They always had a reason. Well, I don't have dead silence if I use the EMP drone. Well, they don't have a TAC insert if you use an EMP drone. They don't have a trophy system if you use the EMP drone. So nobody wants to use that. Nobody wants to change their playstyle. And to be fair, you're right. You have to change your playstyle or they get to play like a douche, but their playstyle is based around being a douche. And this is why team deathmatch is still something I say avoid, or free-for-all even, avoid at all costs. I hate to say it, but I've had this opinion in COD for years. Seriously, ever since I was a kid, I was thinking to myself, these COD games play differently. And why would I can't be a Capture the Flag fan, but I might be able to be a Black Ops 2 Capture the Flag fan. I might like free-for-all in Black Ops 2 and and even Black Ops 4. I loved free-for-all in Black Ops 4. I hate it in Modern Warfare because of the things you're talking about. So in a scenario where your enemy team is not encouraged to leave their camping spot, they're not going to be encouraged to leave their camping spot. Even in Modern Warfare 2, which had a lot of ways to debunk campers, and it nerfed campers to a good degree. I don't even think there were trophy systems in Modern Warfare 2, as far as I remember. I think that was added in Modern Warfare 3.
No. That was Modern Warfare 3.
Yeah. So in Modern Warfare 2, campers didn't have a lot of advantages, but if you went and played Team Deathmatch in Modern Warfare 2 right now, I guarantee you're going to fight somebody on Favela that sits in the barbershop and watches down a lane the entire time. And when you sneak up on them with your dead silence, congratulations, you don't have blast shield and you walk into a claymore. And
I'm about to go off on that. Because before, when you had someone camping in a room with claymores, with whatever the fuck you wanted, you can double flash him. You disable the claymores, and you go and teabag him before you knife him.
You could do that, and you can concussion the claymores in Modern Warfare.
Could you, though? Here's the thing. If you've seen any of the GG Reloaded videos, he's an awful exploitative person, but that's besides the point. He shows just how much you can exploit certain positions around the map, especially in free-for-all, because that's all he does. He can't play team game modes. So you can see him, he's double claymoring everything, and he just doesn't get countered.
No.
All the time.
It's crazy that people have no interest in countering it, though.
Well, here's the thing about free-for-all, because he does this in every game, and I've noticed it. He's running Vito, the Pavlo thing, and Chopper Gunner. Mm-hmm. So that's the three months he runs. So he starts capturing a room, usually, let's just say, upper office in Hackney.
Okay.
Is that correct? Okay, so he's camping in there. He's double claymoring those. He's sitting with a 725,
right?
Of course. And he also uses stopping power, so he gets those one shots pretty consistently.
Right.
So what happens is, he gets like 3 kills, and nobody has noticed what's happening because you can't. You're playing free-for-all. You don't have teammates. You don't see where they're dying. You're just moving around the map. So you go to office and you get claymore, and you're like, okay, he's running claymores. So I'm just gonna walk in there carefully. I'm gonna disable it, whatever. You get killed again because he's got a shotgun. He gets an insta kill while you don't, because you didn't know he had a shotgun.
Yeah.
And by the time you actually, start figuring out what's happening, because you died once to him and then you avoided the area. Obviously, you're not gonna go over there again. But somebody went twice.
Right.
Somebody just happened to die over there. So he ends up with a VTOL, and he's about to get a chopper gunner, and you haven't even noticed. So he's about to lock down the map in about 2 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the issue, because if I could just flashbang that room once or twice, this is frustrating in objective game modes, but in free-for-all and TDM, this is a lifesaver, especially against campers. I'm gonna say that.
Okay.
So if I could do that, then you've got this guy who's just sitting there blind, and he can't do much, because he's just been double fast. He's sitting in the corner. He doesn't know what to do.
Right.
All right. Another thing about the power positions in Modern Warfare is how few of them, in comparison to older codes, especially Modern Warfare 1 to 3, 1 to 3, and Black Ops 1 and 2, as far as I remember.
Right.
A lot of the power positions you can actually wallbang. So if a guy's head glitching in a window, you can actually wallbang him.
Yep.
So he has the advantage of the power position. He can overlook the lane. He's already pre-aiming, but you are not defenseless like in Modern Warfare, where you have to actually hit his head or his chest or whatever is showing.
There is a lot of wallbanging issues I have with Modern Warfare, actually. I actually have that issue because like there's issues where like Scrapyard's the best example in Modern Warfare of this needs to be able to be shot through.
Exactly, because we have remade maps that you actually can't wallbang through areas that were previously wallbangable, like the warehouses.
Right.
And if a guy camps up there, he makes it nearly impossible to actually take him out this time around.
Yep. No, you're right.
Before, your UMP would have high penetration, and you just go like, who cares?
Right.
Get this guy out of here. So you stop his click right there, because you can just shoot through the wall. It doesn't matter if he's shooting, if he's sitting behind the wall, if he's moving, whatever he's doing, he's just getting hit markers. He's gonna have to back off.
Right.
He's gonna have to let you pass through and push him possibly. So right now, I had a demolition game in Scrapyard recently, which turned very frustrating because I was top of my team, which is what usually happens, as you may very well know.
Yeah.
So there was a dark broad skin that you can't really see because the visibility sucks occasionally.
It does.
And she was sitting on the second floor, not the top one, in the Scrapyard warehouse, overlooking the bomb.
Gotcha.
I had a FAMAS.
Okay.
I was trying to take her out. I get 2 hit markers with a burst. She's not dead, then she takes me out because I'm in a very exposed location, trying to shoot at her because I can't go in the warehouse. They're holding it. I'm trying to shoot at her, and I can't do it. I can't shoot at her from under. If I manage to get inside, I can't do anything. I can't shoot through nothing because the game sucks at it. They've done a very bad job, and Petrov Oil Rig is the best example I have of this.
Yeah.
It's actually horrible.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think there's a problem I have with some of these discussions, and I've had a lot of these since the game came out. So my first issue is when people describe these issues to me, I'm sympathetic because I understand them and I know that they exist. But then I become very cynical because as I hear people describe them, I think, are we looking for solutions or are we looking for problems? Because there has to be a reason, because I'm a very, very low patience person. So the way I think of it is there has to be a reason that I've had any amount of success in Modern Warfare and that campers haven't bothered me as much as they've bothered other people. I'd like to think it's because, and I'm not saying this is the case or that you're wrong or that anybody else is wrong that talks to me about this, but I'd like to think it's the case that I'm doing something right. And I think one of the issues I have when we talk about these situations, these anecdotes, is that I could describe 100 anecdotes in any FPS game, in any video game, where I actually was fucked, and the game. That's why we get mad at video games. It's because there's areas in you're just fucked. The game just says go fuck yourself, and it sucks. I'm not saying that excuses it, but I'm saying it's an important thing to factor in. So why? So then, my question. I have a question for you. Why do you think I had less trouble? What things do you think I did right to not? Other than just avoiding non-objective game modes or game modes that are stagnant. If I'm not in the mood for stagnant, I don't go to demolition or domination if I don't want stagnant. So minus that. Let's say I'm only a TDM player. Like, just go after my TDM and free-for-all experience where I'm dealing with campers. Why do you think it bothered me less than it did other people? What would be the reason? Because I'm very confused about that topic. Because what am I doing right where I'm actually having a lot of fun and not dealing, and it doesn't bother me? It doesn't actually really upset me. It's like, this person's camping. Well, I'll just deal with it. Do you think that maybe there's more options than people want to utilize? Because perhaps, let's assume not every camper, because I don't think this is fair either. I don't think every camper or anyone that's using these power positions has a trophy system. So I don't know why. Why can't I? Why? Man, it's hard. So why can't we thermite that room? Because there's a trophy system. So why can't I EMP drone that room? Because I'd lose dead silence. Well, not really, because if I'm running amped and I'm running field upgrade pro, I'll probably get them pretty fast, especially if I'm capable of doing other things. But you're not always capable of doing other things, you might think. So it's like, okay, well, we could paint a bunch of scenarios where I'm in an unwinnable situation and I have to suck. And those matches exist, by the way. They exist in every single FPS game, is the matches where you just suck. Where you just don't get to win. Because even if you took out one camper, the rest of the team is camping. Or even if you took out one, you buzzkill their top player 3 times, you couldn't do it the 4th time, and now they have a gunship and they've basically just secured themselves the win for like a domination match. So that's always going to happen anyway. So again, I won't ask you a question and interrupt and not give you the ability to answer. Let me ask you, what do you think I did right? And do you think that potentially there could be something people are doing wrong? Or is it really just boiled down to the game is poorly designed in this case and it's sort of irredeemable? Because you're kind of describing a system that sounds irredeemable.
It is not irredeemable. It is far too frustrating to have to switch from what you were doing. I started the match with a certain loadout because I want to use a gun. I don't want to start changing everything just because this guy is now sitting in a gun shop in Ramaz or whatever.
Yeah.
So this is where the frustration comes along, because, okay, I just had to completely change my playstyle for this game where I wanted to have fun. I just hopped on, Call of Duty and I want to have fun for some reason. I don't know, that sounds stupid to me. Anyway, so that's what I want to do. And this guy is just being...
Why is not... I thought countering people... I think if you play an online FPS game, you're going to have to counter people all the time. And having fun is in no way... This is where I think you and I might heavily disagree, is I don't think fun is in any way ever... I don't think fun in any way is ever guaranteed when you load up an FPS game. I don't think you're supposed to have fun, and I don't think that an enemy player requiring you to counter them is less fun. Now, there is a caveat to this, and that is that I do agree that what you're describing, these scenarios you're describing, are very unfun, but it's disingenuous, in my opinion, to say that these are the only scenarios. That there's no scenario... Well, of course they're not. You know they're not, because you're a rational dude. So we know that they're not the only scenarios. So then is it a systemic issue? Or is it simply a deal that some people dedicate their entire class and match to being an asshole, and we see this in every single FPS game that exists?
Okay, so if somebody decides to be an asshole because he's got these tools, and it's okay with me. I like taking out the guy with the 2 claymores. It's going to be very satisfying once it happens.
Yes.
The thing is, does the game give me enough tools, enough mechanics, enough whatever, to take this guy out? Or does it tell me, you know what, just don't go that way and let your team feed him a kill streak? Well, that is what frustrates me.
But I feel like... Does it change your playstyle drastically to run spotter?
It depends on my class. If I was using overkill with amped, yes, I have to change the entire class because then I'm not gonna have amped and I'm gonna feel like disadvantaged.
Well, you could still you could still run overkill, but maybe with a weapon you don't need immediately. See what I'm saying? Like this has so much variance. It's like, so what if? So yeah, if you're running a class with overkill and amped, spotter might be inconvenient. But let's assume you don't always run overkill. Let's assume you're running an M4 and a pistol.
I'm running an M4 and a pistol. I'm gonna use spotter. Does spotter allow me to hack claymores quickly?
Yeah, yeah. So okay, so then
the thing is, if I'm sitting outside of gun shop on the stairs, I'm in an exposed location. If somebody pops up behind me while I'm hacking it, I'm dead.
Well, yeah.
And I'm still gonna have to open the door. I'm still gonna have to make noise. I'm still gonna have to walk down. There's a lot of things I'm gonna have to do, and then I'm still gonna. I might just get shotgun because I have to check 2 or 3 corners.
Well, let me paint a scenario. So it's. I think this is where you're missing. This is the only place I think you're missing the mark. While you're hacking Claymore, you could get shot in the back. Okay, but. Here's a different scenario. You come from the front of the building, and you pre-aim an RPG, and you fucking shove it down his throat right when he peeks the window.
Does he pick the window, though, or is he just locking down the area so I can't go through gun shop at any point in the map?
If he's in the building in any way, launching an because Modern Warfare RPGs are stupid. If you have amped an RPG, you already know the dude's in there. He's killed you once. Okay, he gets his 1 kill. So what you do is you spawn in with an RPG and amp that life, and you just go ahead and blast his fucking room with 2 RPGs, and then you throw a fucking frag in there, or you do shrapnel and RPG. So RPG, frag, reload your RPG, fire while the other frag's going. Why can't you? So these we could.
Okay, I can do that.
You can do that.
But
so why
in gun shop and in a lot of the power positions in Modern Warfare, he can just back off. He can do that. They can do that a lot. So it's not, if it was a one-room situation, like, say, Taxi in Balcolot, I can very quickly grenade it once with a frag, he has to throw it back or look at it, and then I start blasting him away with an RPG. And if he doesn't back off right now, he's dead. Yes, I can do that in that map. I cannot do that in Office, in Hackney Yard. I cannot do that in the gun shop, because he can just head to the stairs and go upstairs or downstairs.
I disagree with the one about Hackney. I feel like Hackney is just full of areas to piss off a camper. I feel like I've had very good luck with that, except for people sitting in the bottom of it with a shotgun, in which case that's just going to kill you, and it's irritating and it's bad, but it's going to happen. I think. Well,
the point I'm making is that he's got warning signs all over the place.
Right.
He's got the doors. He's got his claymores. He's just hunkered down in there. I have to start adapting to that. I have to start spamming the RPGs, and if he just backs off, I have to just leave. I cannot do anything more about him.
So if you spam the RPGs and he backs off, and you use concussions and frags and he backs off, and he's in this magical. I don't mean to be rude, but okay, but like I'm not trying to be rude, but it's just like he's in this magical building where nothing you're doing works. You can't EMP drone it because that changes your playstyle too much. What kind of a camper is he?
I didn't say I can't EMP. I didn't say I can't EMP drone. I can EMP drone it. The thing is, am I going to actually take him out, or is he just gonna keep surviving?
I don't know.
The camper must die, so it does depend on him. But that's the difference with Modern Warfare 2 again, which had very uncluttered rooms.
Yes.
So sometimes I've thrown flashes myself in gun shop in the downstairs section, and there's a lot of clutter. And if it happens to be behind the tiny smidgen of the environment, he is not flashed. You don't get a hit marker. And then you're like, okay, my flash didn't work, I have to leave. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and if what you do doesn't work, you'll have to do something else, or you'll have to leave the scenario. And I don't have an intrinsic problem with that. And again, I don't think it's systemic. I don't think that there are people that are locking down these magical buildings where it's very difficult. That it's very possible to fail at getting them out. And so, we're not going to talk about the fact that you can peek doors and open them quietly, and we're not going to talk about the fact that there's ambient noise in the match, like if it's a 6v6 match or even just like a free-for-all game. There's lots of ambient noise, and so he might not always hear your footsteps, especially if you aim walk. So if you're using an aim walking movement stock, I had a guy that recommended me a good class towards the open when they added the ability to basically walk silently while aiming down sight. This guy built me an AK class that was really good at killing people fast and had really good aim walking movement speed. So like these things, they might not be the most fun, but I do think we're describing scenarios that are edge cases. I don't think we're talking about the core issue of Modern Warfare. Because Modern Warfare has many core issues. Again, minimaps, suppressors, dead silence and amplified not being perks. I totally agree. I think Modern Warfare would have been a much better game if also kill streaks weren't in the fucking game. I think score streaks would have been far better. And score streaks would have been far better because people would have, like, again, you can sit in the building all day, but what are you really going to get? You're not going to get very much. You're going to get, what, 50 score per kill? Good job. Your teammates are out there getting chopper gunners because they're actually hopping on the domination flag and shit. So, or they're collecting tags or whatever. I don't want to, like, I don't want to turn this into, like, my hypothetical versus your hypothetical, because, man, I've been really entrenched in a camping spot with 3 friends, by the way. So that's 4 people in one room dedicating themselves to making sure it isn't opened, and all it takes is one person with shrapnel going, frag, hits our trophy system, frag, hits our trophy system, and then concussion, and then him and his butt, and then 2 enemies come in, and they fuck us up because they have a shotgun. But there's not that much adapting. But there isn't even that much adapting, and I think there is a failure to adapt in certain situations. When back in Modern Warfare's beta, I sat in the bathroom on Gunrunner and got VTOLs multiple times, and I didn't have anything set up. It took one genius to figure out, oh, I can open the door from a distance with a frag grenade and toss a flashbang in as I'm sprinting towards it, and once I get the hit marker, the dude in there is dead. It took one dude to take me out after 9 people died to me. It's embarrassing.
Who are the people and what are they doing? Because everybody I've seen follows a certain pattern to taking out campers. Because when you get killed by someone in the room, you don't consider he's camping. You just go like, oh, I just lost a gunfight. I'm not gonna go that way. I'm gonna do something else. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go through warehouse this time. I'm not gonna go through office.
Sure.
So if you get a couple of teammates that die to that guy, he's already on a UAV or something. He's getting somewhere.
Yeah.
While you're still moving around the map. So next time you go through there and he kills you again, you go like, oh, now he's camping.
Right.
If you don't get killed by a claymore, you don't even consider he has claymores. So you're just gonna try to flash it. You're gonna try to get in there. If your flash doesn't hit, should I stay back? Is he already dead? What happened while he was responding? That's the thing. Is it a team locking the position down? I've had.
When we get that meticulous, dude, when we get that meticulous when we're talking about this stuff, we get this granular. Then, in my opinion, anything is possible if that's a granular hypothetical, because it's not always it's not the case enough for it to be considered a systemic issue at the game. It might be a more prominent issue in certain game modes. So again, I know there's a camping issue in Modern Warfare. I've made now 4 videos on how they could have solved it immediately and saved the game in that sense without even removing the ability to camp. They don't have to remove the ability, just make it less prominent. Make it less promoted. So
that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, already. No, and I agree.
See, I'm not saying just completely nerf camping, make every single power position see-through, so I can actually. I'm getting granular because somebody can do that. There is a possibility of it, and I'm not gonna notice it until he's on a kill streak, and he's already there while I'm still running around the map again. That is my issue, that somebody can do that, and it has happened. It doesn't happen all the time, not at all. Mm-hmm. It requires a person who actually wants to do that, and he's got the proper skills to do that. Which, with the current matchmaking system, you do get more of those people. Because before, when somebody was camping, it wasn't usually the very high-skilled dude a lot of the time. It was just some guy coming back from work and he just wants to play a game.
Sure.
So the good players were the aggressive ones most of the time. Mm-hmm. Well, now everybody just kind of sits back and tries to take it slow. So now you have a good guy who's camping, who can hit shots, who can hear your footsteps, who can, start doing something. He can figure out so this guy's going to flash me, I'm going to back off.
I do consider what you're saying to be, again, it's a hypothetical, because we're talking now about, so, like, I would need to get, like, some data on that. Like, how do we know that these good players are camping? So, like, I don't know, because I a lot of times where I deal with, like, a camper, I never really think that they're very good. I never get a reason to assume that they're really good. I always just sort of think that, well, they're camping. I never think that like this is a good camper. This is a good player who's camping because it gives him an advantage. Because I think a good player isn't going to camp for an advantage. I think a good player is going to go out there and get streaks and push spawns if they're really a good player. I don't see a lot of scenarios that make sense to me where you have these really good players that are just...
Well, let me rephrase that.
Okay.
Not a good player, a savvy player, a knowledgeable one who knows the game, one who knows what you're trying to do against him.
Sure.
So he can keep his crystal going until he gets his last streak.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got it, and he got it through this manner, which you have much less of a chance of countering than a straight-up gunfight. And what I'm trying to say here is that Modern Warfare should give you more tools to counter that without having to completely mess up with your entire class just to go like, oh, I need RPGs, I need shrapnel, and then he might not die anyway. That's what I'm saying. So if I could just wallbang him on the window, he can't do much.
No, I agree.
Yes, he's got the advantage.
I agree that this can happen, but like most campers I've seen, I could counter. I've been able to like the vast majority. I think. Okay, go to Black Ops 2. Fuck it. Go to Black Ops 2. Is Black Ops 2 a campy game? Hey Google, stop. Hey, fuck, my Google Home just went off. Okay, so
you should have asked that.
Yeah, I guess not. Okay, so let me say this though. So if you go to Black Ops 2, right, and you get people that would sit up in buildings with shock charges, bouncing betties, deployable shields, and they have a friend with them with trophy systems, and they'd sit back there, and it would happen. And yeah, the thing that game had was the EMP grenade, which was very, 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 very stupidly powerful. It was a one-hit counter to people that were camping with tools to camp. So, like, so I do think Modern Warfare could have actually benefited from an EMP grenade, honestly. But my issue is that, like, I killed a lot of campers with a single gas grenade. Or my friends, I'd ask them to EMP drone the construction site on Ramaza. And suddenly they'd be like, oh, it destroyed a camper and attack insert. And I'm like, yeah, I fucking bet it did. And then it's just a matter of me cooking a frag grenade and yucking it up there. And the person's either one shot or dead at that point. And so I agree with you that people have this potential. And I agree with you that it's annoying to have to counter it. It's annoying that, like, Battlefield 4 is a playground game. Like, you can just do whatever the fuck you want in it. So it's irritating that so many people decided that they were going to spend entire matches sitting on hills with bolt actions. And just
that is not going to benefit them as much as Modern Warfare, though, because in Modern Warfare, you get kill streaks when you camp. In Battlefield, you don't. You just kind of get
in Battlefield,
not that many kills because the sniping is kind of not as easy as Modern Warfare.
Yeah, okay, and you're right, and you're fair. You're fair to say that. But it's annoying also when someone camps with a tank and sits on the objective with a tank in Battlefield. It's annoying in Halo when somebody's entire strategy revolves around getting in close quarters and sticking you with a plasma grenade. I hate people like that. They find the easiest thing to do in the game that requires the least amount of effort. Walking up to somebody, basically bumping into them, tanking damage because it's Halo, and just throwing a sticky grenade on you just so that you have to die. Or always having a charged plasma pistol in their hands so they can just drop your shields and immediately switch to a BR and one burst you in the head. Those are strategies. These are tactics. Well, in Modern Warfare, unfortunately, the tactic and the strategy that people can abuse, the most common one they can abuse, well, for me, is either the low flinch and quick scoping with the Kar 98, or it's sitting in a fucking building all game. And
holding an angle is... It's okay. In my opinion, I don't have a problem with a guy holding an angle or a building. I want to be able to take him out if he fucks up in some way. I don't want him backing off the window and then being like, oh, I'm not going to push that because he's probably got a shotgun or something. That is my issue.
Yeah.
If I am about to win the gunfight, I don't want to go like, oh, I cannot shoot through this wall, for example.
Mm-hmm. No,
I cannot do anything more.
And I do really get your point. Like, I don't really have, I guess I should make this clear. I don't have any fundamental disagreements with what you're saying. It's just that it's scenarios, and the overarching point I'm trying to make is that Modern Warfare makes this playstyle very frustrating to counter. And Battlefield makes countering a good tank or helicopter user or sometimes it's actually a really good group of people on a hill in Battlefield. So it's not all the time. It's not systemic, but it happens a lot where like it does happen a fair amount where people will sit up on a hill and they're actually very, very irritating because you can't hang out in the open at all because they're up there. But either way, it's very annoying to deviate from your playstyle to deal with that. You know, in Halo, it's actually worse in Halo in my opinion. Because in Halo, you're not having to change your playstyle, you have to change your habits. If somebody's only strategy is running up into your shit and sticking you with a sticky grenade, then you don't change your playstyle, you just have to not round corners a certain way. You have to change the way you enter gunfights with that person. And it's actually something, it's more subtle changes that I think are harder. That I think are harder. It's actually not as hard for me to just have a class set up to counters bullshit and then counter the bullshit with that class. And if it becomes annoying, I mean, this is the thing I was going to say. So I told you earlier when we were talking about this that there was one thing I wish I would have said more during Modern Warfare's life cycle, and that is Modern Warfare is, I think, the best when it comes to Call of Duty. It's the best and the worst in the sense that it's the Call of Duty, I think, is the most influenced by playing with teammates. It's the most influenced. Do
you think that's a good thing or a bad thing, by the way?
Don't know. I'm unsure about it. I think it's why I haven't really talked about that much. Is because it's, on the one hand, when you complicate maps and when you complicate and you give players all these options, you want to be able to counter them. You want to be able to counter the camper and counter the rusher. You want to be able to fight back the opponents off the objective, and you want to be able to do these things, but it's hard to without coordination. Because, so, keep going back to Ramaza. If you're fighting an enemy team that has the bridge, the construction site, and buses locked down, and then the other three people are kind of running around and sort of running and gunning and going to the bottom of Cafe and just sort of playing the map, but you have three people that are good at what they're doing, and they're locking down, they're mounting LMGs, and they have tac inserts, and they're holding this area down. You're trying to get to the B flag. Doing that without coordination is difficult because it's a more complex issue. When games give you complex issues, lack of teammates, lack of teammates that you can communicate with really throw you a curveball. And I think that, like, it was funny, I started watching, when I would watch Ace's videos, and he didn't like Modern Warfare's multiplayer that much, and I'd watch it, and he wouldn't be talking to he would be playing solo. So I think the difficulty in Modern Warfare multiplies itself by some odd number I could pull out of my ass, but I'll just say it just sort of it multiplies itself. The difficulty multiplies itself when you are just what's what I'm trying to say? When you don't have these bases covered. These bases need to be covered. There are more angles, there are more windows, there are more camping spots. And so
again, I wouldn't say there are more than previous Modern Warfare games. It's just that they're harder to deal with a lot of the time for certain reasons. More knowledgeable opponents, better settings in general. I'd say, you know, everybody has headsets nowadays. I'm using earbuds, and they're much better than TV speakers, for example, on my PS4.
Yeah.
Or you know, we have more aim assist options, sensitivity options, dead zone options. You played Black Ops 2 and you were like, oh my goodness, what is this dead zone?
Yeah, right.
A lot of things have improved nowadays. So clearing this corner that before there might be a Timmy camping with his whatever gun, and he misses 20 shots on me, and I turn around and beam him, for example, because either his aim is bad or something didn't help him or whatever. See, now if I have an opponent that has played 250 hours, he's not gonna miss. He's not gonna be like, oh, this guy's working in front of me, let me just give him a chance. He's gonna kill me.
Well, yeah.
See, that's why these games play much differently than they played in Modern Warfare 2. I've been watching a lot of videos from back then, and people did not play the same.
And this actually kind of goes towards more towards my argument than you might think, because my point is that the game, you increase the competency of enemies and the complexity of the maps compared to previous COD games. Not like, and you're right, I don't think there's any more camping spots in Modern Warfare 2019. I think there's actually less camping spots in Modern Warfare 2019 than there are in games like Modern Warfare 2 and Ghosts, for instance. So there's less, because like Modern Warfare 2 had lots of weird little buildings and shit. Like there was that one building on Invasion that you had to crouch to get into. Like, who the fuck designed that? It was very strange. Has that boarded up door. It's very weird. So anyway, but when you increase the competency of enemies and you have these complex lanes and you have these sight lines and you have these camping positions, lack of coordination increases your difficulty substantially compared to how a lack of coordination wouldn't really hurt you too much in a more simplistic arcadey style game like Black Ops 3 or Black Ops 4. Like, how much coordination do I need when I know where every enemy is going to be or going to be flanking from? Because I know the maps are simplistic. You have these lanes here with these pieces of cover. You have this lane here with these pieces of cover. You maybe have one little curveball lane or one little underground passageway. And it's very little things there's not that much to worry about. It's not that much to worry about. And then you add in the fact that, well, you might have a specialist ability or a specialist weapon. So who are you to say you can't deal with that camper that's camping in Black Ops 4? If you're battery, when your war machine charges, you know where you're going to aim it. And it's something to think about, because Modern Warfare doesn't have that. So Modern Warfare is it's a lot more poor. They even, like Joe Saycott said, there's safe spaces and there's porous map design. So I think one of the reasons I didn't have trouble in Modern Warfare is that I was always playing with somebody, or at least 90% of the time I was playing with at least one other person where I can say there's a dude top bar, or there's a dude in hazmat, or there's a dude in clothing, there's a dude in rug shop, and I can say that and sort of direct a teammate that way. And that's why I think the mini-map showing red dots is so important, is increases the number of times where your teammates can get a fucking image of where they're supposed to go. You're coordinating without coordinating. Yeah.
Because I've been playing with teammates a lot myself.
Yes.
In Modern Warfare. And that's why I haven't been having these issues. It's just that I've seen them complained about, and I'm like, I see where you're coming from, and that's why I'm discussing it here, because it is an issue. You cannot solo a camper as easily as previous Call of Duty games.
Yeah.
You cannot lone wolf them up. You have to work with your team, and your team varies. You cannot...
to say the least.
You cannot lean on them and go like, hey guys, let's take out that camper. They're just gonna single file, and I've seen this a lot. You just see them.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, my teammate is watching over my back. Nope, he isn't. He's coming with me. Nope. He went in there alone. He made all the noise. I'm trying to crouch walk here and maybe pop dead silence 2 seconds. Nope, he's in there.
Yep.
So that is my issue. Before, I would just do it myself. I don't have to. I can't find the word. Jesus. I don't have to be dependent on anyone to do that. It's just me and me. So in Battlefield, you have a much bigger scale of the map.
Yep.
If a tank is locking down a lane,
you can avoid
go
it
somewhere else.
You can avoid it easier, and
Exactly.
and also you can spot the tank. You can spot the tank for your teammates. And that's the thing that Modern Warfare is missing. I think Modern Warfare. I wonder how well, because like Cold War introduced a pinging system. What if Modern Warfare would have had the ability to ping a building, and so then it would make your character say there's an enemy in the rug shop, or there's a sniper in the rug shop. So then everyone hears that. Similar, Call of Duty Ghosts knew this. The Infinity War knew this with Call of Duty Ghosts. Call of Duty Ghosts was the first COD game to add AI callouts. They're held up inside the hardware store. They're in the bakery. The AIs would say that, and it was a way for you're communicating with your teammates without ever having to communicate with your teammates.
That's why I find the pinging system to be a wonderful addition to FPS games, because it helps bridge the gap between teammates who are communicating, like you and me a lot of the time, and people who are playing solo, which is very frustrating, because you have teammates that they're not using mics, sometimes they're not even pinging, and you don't know where an enemy is, they just died, and you don't know they're camping somewhere. While if you have a teammate, he's going like, he's taxi, just please.
Yeah, that's the thing, you can just say, somebody help me out with this or something, and that's the thing. And I'm not saying this is a good thing, by the way, for anyone that's watching this right now. I'm not saying this is that this is a good thing. This is actually not. What I'm saying is that Modern Warfare, I think some of the things I run into with people complaining about Modern Warfare is that these are people that are playing solo, and they don't have at least one other person, and I get comments about this too sometimes. I get comments saying like, the reason you enjoy the game is I see you're always playing with like a party of 2 or 3.
Yeah, but should I just have a mandatory teammate all the time because I cannot deal with this alone anymore?
Well,
before I could.
Ideally, no, and that's when I think that all of the mechanics that I said that need to be added to Modern, that should have been added to Modern Warfare. That's where those come in.
That's why I brought this up, because I think this also extends to Cold War for the head glitches. If you could just wallbang the head glitch, if they could not use perk grid and have a tac mask and a flak jacket, maybe you would be able to take that guy with the AUG off of there. Now you can't. Now you have to hit them precisely while they can just keep bursting away.
Yeah, you have to work a little bit harder than they do. It's one of my big complaints.
I'd say a lot harder.
Yeah.
I think this is a huge imbalance in these games, and they're not dealing with it. They didn't deal with it in Modern Warfare, and they're not really dealing with it in Cold War either. The bullet penetration, of what I've seen, is bad there as well, especially on head glitches, which are the most contentious spots.
Right.
They have an advantage already. They are pre-aiming, they're only watching one lane, and they have ample cover. Why should I be at this much of a disadvantage?
Mm-hmm.
Why can't I at least have a bit of wallbanging potential, a bit of grenade throwing potential?
Yeah.
Well, you do have the grenade throwing potential in Cold War, but they have flak jackets, so
yes. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how, like, I've gotten hit directly, I think, with the M7, the M27 or the M79, the grenade launcher. I've hit with it directly, and it took off less than half of my health. It's crazy. Flak jacket's incredibly broken in Cold War, and I can't believe I'm saying this. So here...
I've seen enough hardcore games to see where this is going, so...
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, right? I think the issue you're describing is very... I think the only place we disagreed at all is really just that I don't find frustration with those really irritating, you 1v1ing a camper during a match things. I don't see the same severity that you do. Or if it's
I don't see that same severity a lot either. It's just in some games it can happen, and if somebody is dedicated enough, he can do that before I have a chance to realize it. That is my issue.
Yes.
It's not happening every game. It's not even happening every 10 games or 100. But when it does happen, you feel defenseless. That's my issue. Before, I could just solo it. I could just go like, okay, this guy's a douche. You know what? I know this map. I know what I'm about to do against him. And he's not going to have a chance to counter it because he's trying to get a kill streak. He has these perks, and I know that I have these counters to him right now. And they're not a class-changing variety before. No. It was just a double flash him, grenade him, and then just walk up there and finish him off. While clothing store in Piccadilly, oh boy, he has locked down half the map because he just chose to sit up there with claymores, locked doors, motion detectors that I cannot disable, and I only have 2 entry points. That's my issue with ground war maps, by the way. You have power positions which have very few entry points.
But
like you have a huge skyscraper.
Right.
Yeah, you have a huge skyscraper with only 2 entry points in downtown or whatever.
Yeah.
The elevator, which is held from the same position that you hold the stairs. How am I supposed to counter that? What am I supposed to do? Am I just supposed to let them sit up there? Am I supposed to snipe them off? They've got 50 people. Am I supposed to use a helicopter? It's not Battlefield. I cannot gun them down.
Yeah.
I cannot take the building down like in Siege of Shanghai.
Right. No, you're definitely you're right. I just you're no honestly no, you're just right. I think that what we should see in Call of Duty is that I think the map should provide a variety of playstyles. Ideally, map should provide a variety of playstyles, but the mechanics should allow for a variety of counters. And I think Modern Warfare 2, or I think let's go back. Like actually, let's say Black Ops 2 is the sort of the gold standard here because of the Ghost perk hiding you only when you're moving. So Black Ops 2. And Black Ops 2 had varied map design. I mean, Turbine, Yemen, and Raid did not play the same. They were drastically different maps. So I think it's really good to look at those games because I think when I think we get sort of hung up on how things are and what is irritating what is irritating us the most. And I think there's a problem. There's a bit of a problem with that mentality. So we kind of realize we have to remember that, like, okay, so I think the developers need to realize that some Call of Duty games that they themselves helped work on handled these situations better than what are currently being handled. And yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying. Like I really
it kind of feels like they haven't done a retrospective on older codes to see what was right, what was wrong, what should we do for the next one by their own standards. Because, for example, I find vests to be a dumb idea. I don't like the TTK suddenly changing for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Same with stopping power for that reason.
Right. Exactly. I don't like massive changes in the time to kill based on, well, what is essentially bullshit. And so, yeah, no, I totally agree. And so here's the thing, right? If they went back and played them, I know that they did because they nailed, when they described what people liked about old Call of Duty maps, they nailed the description. They absolutely nailed the description of what people liked about them, and that sort of contending over the most camped in areas, and like, you know, so like on Prison Break and Call of Duty Ghosts, people would fight over the hill with all the stumps, because if you own that hill, you own the pathway to every other area on the map. And so they were right, but then they were wrong. Where they were wrong was that they didn't realize why those things worked. They didn't realize why that was better then than it is now. And I hope that's the case, at least. There's the scary thing we're not thinking about. They might have realized exactly. What if this is a scary thought. I hate this. What if they realized exactly why those areas worked, and they sort of seek to destroy it a little bit? So basically what I mean by that is really cater towards the camper. Really cater towards the person that doesn't want to move, because they know that in previous COD games there was a level of counterplay that isn't really possible now, or it's less easy, or it's less intuitive, like we were saying. So it's scary to think that, right? Because like, what if they are literally looking at these games, they're going, okay, so because they nailed it in their blog post, they're like, this is why people love old COD maps. I'm like, yes, that's exactly right. That's exactly.
I do agree.
But then they go and they make them, and they're like, okay, but now this game doesn't. Okay, but you can't do that style of map when you don't have dead silence as a perk, and the mini map doesn't work, and the suppressors boost damage range. Like, that's bullshit. That doesn't work. And then it's the same thing I have in Cold War. They're building maps the same way they've always built maps, but they're increasing the time to kill and removing flinch. One of the things I said long before Cold War was even announced was that Call of Duty is so simplistic that even the smallest little things changes the entirety of the game. So, at the time I used an example. If you had two versions of Infinite Warfare, one version with 0.5 flinch, let's just add a random number to it, and then a version of it with 1.5 flinch, they would play drastically different. People would be more cautious in the game with high flinch than they would with low flinch. People would be more, they'd be more cautious. They'd probably camp more. They would use higher damage weapons to kill you faster, so that the gunfight doesn't become a weird slugfest of who's flinching who the most, So it's very, very few things are required to change how a Call of Duty plays. You just change the flinch. You change damage ranges on SMGs, and you'll change the way the game plays drastically, and those things stack. So, it's very sad that, like, so then we have in Cold War, they're designing a game that has drastically different gunplay, but they want it to play, but they're putting on, like, they're designing the maps like that's not that's not the case. So these head glitch spots would have been annoying in any Call of Duty game, but they're miserable in Cold War. These camping spots in Modern Warfare would have been annoying in every Call of Duty game, but they can be miserable in Modern Warfare. They would have been annoying anywhere, but here they're miserable because they're changing core.
That's my point.
Yeah, they're changing more. Yeah, they're changing core mechanics that affected those maps. So
on this matter, I am more upset with Modern Warfare than Cold War, because Modern Warfare has so many variables in the way that the game plays. I think they have more than enough to actually kind of balance a game with nuance, instead of how Treyarch does it, which is a bit more coarse, I'd say, a bit more. For example, every gun has up to 8 attachments in Cold War, right?
Right.
In Modern Warfare, this is not the case. It can be 7 on the HDR, 9 on the M4.
Right.
So if you had a perk like Gunfighter, or however it's called, that you put 8 attachments on it,
right,
it's the same on every gun in Cold War. It is not the same in Modern Warfare. It's a bit more fluid. Yeah. So I'd say.
Yeah, there's a lot
which
more
I find
variance
to be great in my opinion. I do like guns feeling unique. I don't like guns feeling, Black Ops 1, they have the exact same fire rate, but they have different recoil. Mm-hmm. They did that alone in Black Ops 1, by the way.
Yeah.
It's fine. From a balancing standpoint, it's actually excellent, because you can have guns that have very slight difference, so only in one sector and not all of them. But in Modern Warfare, you can create more interesting guns, more fun to play with guns.
Right. No, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. I agree with that, because there is so many weird things I think we're going to see here with, like, Cold War's balance inherently, because, like, the game is starting from a weird base, and it's I think it's going to either be drastically reversed or it's going to be tweaked all the time. Like, my joke is that every major patch is going to have score streak changes. I guarantee you the next big patch with Season 1 is going to have some sort of score streak changes because they fucked the system, and now they're having to run it back and worked it a little bit more and more and more and more. And
well, actually, by the way, I think this might be a great system for support score streaks in a game that has assault score streaks and specialist score streaks. It might actually be good because it actually rewards stringing kills as well instead of just you're slowly working towards whatever it is.
Yeah, no, I agree. No, I think there's I don't know why, man. Like it bugs me pretty heavily whenever I see I don't know, like I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. I should be focusing more because I'm getting a little hungry. God, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours now. But okay, well, let me say this though. So, I think, to go back to all the way to your original question, it's essentially, how could they make, like, I think, like, really the question is, how could they make this better? I think it's really just, when you take the baby, please take its bathwater with it. Like, that's the thing. Is like, I think that's really the main thing here. You can't change flinch, headshot multipliers, and time to kill, and then put it in a traditional Call of Duty game, and then still have one bursting rifles, and still have chest-high snipers. No, you have to change the entirety of it. If you're gonna do a little, you can't be a Marxist Christian. You don't get to have you can't have another thing. You can't have a walking contradiction. You can't have a longer time to kill and a one burst rifle. You can't be a walking contradiction. So,
if you don't have the one burst rifle, everyone's gonna be like, this rifle feels so bad. I have to two burst. Wasn't it more like the M16 from the old days?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's why the M14 is so broken in Cold War, in my opinion, and same with the Type, is because they're scared of having a low damage DMR, so you have to use it like you use it like a traditional DMR. It works just like a DMR the DMR 14 in Cold War kills like the FAL in Modern Warfare. Why? Because they don't know how to balance it. How do you balance same thing with the Auger in Black Ops 4. They clearly don't know what to do with DMRs and tactical rifles. They don't know. Or snipers. How do you keep the Call of Duty sniper feel, but increase the time to kill and remove flinch? You can't. So, here's the thing. You can't be a walking contradiction. So you can't have all these power positions that people want to battle over and have these complicated, messy maps that provide a variety of experiences, but then remove dead silence as a perk. Call of Duty Ghosts is considered a very campy game, but it had dead silence and amplify as perks. It had perks
and a much faster time to kill.
And
by the way.
Yeah, it's crazy. But it worked. I think it worked better than Modern Warfare in some cases, because when somebody fired their M27 at me, if they didn't suppress it, then my entire team would know where they are. And the minimap in Ghost, remember, was huge. And so people would know when you fired, so you'd have to put a suppressor. There goes your damage range. You've nerfed your gun. So you've nerfed your gun, and now what do? Well, now you have to land more shots at long range. So you're a better camper in close range. Very good. But then there's the perks that like hack your SATCOMs. And so you can make it so you place a SATCOM down, and then an enemy team puts a SATCOM down, and then you get a UAV sweep. And there's little things like that you can do. And it's embarrassing to me to watch COD devs take an element from like Modern Warfare 2, messy maps, and put it in a game that has nothing like Modern Warfare 2. Like, that just is, it's very much so like Modern Warfare 2 actually, but it's missing those core features. And yeah, we found out a while back, I thought, that score streaks were better. Like, think about it. After Black Ops, like, so it was Modern Warfare 3 had point streaks, and Black Ops 2 had score streaks, and then Ghosts had point streaks, and there was Advanced Warfare, Black Ops 3, Infinite Warfare, and COD World War 2 all had score streaks, and then Black Ops 4 has score streaks, and then Modern Warfare goes to plain kill streaks. It's a massive difference because nobody wants to die. Nobody wants to play the objective. What's that?
One thing I do like about Modern Warfare, but not as much as I'd like, is they try to go back to the roots, and this does lend to the simplicity of creating a class, which I actually do like for Call of Duty. You can simply just tweak around the class so quickly Because in Cold War, for example, you swap a wild card.
Yeah.
And suddenly you have to switch all your perks, all your attachments, all your whatever. It's a bit of a. There's a bit more nuance to it, but there's a lot more hassle as well. While in Modern Warfare, I can just go like, okay, let me just quickly switch systems, let me just quickly swap around a couple of attachments. You can do that on the fly, which I really do like.
Yeah.
For example, it's more simplistic, it's more COD-like, but I cannot really agree with only kill streaks and having point man as a perk in the same tier as Ghost. That is silly.
It was very silly. They man, I really wish we could see the ideal vision for Modern Warfare, because we all, if you're a longtime COD player, you see the DNA of old COD games in Modern Warfare. You see that DNA.
I do see. That's why I bought it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah, exactly. So you have that DNA, but not the right, but not all. But it's not even. It's the right parts, but not. It's incomplete. It's an incomplete image, and that's what Cold War is to me right now. That's why I say it has a bad base. It's basically. Well, imagine if you played Black Ops 2, but the time to kill was longer, and there was no flinch, and there was high headshot multipliers, and there were less maps at launch, and then the score streaks didn't reset when you died. It's like, what the fuck did you just describe to me? You did not describe to me anything like what I purchased before. And while I applaud innovation,
switching the TTK.
Yeah, it's like when you applaud. I'd love to applaud your innovation if it made the game more fun, but it doesn't. And if I wanted, that's one thing that me and the other dude, I think his name was Ben. I don't remember if it was Ben or I don't remember exactly who it was, but basically we got to the point where we were like, it's less fun. Regardless of the skill factor, it's less fun. I think Black Ops 2 is by miles a much more fun game. And I don't think,
and I do agree with that.
And it's not a glorious game. It's just fun. It works. It does everything that Black Ops 2 took the Call of Duty formula, spruced it up a little bit. You pick 10, Ghost no longer just hides campers in the corner. What else do you need? It's just like, that's the COD formula. You broke COD down to its basic elements. You gave us a variety of maps that are fairly well balanced. Like, what do you need? And they added cool stuff, like the ability to, like, the black hat. You could hack a claymore without even being in the room of the claymore. You could hack it from outside. Because they played Modern Warfare 2 and they're like, this game's fun and all. Or they played their own game. They played Black Ops 1. They're like, this game's fun, but I really hate walking into claymores. So I'm going to give the people the ability to hack a claymore without even entering the building first. And
weren't claymores in Black Ops 1 separate equipment? Like C4?
Oh shit, yeah, you're right.
Of your
that's right. You could have claymores, frags, and concussions. My God, I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. I'm going to barf now. Like, you're right, and it's all fascinating. I guess to me, like, the whole concept of its design is fascinating, of all these games' designs, because I think Cold War can be fun. I think Cold War could be fun, and I think Modern Warfare can be fun, and I think we're a little too critical, even myself included. I think we're a little too critical, but at the same time, it's worth noting that these games should be held to a standard that's more fitting of the series. And but by that, I don't mean they need to be Call of Duty's never been high art. It's just that there are certain things that make Call of Duty intrinsically. And we saw people complain about this with Modern Warfare. So I don't want to hear this as bullshit, because I heard people say that Modern Warfare is too far removed from COD. No, it's not. It's much like older COD, just isn't doing it as well as it could be. So that's the issue with Cold War that I have, is that this is nothing like old COD. There's very little DNA from old COD in Cold War, other than the snap, like the overall, the feel of it, of like running around aiming and shooting. And you can get streaks, and that part's like Call of Duty, but the rest, it just
feels... the setting, Cold War and whatnot.
Yeah, it has the COD. Helps. Yeah, exactly. It has the COD. There's COD DNA there, but for me, it's much harder to detect. It's much harder to detect it. It's like, this game would have been fun if you didn't screw the TTK and screw the score streak system. I think it would have actually been a pretty fun game, from the beginning. I think now they're gonna have to redo it, because did you know this? Like, Zombies has more viewers on Twitch than multiplayer. Like, no joke.
I think there's a good reason for that.
Yeah, well, people don't want to play it.
Well, I'm also gonna say something here because every time a new game, a new COD game comes out, you get new fans and the old ones coming back.
Yes.
So now you're expanding your player base, and they have different needs. Now, some people are gonna like Cold War style, and when the next COD game goes back to a faster time to kill, they're gonna be upset.
Yes.
Same thing as Modern Warfare. Some people are saying right now on Reddit and stuff. I did like the changes. I do like the fact that there's no red dot hunting on the minimap.
Right.
So you get now all of these people that when you're gonna change something, they're gonna be upset. So you are really fucking yourself over all the time by inserting new stuff, getting new fans that are gonna be upset once it changes. The old stuff that they like.
Yeah, you're absolutely.
This is gonna keep happening, by the way.
Dude, so I did a video.
This is why.
Yeah, I know I did a video, and it said my video just said like, I don't look forward to covering Cold War, and this is what you just described as why. It's like I can't say anything that half of you won't disagree with, because you're here from my Advanced Warfare days, and that was your first COD, and then or you're here from when I used to talk about Infinite Warfare, and that's the only that's the last good COD in your opinion. I get people, dude. They come in, they're like, boom, Black Ops 3 is the last good COD, so why are you covering this? And I'm like, hi, why are you here? Like, it's. You're right. No, you're absolutely right. It fucks me. It fucks me, and I really should. I need to be less critical and less argumentative too, honestly, because of this. Because I have to realize that I have an inherently polarized fan base. So, oh man,
inherently polarized in every way, because it's not just the people from the new COD games. It's also the people that in every COD game do something. You have the shotgun guys, you have the quickscope guys, and they all have demands, and you have to keep satisfying them. Otherwise, they're gonna cause a fucking raid or whatever.
Oh no, you're right. You're absolutely right. Because I mean, that's why the Call of Duty games can never be perfectly balanced. Is because how do you balance the snipers without pissing off the quickscopers?
In my opinion, no game can really be perfectly balanced. I think that's an exaggeration. You can have very good balancing. It can't be truly perfect. And that's why I'm not asking for a perfect COD game, one that would include all of the things I want. I want a better COD game, one that learns from its predecessors and kind of goes forward with, renewed interest, like Modern Warfare, but with a bit more polish in the gameplay areas, because they did polish the graphics, they did polish the animations, but not the gameplay somehow, and that is upsetting to me.
Yeah,
how can you have
the customization's cooler and the graphics are cooler and all this, but then you forgot a core piece. And just one of the things I said when I did my video about how to counter camping, I'll kind of end this here because but when I first made a video saying how to counter camping, it was essentially, but my favorite part of the video is where I said, I realized as I was recording it, if they did one of the things I mentioned, it would drastically change the game. Just one. Not all 12, not all 6, not all 7. I've had different lists in my head over time. Not all 4. My last video was 3 things that they could have done to fix the map flow in Modern Warfare. One thing. So they would have just nerfed Ghost Perk properly. There's one thing that would have made the game marginally better in that degree. And then just that make the suppressors reduce damage range all the time to varying degrees, but damn it, you lose damage range. There you go. Or you make dead silence and amplify perks. There you go. The game is a little bit better just by changing one singular thing. And that sucks that they never did any of the things I mentioned. The only thing they did that was right, I actually take that back. They put the ability to hack equipment on the spotter perk instead of EOD, which was an idea I had, which was good. I like that they did that, but that was it. They buffed the spotter perk. That was it.
A couple things here.
Okay.
For me, the biggest issue with map flow is the lack of dead silence and amplified.
Yep.
Because this is what unfetters the flow of the game. This is what allows people to move around without being heard from 2 blocks away because you're an amateur tap dancer trying to make a career on the street or something. That is one of the major issues with people holding ankles. They can hear you from very far away, very easily, which for me, I personally don't like dead silence in its entirety. I don't like having the idea that somebody could full-on tag sprint behind me and knife me without getting a sound cue. That is irritating.
Yeah.
I do like Ninja, that you have to sort of, that I can't hear you at a certain distance, so you're going to play with that, and I can't hear you as easily. That I do like. And I wish they had implemented that because that would help. As for the suppressors, the idea I'm having the past few days for the suppressors is, first of all, I want to say that a lot of the things that Cold War does seem to fix issues with Modern Warfare, but in Cold War, especially with the gunsmith and the perks. Okay, I'd like to see, especially the stats in the gunsmith. But okay, for the suppressors, well, here's an idea. So you've got your gun. You show up on the minimap. You've got your flash suppressor. You don't show up for as long on the minimap. Is that correct? If I remember correctly.
That was in the beta. So, I don't know if that's in the full game now, but it definitely was in the beta. So.
It is like 90% muzzle flash concealment that hides you from the minimap, which...
Sure.
Okay. Sure. Okay, so now you've got 3 suppressions in Modern Warfare, and you do have the flash hider that you could work, so you can make it work in that way. So, for the suppressors, maybe, this is a random idea I had, you can have the monolithic and tactical suppressors show up for different durations on the compass, and only the lightweight hides you from everything. So if you want to be completely hidden, you can use the lightweight suppressor and nerf your damage range and bullet velocity, which is very hard to deal with on occasion, but you are completely hidden.
Yeah, I actually fully agree with that, because I think like the monolithic suppressor in the game kind of breaks like, oh, I'm going to hide myself off the compass and give myself 7% more range. Nice. Like that's kind of bullshit. And there's a degree to which, again, I think that Treyarch understands stealth play better. Because
I don't think they understand attachments better, though. Really do not like how there are no downsides to most of the attachments in Cold War. I really do like having to think between slow gun accurate or fast gun a lot of recoil. Yeah, that was very interesting to me.
Yeah, no, Cold War is literally just you either make the gun for close range or far range, and that's it. That's pretty much it. That's a whole thing.
Well, it's the same in Modern Warfare, but you only make it for long range. So.
Well, yeah, you do, but there's also like if you wanted to drastically change your gun into a different gun, you could. So like in Cold War, you can't take the stock off the XM4 and shorten the barrel and add 9mm ammo to it, and basically like put your movement speed more close to like a pistol and run around. Like that was the fun of it, is that like you didn't you would probably mostly just build it for recoil control and damage range and bullet velocity, but there was this option here because it's almost like Infinity Ward knew that there's 2 ways you make a gun in Call of Duty: optimally or stupidly. And so Modern Warfare allows you to just get creative by turning, like, you could have an AK-74U with a drum mag of 7.62 ammunition for whatever fucking reason if you wanted. You could have you could build a no-stock SOCOM round. You could build a no-stock SOCOM round M4 with a fucking Master Key shotgun. You could do that. But you probably wouldn't if you were trying to win, because that's a really niche, weird thing you're doing there. And so...
Well, that begs the question of how much you're trying to win, of course, but that's a different... thing in its entirety.
But you know what I mean. But you know what I'm saying though. Like you could either fuck a gun up, customize it, or you could actually make it optimal. And that's why I loved reviewing classes, because I think people that didn't understand what they were looking at, they would try to make a class that's optimal. I'm like, nope. You've gone into silly territory. You don't need this and this combined, for instance. Like there was certain attachments that people would use that countered each other out, or that were unnecessary for what they were trying to go for. And that was fun. I don't think I'm going to have that problem in Cold War, because people are going to look at it and go, do I want damage range or sprint out time? It's like, oh, well, you're going to go for one or the other every fucking time. So.
Well, the thing is, Modern Warfare, I wish Modern Warfare was a bit more, detailed in its attachments.
And straightforward, because the attachment things lie.
Well, yes, they do, but I still like the fact that I had to go in custom games and experiment a lot with weapons. I loved that. It was very interesting. I tested recoil on a lot of Warzone builds for weapons, and what is the thing that kicks the list, or the one I can control better, which was very interesting to me, and I spent a lot of hours on it. The thing is, I would like the weapon to tell me what exactly happened, so that I know not to test it or test it a lot. And this is another thing. Modern Warfare could have a lot more unique attachments that actually did something interesting, instead of just being like, this is another...
It changed the feel of it. That's what was so crazy about it when the game first came out. When you turned the Odin into a sniper rifle, it genuinely felt like a brand new gun. Like it was like a different gun from a different video game suddenly. And it was weird to think how many different ways you could run one singular weapon, and that was very fascinating. Go ahead. Sorry.
The thing is that a lot of this just ended up on YouTube videos. This is the best gun ever. Just use this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Which is this is always going to happen, but I do wish that the attachments were a bit better balanced. Because, for example, why use a muzzle brake when it nerfs your ADS speed and your aiming stability when you can use a commando foregrip that helps with your aiming stability?
You're right.
And your recoil stability. This is one of the issues that I have. I wish the attachments were a bit more nuanced in general.
Nuanced and I do wish that like actually designed for something, because you're right, that tactical foregrip's garbage. Is it tactical? Yeah, I think it's called the tactical foregrip.
I said commando just to compare it with the muzzle brake,
like, but because commando foregrip actually does something, and then tactical foregrip does pretty much fucking nothing for no reason. But well, yeah, you're right.
For this thing, maybe you can say that for hardcore or something, you do want the aim stability. By the way, if you kit out a gun for maximum aim stability, you can stack shots on top of each other. It does not budge at all in single shot.
Oh yeah, stability.
You just keep going.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can put 1,000 bullets in the same hole. I've tried it. It's hilarious. It's so pseudo-realistic that I love it. Anyway, the issue I have is that you have so many unique attachments, seemingly unique attachments on weapons, like the integral optics on the AUG or the Holger, which are based on real-life optics, or the sonic brake, which is pretty much a muzzle brake for the AN.
Mm-hmm.
You have all of these things, but they don't do anything interesting. In fact, they're bad in a lot of ways.
Right.
That is another issue I do have. You could make something interesting with them. For example, you could have the sonic brake for the AN actually tighten up the hyperburst spread, which it doesn't do. I've tested it. It does not.
It doesn't. No, and that's so. Here's the thing. They should have done that, but there's something kind of charming about it. It's almost like they had some attachments in Modern Warfare that were for the more realistically themed mil-simmy people, like again.
I do wish that it would do something though, so that I can have a reason for using it more.
Yeah, but I think that's
I like that kind of shit. I wish it was actually optimal.
Yeah, exactly. No, I agree with you wholeheartedly. But it's almost like, but the reason I say it's charming is just because it's like, it's almost cute how they were like, well, we know that gun fanatics that play our game are going to be really excited when they see that the integral optic is there on the AUG or on the Holger. They're going to be excited to see it, but there is one. Okay, I'm not excusing this. I am actually 110% in your corner that I think they should be more beneficial. But the people that care more about realism, they tend to not be meta savvy at all, and they don't really care. And a lot of them play hardcore or realism mode because they're like fanatics, or not fanatics, but they're not as much about like competitive shooter stuff. They're more about realistically themed things. So, I'm not excusing it, but I do think that's what their thinking was that the people that like this aren't the same people going for nukes, so they won't really mind if it sucks, and we don't really have to do anything with it other than just make it look okay. And
it's not just realism for me. See, I'm not going to use the integral optic of the AUG, not because it doesn't give me any more benefits, because I don't like it. I have much better optics out there already. But if I do use it, it could give me extra aiming stability, for example.
Sure.
Just a random buff, something interesting, so that when I see it, I'm going to be like, yeah, it's a bad optic, but man, makes the gun look nice and play a bit, different than the other attachments.
Actually has a benefit.
It doesn't make it broken good.
Right.
Because we have a very stale meta in Modern Warfare and Warzone, and that is very upsetting in every FPS game I've played. You just have a meta that just takes over everything, and they just don't really mess with it in meaningful
ways. It's interesting that you're saying
ways.
that though, because like I agreed with that before, but in contrast to Cold War, Modern Warfare's meta is a fucking it's a gift basket to me, because you go play Cold War
right now. Modern Warfare has got 12 months to rebalance things and suddenly buff the FAL out of nowhere for no reason.
Right, but there's nothing about it. But there's something about it that's intrinsically better for me, and that is the fact that even though I know it's not well balanced and not optimally set up, and I understand that, I totally do, but
it can still work.
But it works.
It's still viable.
It's still viable, and it's fun. And so, like, the meta in Modern Warfare, it's like, yeah, I complained about the MP5 all year, and I hated the meta and how it stagnated so fast despite the customization. But I go play Cold War, and I'm like, there's no fun here. There's no real fun.
There's no fun because the balancing is a lot tighter. They're not really experimenting. They're not doing fun ammo conversions. It's just called like, okay, optics, barrels, muzzle attachments, simple stuff that we can balance. That we can have them be the same for every weapon. This is much easier on balancing terms because you don't do nuance like Modern Warfare kind of tried to do. They didn't go all the way with it, in my opinion.
Right.
And that is what I wish had happened. Give me more reasons to try out other attachments. Give me a challenge for them, anything. Right now, it's just like, okay, monolithic, longest barrel, commando foregrip. That is the bare essentials. And after that, it's up to you. And this happens every time, especially for Warzone, which should be completely separate in the balancing, in my opinion. I don't like it messing with the core game. Okay.
I agree
with
that.
But I am still upset that you can have some very, very powerful attachments on some very good guns, and they don't have enough downsides. For example, I'd say monolithic suppressor, longest barrels, commando foregrip, again, the 60-round mags that have plagued the game, in my opinion. I really don't like somebody being able to double his ammo capacity. He's more than halfway there to an LMG, but he gets the same reload speed, the same sprint out time, the same switch time on his weapon, but he gets the benefits of an AR. That is very irritating because I'm so used to like, okay, this guy has 30 bullets, he can have sustained fire on me for 2 seconds or thereabouts. I'm gonna pick him on his last 5 bullets, he's gonna keep missing, he's gonna start reloading out in the open, and I'm gonna beam him. And I used to do that all the time. And I'm doing that in Gunfight, for example. You can't do that in core multiplayer of Modern Warfare because he's got 60 rounds. He just holds down the trigger on his GRA or his Kilo, and he just keeps that up for 5 seconds, and you just can't go through there. And people are doing that. That is a bigger issue than camping, in my opinion, right now.
Oh, yeah, no, I said from the beginning when the game came out that I think the 50-round mag should be a 40-round mag, and the 60-round mag should be a 45-round mag. Like, there's no reason to have people with 60-round kilos.
Well, no, okay. I'm going to go off on that. Make the 50-round mag a 45-round one, which is the classic COD style of plus 50% capacity, and have it have the downsides of the 60-round mag right now, and the 60-round mag just gets more LMG characteristics. For example, worse sprint out time. You have a huge gap between the ARs and the LMGs. It's like 3 frames. Give it 1 more frame in sprint out time. Make it feel worse. Because you can't just keep going like, oh, you can't move as fast. Movement speed is nerfed.
Yeah.
Okay, but that doesn't really affect my playstyle. Well, if it sprints out, not as fast. If it fucks me up in some other way, I'm gonna be like, why use 60 rounds? Use 45, use 30, use sleight of hand. Nobody uses sleight of hand anymore. Before it was essential in every class because it gave you best reload speed and best ADS speed with sleight of hand pro in so many COD games. Well, right now it's like, I'm just gonna go for the 60 rounds because I don't have to reload, and when I do reload, it's the exact same reload time. So make the reload time 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 seconds slower. Make it more like LMGs. So if you wanna build an AR, it's gonna be more like an LMG with 60 rounds. It's not gonna be an AR anymore. You have to feel that, in my opinion. Right now, you don't.
Yeah.
You just keep playing. You're like, I still have an M4. It just got 60 rounds.
Yeah. Yeah. It's an issue. It certainly is one. I agree with you. And I think I'm gonna have to wrap this up because I am really hungry. I've been streaming for almost 5.5 hours.
Sorry for keeping you up this long.
No, it's fun. I actually really like listening to you, and I was gonna leave like 40 minutes ago, but like I did enjoy our conversation. So, thank you so much for coming on and talking and hanging out. I'm really excited to do more of these. This wasn't supposed to be a Boomcast stream, but I guess it became one because that game I was playing initially was fun for what would we say, a minute. And then it kind of stopped. So, anyway, thank you guys so much for coming out to the stream, and thank you, Altair, for talking with me. And I'm gonna disconnect now. It's been really nice talking to you. I hope I see you again in a future episode of the Boobcast. Did I say Boobcast?
Nice talking to you
Boomcast. My nose is stuffed. Anyway, thank you so much, man. All right, so it has been fun. It has been enjoyable. I have liked this stream a lot. I don't know why it made $136, but it did. Thank you so much, Gamerboy, for your massive donations tonight, man. You are awesome. It was also fun playing against you in that toy in Hypercharged. Joe Faps, thank you for becoming a member. And Scotty Man, Column Coffee, It's Me Poise Killer, Douglas Armstrong, Spartacus 115. Thank you guys so much for your donations. It was crazy. It's been fun. And I will talk to you guys tomorrow or the next